the demonic claw. The two sides were simply not on the same level of existence. Amitabha, stop. We are willing to offer treasures. Myriad spirits, our Buddhism and your demon clan are allies. Please show mercy. Lu Yi stopped pressing down. Bring the treasures over. Everyone in Buddhism wore a bitter expression. That terrifying demonic claw just now was truly something they couldn't contend with. Moreover, the Buddhist Great Formation had already collapsed, meaning that their Buddhist method of creating a fake strong cultivator with relics to scare the opponent wouldn't work. This existence, whether it was Myriad Spirit's Demon Emperor or not, was genuinely powerful. Not enough. With so little, is your Buddhism trying to send away a beggar? Dao Senior, our Buddhism is truly poor. We have already been driven to this place. Our treasures have been lost or destroyed, and there is really nothing good left. Lu Yi sneered. So poor, might as well destroy it. The giant demonic claw appeared again. We still have some. Another batch of treasures. Not enough. Since he was already in the guise of Myriad Spirit's Demon Emperor, Lu Yi no longer cared about whether he had face or not. Buddhism took out another batch. Senior, there really isn't any more. Our Buddhism is poor. If you don't mind, you can go to the Great Wilderness and take a look. The forces in the Great Wilderness are incredibly rich, especially the Great Dao sect, which is now the #1 sect in the first heaven. There are countless treasures there. Perhaps you can go and see. Great Dao sect, huh? Alright, I'll go take a look later. Are there really no more treasures? Lu Yi asked. There really isn't any more. The treasures in Buddhism have been emptied. Please forgive us, Senior. Forget it, I'll just look for them myself. The demonic claw reappeared, but this time it transformed into a fist. A punch descended from the sky. Boom. Golden shockwaves echoed throughout the entire Buddhist realm, circulating back and forth. The entire Buddha mountain was completely leveled. Done. Lu Yi initially just wanted to take the treasures. Bullying the weak was not his style. But this Buddhism actually proposed such a good suggestion. Great Dao sect, ah. It was indeed wealthy, but unfortunately, he wasn't backstabbing the Empress. A large amount of resources converged towards him. Aren't there quite a lot of resources here? They actually said there were none. Lu Yi's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was outside the netherworld. He was still in the guise of Myriad Spirit's Demon Emperor. The netherworld was greatly alarmed, before they could even speak. Boom. Done. He had obtained resources from 2 more forces. Although it wasn't as much as the initial resources, it should be enough for him to cultivate to the Earth Immortal realm. Now, Lu Yi had a deep realization. No wonder 9 Heaven's great sage was revered by all living beings. He had grudges with these 2 forces, so he only targeted them. If there were truly a demon cultivator who didn't care about grudges and plundered treasures wherever they went, it would be unimaginable what the world would become. The demise of the 2 forces caused a huge stir in the first heaven. Myriad Spirit's Demon Emperor is actually not dead. No, this isn't Myriad Spirit's Demon Emperor, is it? If it were Myriad Spirit's Demon Emperor, he would definitely go attack the Great Dao sect, not destroy Buddhism in the netherworld. Second heaven. Zhang Dai received the information. Lu Yi, he's actually still in the first heaven. Zhang Dai knew Lu Yi's methods and immediately felt a jolt. How did he do it? He can even evade the rules set by 9 Heaven's great sage. What realm is he in now? Zhang Dai's heart pounded wildly, and a strong sense of unease shrouded her heart. Why is this happening? Why can he avoid ascension? If he stays in the first heaven and his strength increases to a terrifying degree before ascending to the second heaven, what will happen? Zhang Dai's scalp tingled. No, we must find a way. We cannot let Lu Yi continue to develop like this. Absolutely not. Chapter 170, Completely Crazy, Part 2. Lu Yi could break the rules of the 9 Heaven's great sage. It was even done openly. There was no sense of concealment in his actions. But Zhang Dai couldn't do that. All she could do was send some treasures from the second heaven to the first heaven, and even that was considered an incredible feat by the world. So Zhang Dai was suffering in vain, she truly had no way. The sense of crisis grew stronger. Zhang Dai was extremely agitated, feeling a lump in her throat. Why was Lu Yi always so abnormal? How could he be this abnormal? Was it because of that mysterious existence? The 8 of them all knew that Lu Yi had a mysterious friend. Sometimes he would talk to himself, asking Lu Yi questions. Lu Yi couldn't explain it clearly to them either, finally saying he had obtained a legacy. What kind of legacy it was unclear. At the end of the previous life, the changes in heaven and earth and the great Tao were truly terrifying. Beyond celestial venerable. Was that Lu Yi's legacy? However, when time flowed backward, they also heard that scream. That wasn't Lu Yi's scream, it was the scream of a strange voice, neither male nor female, of unknown gender. What to do? What to do? She found the four women again. Since learning about the vermilion bird's demise, the four women had all fallen into unprecedented confusion. The vermilion bird had fallen. They knew Lu Yi held hatred towards them, but they hadn't expected this hatred could drive Lu Yi to kill. That was the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird who had accompanied Lu Yi from the first heaven, watching him step by step towards becoming the strongest. Even if she was just a simple pet bird, after accompanying Lu Yi for so long, there should have been feelings, right? Moreover, the vermilion bird wasn't just a simple pet bird. She was his lover, his Tao companion. How could he kill her? Even if she made a mistake, you can't kill her. If he could kill the vermilion bird, he could kill them. Now they were completely opposed to each other. An opposition of life and death. Why did it turn out like this? The four women were all extremely distressed. Zhang Dai appeared in the heavenly prison. Let's go. Lu Yi is still in the first heaven and hasn't ascended. You can come out now, Zhang Dai said. He's still in the first heaven. Bai Chulin looked up. Yes, I don't know what method he used to evade the rules of the nine heavens great sage. Even though he completed his crossing tribulation, he's still staying in the first heaven. Damn it, Zhang Dai gnashed her teeth in hatred. So, you're letting us go? Bai Chulin asked. Sister Bai, Lu Yi has completely severed ties with us. Now we are enemies, do you understand? Zhang Dai asked. Bai Chulin shook her head. We are still master and disciple. Yes, yes, master and disciple. Then can you help me persuade Lu Yi to come here and die immediately? Bai Chulin. Xiao Dai, there's no need for you to target Lu Yi like this. If you choose to give up now and sincerely apologize to Lu Yi, he might forgive you. You've followed Lu Yi for a long time, and you know very well what happens when you become his enemy. Zhang Dai was extremely agitated. I don't need you to tell me. I don't believe he can stay in the first heaven forever, unless he massacres the entire first heaven and takes all the treasures and resources for cultivation. Otherwise, what realm can he cultivate to at most? True person realm, at most earth immortal realm. I don't believe I can't kill him. Since you are useless now, I'll find someone useful to Lu Yi. Lu Yi's friends in the second heaven, his friends from the previous life, his friends from the previous life, Du Tiansheng, and also Taoist Ji Yu Ming, and also, those who ascended from the great Tao sect. As Bai Chulin heard Zhang Dai list name after name, her scalp tingled. You're crazy. Bai Chulin couldn't believe it. If you treat those Lu Yi knows like this, even if they haven't met in this life, doing this is truly leading yourself down a path of no return. I'm already at a dead end. Zhang Dai roared. Yes, just do it. Unable to determine Lu Yi's realm for a long time, and with Lu Yi constantly cultivating, this sense of oppression was growing stronger for Zhang Dai every day. Even during her cultivation now, she was thinking about whether Lu Yi was advancing a realm a day, improving a realm a day. It was too terrifying. Act now. Zhang Dai locked the four people up again. At the final critical moment, she could use these four people to shield herself from harm. If Lu Yi had the ability, he could kill them all. The Zhang family, myriad ancient sect, and many affiliated forces began to act aggressively in the second heaven. Zhang Dai knew very well who Lu Yi had good relationships with. In the previous life, Lu Yi walked the guardian great Tao, protecting not only them but also others. Although in the end, many people died in battle. But they definitely held weight in Lu Yi's heart. After all, these people hadn't betrayed Lu Yi. The actions of the Zhang family caused turmoil in the second heaven, and some forces condemned the Zhang family. They didn't understand why many people who had never interacted with the Zhang family were being arrested. Some people were completely unrelated. The Zhang family directly arrested people based on a list. Great Tao sect. When Lu Changfeng received the news, his expression immediately changed. Has the Zhang family gone mad? How exactly did Lu Yi provoke you? He has never even been to the second heaven, yet you are targeting him like this. Lu Changfeng paced anxiously, holding a 1,000-mile stone, unsure whether he should tell Lu Yi. The Great Dao sect was strong in the first heaven and not weak in the second heaven, but that was compared to ordinary forces. Compared to old forces like the Jiang family, the gap was still too large. Perhaps with some time, the Great Dao sect could surpass them, but at least for now, it was not possible. Lu Changfeng kept pacing. Have Ji Changming come over? He was a bit indecisive about this matter. That brat Ji Changming had many ideas, so let him come and analyze it. Soon, Ji Changming arrived. The Jiang family in the second heaven, in alliance with the myriad ancient sect, is aggressively arresting the strong cultivators of the Great Dao sect and a series of other people. It's mostly targeting Lu Yi. Now, should we tell him about this? Lu Changfeng asked. Ah, didn't he already ascend? Ji Changming was a bit confused. No, he's been in the first heaven all along. I don't know how that brat offended the Jiang family in the second heaven. Isn't the Jiang family purely insane? They have no presence whatsoever in the first heaven, so Lu Yi can't even interact with them if he wanted to. Now they're trying to force Lu Yi to ascend, Lu Changfeng said. Ji Changming immediately understood. The sect leader was worried that telling Lu Yi would make things difficult for him and led him into a desperate situation. The sect leader was getting a bit muddled. Indeed, having a woman makes one's intelligence drop. It's not false at all. Sect leader, you're just worried and confused. Lu Yi's current cultivation is higher than both of ours, and he has never done anything reckless or impulsive. This matter arose because of Lu Yi, and we don't know what Lu Yi is thinking, so we should tell him. If he has the strength to save people, but we hide it from him, resulting in others dying because of him, wouldn't that make him feel guilty? Chapter 171 Ascension. Ji Changming announced. After Lu Changfeng got a woman, the Great Dao sect's top strategist was completely under his control. Lu Changfeng also understood immediately. He crushed the Qinli stone in his hand. Sect leader, what's wrong? Lu Yi's voice came from the Qinli stone. Lu Yi, I have something to tell you. After you hear it, you must not be impulsive. You must calm down before handling this matter, Lu Changfeng warned Lu Yi first. Lu Yi understood. Something big must have happened again, right? Okay, sect leader, please speak. In the second heaven, all the experts of our Great Dao sect, along with a group of people, were inexplicably captured by the Jiang family and the myriad ancient sect. I suspect this matter is aimed at you, but you absolutely must not be impulsive. If you have the strength, go rescue them. If you don't have the strength, don't bother with this matter. Cultivate properly. If they kill them, you will avenge them, and then return to kill them tenfold or 100-fold. If you are not strong enough but still act tough, then they will die, and you will also die. At that time, there won't even be anyone to avenge them, and that would be truly pathetic. Lu Yi listened quietly, not speaking. Lu Changfeng explained the matter clearly, analyzing the key points. Did you understand? Lu Yi's calm and steady voice sounded. Sect leader, I understand. Good that you understand, good that you understand. I will ascend immediately. Ascend immediately, huh? I just told you not to be impulsive, you. Don't worry, sect leader, I will kill them all. Lu Yi, Lu Yi. The transmission had been cut off. The Qinli stone turned into fine powder in Lu Yi's palm. Lu Yi looked up at the sky. Breakthrough. At this moment, the true person realm completely broke through the barrier. All the resources, at this moment, completely turned into fine powder. Just as Zhang Dai thought, the resources in the first heaven were indeed limited. Even if he didn't ascend and kept cultivating here, it would take an extremely long time to cultivate to the heavenly god realm. However, cultivating to the earth immortal realm was more than enough. Earth immortal, named after immortal, already possesses initial power of freedom, capable of traveling through the stars and connecting to the netherworld. Lu Yi waited for the appearance of a new type of poison. As a result, he waited for a while. And waited for a while longer. Lu Yi's brows furrowed slightly. There wasn't a new poison appearing. Was it because only 6 people poisoned him, or was it because those 2 poisons hadn't reached the trigger condition? Lu Yi estimated that the second possibility was greater. Okay, it's best if there's no poison. All the resources were completely absorbed by Lu Yi. Zhang Dai, wait for me. Wait for me to kill you. Zhang Dai's actions completely enraged Lu Yi. This time, it wasn't just a momentary rage. Thousands of rays of light descended. Lu Yi lifted his art of concealing heaven and Heavenly Dao illusion art. There was a pulling force, descending from the sky, wanting to pull Lu Yi to ascend. However, Lu Yi's body trembled slightly, and the pulling force, which was enough to force all great ascension cultivators to ascend, was directly shattered by him. No rush yet. At this moment, heaven and earth great Tao. 9 heavens Saint Tao. Such a powerful existence appeared in the first heaven. The rules set by the 9 heavens great sage were enraged. The 7-colored light dimmed, followed by surging tribulation clouds. The Saint Tao of the 9 heavens great sage connected with the heaven and earth great Tao, forming a divine punishment to punish this guy who didn't follow the rules. Lu Yi had a smile on his face. It's here. He really lacked this divine punishment to help him complete the 3rd tribulation of the 9 tribulation undying body. The power of divine punishment is much greater than that of heavenly tribulation. It can even reach the upper limit of the punished person's strength. The aura Lu Yi was currently displaying was that of Earth Immortal Realm 1st Heaven. As a result, the intensity of the first divine punishment directly reached the attack power of Earth Immortal Realm 3rd Heaven. In the silver-white lightning, a hint of golden luster had even begun to appear. Lu Yi's hands gently pulled, and the power of divine punishment was controlled within his hands, constantly rotating, a wisp at a time pouring into Lu Yi's body. Because of detoxifying and cultivating a wave of yin-yang Tao, it was indeed quite useful. The 2nd divine punishment descended. Lu Yi pulled again, likewise gathering it between his hands. The powerful divine punishment at this moment seemed to have transformed into nimble little fish, docile and at ease. The divine punishment became even more enraged. What does this mean? What does this mean? Looking down on the power of divine punishment. So the tribulation clouds began to expand mightily. Lu Yi's expression finally became a little serious, and the power of the 2 divine punishments was quickly absorbed. Boom! A terrifying divine punishment comparable to Earth Immortal 8th Heaven fiercely struck towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi drew his sword. Countless sword lights soared into the sky, rapidly colliding with the divine punishment lightning. The sword lights constantly shattered, and the divine punishment lightning was also constantly shattering. A huge suction force surged from within Lu Yi's body. The scattered tribulation power was quickly absorbed by him. The power of the 4th divine punishment soared to Earth Immortal 9th Heaven. It seems the Saint Tao was really angered by Lu Yi, and it has already been raised to its peak. Lu Yi estimated that if he passed it easily again, the divine punishment might dissipate. He might as well let the divine punishment strike him. Boom! Lu Yi's body was scorched black. He was still continuously absorbing the power of the tribulation lightning. Boom! 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 Every bolt of tribulation lightning had the power of the peak Earth Immortal Realm, determined to blast Lu Yi into pieces. Lu Yi didn't dodge or evade, constantly resisting with his body and Earth Immortal true essence. His body was struck so badly it was in tatters. It looked a miserable sight. However, Lu Yi remained calm. Pretending like this was enough to satisfy the Saint Tao. There was no need to pretend to be in pain. Until the last divine punishment descended, the lightning glow was already tinged with a faint golden color. Lu Yi threw a punch. The golden divine punishment paused, turning into a sky full of golden currents, which were quickly absorbed by Lu Yi. His physical body continuously roared. The destructive power contained within the divine punishment was converted into vitality, rapidly repairing Lu Yi's physical body. The tribulation clouds dispersed. An even more terrifying pulling force, dragging Lu Yi, rushed towards the 2nd heaven. Lu Yi did not resist. His figure continuously rose, ascending within the rays of light. Layer after layer of space was melted, and Lu Yi continuously traveled through space. The surroundings presented a chaotic appearance. From the 1st heaven to the 2nd heaven, the pulling force guided Lu Yi to the ascension pool. A large amount of mist was absorbed by Lu Yi immediately. Boom boom boom. The 3rd tribulation of the 9 tribulation undying body was completely completed. Around the ascension pool, one by one, experts with terrifying auras looked at Lu Yi in the mist. Lu Yi's face was exactly the same as the portrait distributed by the Zhang family. He seemed a little younger. But it didn't matter, it was definitely this person. Zhang Riying's expression was ecstatic. He had finally waited for him. I'll do it, he roared, already impatient to seize this immense merit. The reward offered by the family head would allow him to cultivate to the heavenly god realm in one go without any problem. So, Void Fist. Zhang Riying's punch, struck from a distance, and a large area of the void aided him at this moment. He felt it, with this punch, he truly unleashed unprecedented power. He was not far from the heavenly god realm. Chapter 172 Paving a Bloody Road. 4th update. Lu Yi looked at the void fist rushing towards him. He also knew this fist technique. Not to mention the basic void fist, he even knew the true primordial void fist. Lu Yi threw a punch. It was also the void fist. However, his void fist was not like Zhang Riying's, causing the void to tremble. When Lu Yi threw this punch, the void actually formed a shape like flowing water, a punch entirely composed of void, arriving in an instant. Boom! Not even a trace of Zhang Riying was left. The human emperor banner waved above Lu Yi's head. Lu Yi walked out of the ascension pool, looking at the figures around him, each emitting a powerful aura. There were several hundred people. The weakest were only in the Great Ascension stage. Did even Great Ascension stage cultivators dare to come and surround and kill him? Oh, that's right. The normal thinking was that Lu Yi had successfully crossed tribulation and was at most in the Great Ascension realm, so Great Ascension realm cultivators came to surround and kill him. Even if he didn't kill him, as long as he participated in the attack, he would still be rewarded by the Zhang family. Lu Yi killing an Earth Immortal Realm expert with a single punch, and a master among Earth Immortal Realm experts at that, truly startled everyone. Aren't you looking for me? Lu Yi spoke. We are looking for you. A myriad ancient sect experts spoke indifferently. Then why aren't you killing? Kill, kill. In an instant, all sorts of spells blasted towards Lu Yi. The Zhang family had ordered, no survivors. Lu Yi's body emitted a faint light, an undying aura permeated the air. He did not dodge or evade, allowing countless spells to bombard his body. After a round of spells, Lu Yi's smiling face emerged from the light. He was quite satisfied with the power of the 9 tribulation undying body. Looking at the unharmed Lu Yi, everyone's heart skipped a beat. It's my turn. One sword, a horizontal slash. The sword was like the light that cleaved the heavens and earth, splitting chaos into heaven and earth. Whoosh! A mournful sound of tearing through the air, like ghosts wailing and wolves howling. The sword energy surged, sweeping across the land. With one sword slash, Lu Yi followed closely behind. Everyone defended themselves, while others attacked simultaneously. Boom! A huge roar sounded. Large patches of blood mist exploded. The sword light either split people in half or shook them into blood mist. As the sword danced wildly, the soul-stirring sound of tearing through the air completely exploded among the crowd. One person, at this moment, erupted with boundless power. Not good, he's too strong, he's not someone we can fight. Seeing this, the cultivators on the periphery felt their scalps tingle and immediately ran away. Just as they turned around, the sound of tearing through the air rang out behind them. This sword light was completely different from ordinary sword light. Ordinary sword light was silent, arrived in an instant, and was extremely sharp. But this sword light now had a huge, soul-stirring sound. Although it was sword light, it could turn people into blood mist and shattered remains with its impact force. Whoever runs, dies. Those who didn't run could actually live a few more seconds. What a terrifying Earth Immortal realm. The aura of a heavenly god realm erupted from a young man. He held a long saber, wore black tight-fitting clothes, and his expression carried excitement. As expected of the number 1 on the Eternal Paragon ranking. Lu Yi reaching the top of the Eternal Paragon ranking was known throughout the 9 heavens. Countless young generations were waiting for Lu Yi to come up so they could defeat him. How many who walked the Taoist of invincibility had already made Lu Yi a target they must defeat. This Zhang Liyu was like this now. He was in the heavenly god realm, and Lu Yi was in the Earth Immortal realm. However, with such a strong Earth Immortal realm and the title of number 1 on the Eternal Paragon ranking, him killing him as a heavenly god realm cultivator was not considered bullying the weak. Boom! Zhang Liyu's figure disappeared. Clang! Saber and sword collided, sparks flew. The two faced each other and slashed, their eyes meeting. Clang, clang, clang. The next second, saber light and sword light swept out in all directions like a tornado. In an instant, the sound of countless collisions rang out. Those around suffered, but thankfully, most were already dead. Fast. Zhang Liyu used a fast saber. The saber was both fast and fierce, reaching the extreme of speed. Lu Yi also used a fast sword. Although swords were not as good at chopping and hacking as sabers, it didn't matter. As long as the stone sword didn't break. Fast, fast, fast. Lu Yi continuously increased his sword drawing speed, drawing thousands, tens of thousands of swords in a second. Zhang Liyu let out a roar. His arms suddenly spurted blood. PFF'd. One sword passed. The saber edge and sword blade rubbed against each other, bringing up countless sparks, and also blood. Lu Yi reached out, grabbed the human emperor banner, and swung it forcefully. Black mist rolled across the sky. Zhang Liyu's soul was immediately taken away, and his body was also split into two halves. Kill. Since you came, none of you can think of running away. Lu Yi's figure moved at high speed. The streaks of sword light not only pierced through people but also carved deep gashes into the ground. As soon as someone died, their soul was immediately taken away. Some people hadn't even died yet, but their souls were taken away while they were running. Their bodies were still running, but their souls had stopped. Soon, the world became quiet. Lu Yi immediately cleaned up the battlefield. Various storage rings were quickly opened. The necessary medicinal ingredients were melted on the spot using Suzaku fire, impurities were removed as quickly as possible, and he swallowed them in one gulp. From the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, Lu Yi looked towards a distant location. Fellow Taoist, we are not participating in the battle. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion cultivator's voice was a little stuttered. I know. There is a message you can spread. I will depart from this place and head directly to the Zhang family. If anyone wants to kill me, intercept me on the way. Really? The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion cultivator suddenly shivered. Lu Yi nodded. He took a step and headed towards where the Zhang family was located. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion cultivator knew that the second heaven was about to explode. Originally, they thought Lu Yi being targeted by the Zhang family and disappearing without a trace was a bit embarrassing. Although the Zhang family was indeed a major power with many experts, Lu Yi was just a small cultivator who had just crossed tribulation and ascended. But Lu Yi was the number one on the Eternal Paragon ranking. Even if you were weak and the Zhang family was strong, as the number one on the Eternal Paragon ranking, shouldn't you at least cause some commotion? Now, finally, he had caused a commotion. He wanted to walk openly and uprightly throughout the world. To kill towards the Zhang family, this behemoth. The route was public. Even if tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or millions besieged him, he was completely fearless. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion immediately spread this news. As expected, the second heaven exploded. Maps of the second heaven instantly sold out. From Heavenly God Realm down to Sprout Core Realm, there was no cultivator who wasn't paying attention to this earth-shattering event. Even infants waiting to be fed, upon hearing the name Lu Yi, would widen their eyes and listen carefully. Because they could also hear the kind of excitement these adults had when speaking this name. A massive number of cultivators rushed towards Lu Yi's location. Some were there to snipe and kill Lu Yi. Some were there to watch the excitement. The second heaven hadn't been this lively for a very, very long time. The number one on the Eternal Paragon ranking, truly worthy of being a guy who dared to write his name on it so audaciously. This was going to pierce through the entire second heaven. Zhang family. What was the reaction of the Zhang family and the myriad ancient sect? Chapter 173, Arousing the World Part 5. Zhang family. All the elder heard this news. Zhang Liyu has fallen. How is that possible? His split moon was so fast, how could he have fallen? I heard that Lu Yi's sword is even faster than his saber. Impossible. He is incredibly bold to make such a move, he's making an enemy of the entire second heaven. Zhang Dai sat in the main seat. He finally came out. He finally came out. Lu Yi hiding in the dark truly made her uneasy, like a bone stuck in her throat. Now he has finally come out. Zhang Liyu is dead, so be it. If he wants to kill, I'll let him kill to his heart's content. Issue my Zhang family void order, commanding the Void Empire to dispatch a large army to surround and suppress him. Cultivators across the land, whoever kills Lu Yi shall receive the Zhang family void legacy. Whoever kills Lu Yi may enter the Zhang family void treasury and choose 10 treasures at will. Whoever kills Lu Yi shall receive a void branch order, no matter which heaven. Whoever holds the void branch order will receive the Zhang family's full assistance. Inform the myriad ancient sect that the Zhang family has shown such sincerity, tell them to also go all out, otherwise, if they hesitate, their Taoist lineage will surely be destroyed by Lu Yi. This is a battle for the survival of our Taoist lineages. If Lu Yi lives, everyone will die. If Lu Yi dies, everyone will receive immense benefits, I guarantee it to all of you. Everyone, give it your all. Kill Lu Yi. Zhang Dai's voice was impassioned, carrying fierce fighting intent. At this moment, the silent, aged hearts of the elder also began to beat anew. The immense benefits Zhang Dai spoke of were absolutely not empty promises. Because 3 years ago, as soon as Zhang Dai became family head, she brought out a series of divine abilities and cultivation methods for the Zhang family. Every single one of those divine abilities and cultivation methods was incredibly precious. Many people in the Zhang family saw their strength surge because of this, which is why Zhang Dai's words carried such authority. When the myriad ancient sect heard this, wow, even the Zhang family, who had no personal feud with Lu Yi, was willing to pay such a huge price. Their Taoist lineage in the first heaven had already been destroyed, so they had to charge forward too. Thus, the myriad ancient sect also issued an order. Whoever kills Lu Yi can obtain the myriad ancient sect's eternal evergreen true scripture legacy. Whoever kills Lu Yi can obtain the myriad ancient token. Whoever kills Lu Yi can become a direct descendant of the myriad ancient sect. Whoever kills Lu Yi may enter the myriad ancient sect treasury and choose 10 treasures at will. It wasn't just the Zhang family and the myriad ancient sect making their stance known. There were also the Azure Heaven sect, Thousand Moon sect, Void dynasty, the top noble family Wang family, all making their stance known one after another. There was only one goal. That was to kill Lu Yi. All the cultivators in the second heaven went mad, and what was even more terrifying was that as long as Lu Yi was killed, all these rewards would stack. Many old monsters were awakened. Infinite greed erupted in their eyes. Some were nearing their lifespan limit, some had no hope of advancement, some suffered from incurable severe injuries. There were too many people like this. At this moment, all of them began to move. Kill Lu Yi. Some even worried they might arrive too late and Lu Yi's head would already have been taken. Lu Yi walked step by step towards the Zhang family. The stone sword hummed incessantly. It seemed to sense that a world-shaking battle was about to occur. It was incredibly excited. Ha ha ha, he's really here. With a burst of wild laughter, 7 people charged out in an instant. Their auras were unified, clearly cultivating the same lineage of cultivation method. With the 7 working together, they could kill an enemy even if they were one major realm higher than them. Lu Yi swung his sword. 7 streams of sword energy shot out simultaneously. Boom! The 7 people simultaneously turned into blood mist. The renowned 7-star eccentrics were instantly killed. He's here. With a long roar, at this moment, a full 100 people charged towards Lu Yi to kill him. Lu Yi held his sword, his figure turning into an afterimage, sword light weaving through, destroying everything in its path. Blocked with a weapon, the weapon shattered. Blocked with a divine ability, the divine ability shattered. Blocked with a physical body, the physical body shattered. After a storm of sword energy, the ground was covered in flesh and blood, Zook true fire burned, and the void solidified into pills. A large amount of spirit stones turned into dust. His momentum was increasing. Ha ha ha, this head is mine. The head fell to the ground. Kid, why are you so valuable? What secrets do you hold? If you tell me, perhaps I can spare your life. What greeted him was a beam of sword light. Supreme sword. Boom. A heavenly god realm expert was struck into blood mist, his nascent soul let out a wail, and immediately tried to escape. Dong. The nascent soul crashed into the void had unknowingly solidified. Lu Yi grabbed the nascent soul, burned it with Zook true fire for a moment, opened his mouth and swallowed it, refining it instantly. The human emperor banner gently waved. The storage ring fell into his hand. Boom. The ground lightly rumbled. Lu Yi looked forward and saw a sea of people. Countless soldiers, clad in armor, holding heavy shields at the front, formed a single entity. The entire army presented a unified aura. Lu Yi's steps quickened. The stone sword hummed incessantly, faintly glowing with a blood-red hue. One person charged towards the army of 10,000. In the sky, cultivators who saw this scene were incredibly shocked in their hearts. This scene. It was too beautiful. Boom. Lu Yi charged into the army, and all the heavy armored soldiers in front were sent flying back. Sword art of all beings. At this moment, a meat grinder appeared in the second heaven. Countless soldiers charged towards Lu Yi, their massive morale suppressing Lu Yi, suppressing his strength. Every soldier who came to attack erupted with strength far exceeding their own realm. But it wasn't enough. Blood mist permeated the air. The sword art of all beings kills all beings. Soldiers fell one by one, or rather, they didn't just fall, because their entire bodies turned into blood mist. Clusters of blood mist exploded. Lu Yi's figure rampaged through the army. Looking down from the sky, one could see a path of blood rapidly extending, reaching the end, then changing direction and continuing to extend. Lu Yi had no intention of breaking through at all. He wanted slaughter. Since they all came, he might as well kill to his heart's content. Everyone who wanted to kill him could come, let's see who would die by whose hand. Lu Yi was tireless. No need to defend. The grand formation stimulated the soldiers' bloodlust. Even though many soldiers had died, under the stimulation of slaughter, not a single soldier fled. An Earth Immortal Realm expert. Killing so many soldiers who possessed cultivation and were united by the grand formation would exhaust him to death. They simply refused to believe that Lu Yi's true essence would be inexhaustible. A large number of nascent souls shattered, surging into Lu Yi's body along with the blood mist. Lu Yi's eyes turned blood red. Just like when his mind was affected by the life-slaughtering lotus seed back then, his state at this moment was similar to that time. However, one time was passive, and one time was active. Now it was active. Kill, kill, kill. The human emperor banner soared into the sky. A large number of souls were collected within it. Tireless. Until, on the ground, besides Lu Yi, there was not a single living person standing. Only then did Lu Yi finally stop. The pungent smell of fresh blood spread for unknown kilometers. Fresh blood bloomed upon the earth, forming a vast and beautiful painting. One person lives, 10,000 die. This is just the beginning. Chapter 174, Gathering Strength, Part 1. Too terrifying. The Void Dynasty's Gloom Star army, as long as they were surrounded, could kill even Heavenly God Realm experts with various trapping formations and restrictions, but now they've been brutally slaughtered. How is his aura now? Has it weakened? No, it seems to have gotten stronger. What? We can't give him time to recover his true essence. He must be bluffing. A person's true essence can't be endless. Continue the encirclement and kill. Another group of cultivators arrived. All over the mountains and plains, in the sky and on the ground. Lu Yi charged forward with his sword. At this moment, the cultivation technique he had always considered a mere supplement began to play its role. This cultivation technique was called the true scripture of source devouring. Large amounts of weapons turned into dust, their sources devoured and converted into true essence. There was also a cultivation technique called demon scripture of infant refinement, shattering large numbers of nascent souls. And a cultivation technique called flesh and blood return to source, with blood mist from all directions converging towards Lu Yi. There was a divine ability called demon sea of baleful qi. There was a great Dao called the Dao of Slaughter. There was a great Dao called the Dao of Invincibility. Death became the main theme of the second heaven. Battle reports, like snowflakes, flew to various parts of the second heaven. Bloody battle on Touch Heaven Plateau, 3 Heavenly God Realm experts, 47 Earth Immortal Realm experts, and 219 True Person Realm experts fell. Sword-carrying Pavilion used the Supreme Nine Heavens sword formation to besiege the demon Lu Yi. Swords shattered, people died, and sword-carrying Pavilion suffered heavy losses. Great battle by Blackwood River, Divine Desolation sect set up the heaven-severing Great Formation. The formation was broken, people died, and blood dyed the Blackwood River red. Demon, this is a true demon. He also has the 10,000 soul banner. 9 Heavens Great Sage, the devil cultivators you wiped out have now reappeared. Execute the demon. Execute the demon. Execute the demon. This world was like this. Clearly, everyone came to actively kill you, but just because your counterattack was too brutal, you became a demon. Public opinion is a terrible force. Even if you weren't a demon, you would become one. Fortunately, in this life, it wasn't the Guardian Great Dao. If it were the Guardian Great Dao, Lu Yi would inevitably feel uncomfortable. In this cannibalistic cultivation world, one could only say that the Guardian Great Dao was too misleading. How good is it now? Cultivation of the Dao. These people were all stumbling blocks on his path to the Dao. By crushing these stumbling blocks, Lu Yi would not feel any psychological burden. The further he went, the more powerful experts there were. The ordinary weaklings who didn't know death was coming were finally terrified into submission and dared not advance further. Even if the rewards promised by the Zhang family and myriad ancient sect and many other forces were great, one still needed to be alive to claim them. Initially, they held the idea of exhausting Lu Yi until he was completely spent, hoping to perhaps pick up a kill. Isn't the so-called cultivation about striving? Thus, those who harbored the idea of picking up kills became the kills themselves. Someone was tallying the total number of people Lu Yi had killed so far. Unknowingly, this number had already reached 6 digits. Another large army arrived. This time, it was the Void Empire's strongest army. They set up a spirit-expelling great formation, turning the surrounding heaven and earth into a vacuum, where no spiritual energy existed. If there's no spiritual energy, how can you recover? Lu Yi arrived. His robes were clean and tidy. The scattered bloodstains merely adorned his clothes like plum blossoms, even carrying a fresh feeling. Were it not for his blood-red eyes, his monstrous aura, and the human emperor banner behind him constantly emitting black smoke with countless souls letting out silent roars. Perhaps, Lu Yi would look more like a young master traveling and enjoying the scenery. Lu Yi felt the surrounding spiritual energy disappear. And heard the other side's mockery. The specific content of the mockery was irrelevant. No one would argue with a dead person. Alright, if they were dead, Lu Yi would still care. He took a step forward. Who told you that I need spiritual energy to recover my strength? With you all here, where do I need even a shred of spiritual energy? Kill. A route, totaling 83,000 kilometers. Lu Yi had now traveled 20,000 kilometers, moving very quickly. Staying here, another group of powerful experts, like blood-sucking leeches, soon swarmed in. Many of them were elderly, nearing the end of their lives. They had reached the end of their cultivation and the end of their lives, hoping to defy fate and extend their lifespan through the favors of the Zhang family and myriad ancient sect. But even these knowledgeable and experienced elders, looking at the monstrous slaughter below, still felt their scalps tingle, and a deep chill surged into their souls. It had been a long time since a demon had appeared in the 9 heavens. Many people had cultivated, and the most brutal slaughter they had witnessed was the war between cultivators, but that was countless individuals fighting each other. And not like now, where all the killing came from one person. Beneath that single sword, heads rolled. Before that single fist, blood mist billowed. Within the human emperor banner, countless souls were rapidly hunting other souls. Black mist and blood mist intertwined, and severed flesh and limbs were scattered everywhere. Finally, even under the great formation, these soldiers, the weakest of whom were in the transcending tribulation realm, felt fear. The fear of death was like a large hand, tightly gripping their throats. Flee. After suffering 2/3 casualties, a rout finally occurred. It's our turn. Bursts of heavenly god realm aura erupted. The decaying aura was replaced by scorching vitality. One by one, the elders burned their last bit of life to achieve ultimate sublimation and return to their strongest moment. In this battle, either Lu Yi dies, or they die. Lu Yi didn't waste words either. He felt a slight pressure. An earth immortal at the first level facing such powerful heavenly god realm experts, many of whom were at the peak of the heavenly god realm, was truly formidable. In response, Lu Yi showed respect. Celestial Silkworm 9 transformations. In an instant, a terrifying aura shot straight into the 9 heavens. The baleful chi, at this moment, bloomed like a lotus. Earth Immortal 9th Heaven. Boom. Extreme speed, so fast that the figure couldn't be captured at all. Only long streaks of light could be seen, and bodies constantly fell from the sky, smashing one deep pit after another into the ground. Most people couldn't even leave behind a complete corpse. He killed another batch. Lu Yi continued forward. His momentum was constantly accumulating, like a flood behind a dam. The water level was continuously rising. Until, the earth shattered, and everything was destroyed. The news spread, and the world was shaken once again. Another batch of powerful experts died. Some of these experts were beings who had once been glorious in the second heaven. Now, they came out in their old age and were beaten to death. More and more people woke up, engraving the name Lu Yi into their hearts. Cannot be provoked, too terrifying. Latest news, Tuo Bayu is heading to kill Lu Yi with the treasured item, the Town Heaven Spear. Finally, a truly powerful expert has made a move. What a pity, it's truly a pity that we can't witness it with our own eyes. Heavenly God ranking 14th, Tuo Bayu, inherited from an emperor of the Spear Dao. Even as a rogue cultivator, he became the 14th strongest existence in the world, astonishingly brilliant. Latest news from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is preparing to use the Heavenly Secrets Divine Mirror to project Lu Yi's journey. Those who wish to watch can go to the Heavenly Secrets platform. Each person only needs 100 high-grade spirit stones to obtain viewing qualification. 100 high-grade spirit stones. So expensive. If you don't go, I will. The battle between top heavenly god realm experts is too rare. Let alone 100 high-grade spirit stones, even 1,000 or 10,000, I would want to see it. I suspect you're a shill, but I have no evidence. Chapter 175, List of Gods Part 2. In the second heaven. Anything that could be called a treasure there was absolutely on the level of an innate supreme treasure. The Jiànjī platform was bustling with people. A giant light screen slowly unfurled, like a mirror, and what appeared inside was precisely Lu Yi's figure. Many people were seeing Lu Yi's appearance for the first time. What they had seen before were only portraits. Now, looking at Lu Yi, they couldn't help but comment. Honestly, he's quite handsome. It's just that his killing intent is too strong. He walked step by step, his figure flickering, moving towards the Zhang family. It was as if he wasn't going to destroy a super family, but rather taking a leisurely stroll in the mountains and wilderness. He passed through a patch of forest. His tall figure held a golden long spear, its shaft covered in intricate patterns, emanating a supreme aura. They met. Everyone thought the two would converse for a while. After all, they were both powerhouses. But Lu Yi didn't say a word, his figure vanishing in an instant. Tuo Bayu's heaven-suppressing spear instantly thrust out, and between heaven and earth, it seemed only this one spear existed. Lu Yi's figure appeared in front of the heaven-suppressing spear, and was impaled by it. Tuo Bayu showed no joy, giving a slight tremor, and Lu Yi's figure turned into an illusion. The long spear swept horizontally, and a fierce wind surged. A strong wind blew through the mountain forest, uprooting many giant trees. Another Lu Yi appeared, and was shattered by the long spear as soon as he emerged. The third, the fourth, the fifth. Come out and fight fair and square if you dare. Tuo Bayu roared in anger. At this moment, countless spear shadows enveloped the space around him. The void trembled. Tuo Bayu's strength, combined with this heaven-suppressing spear, was indeed terrifying. However, he had encountered Lu Yi. The figures of Lu Yi that had just been shattered by the long spear appeared simultaneously. 6 Lu Yes, positioned in a hexagram, surrounded Tuo Bayu. An abstruse rune appeared under Tuo Bayu's feet. Tuo Bayu roared in anger, and the long spear fiercely struck the hexagram. Ding! The hexagram was pierced but began to rise into the air. Below the hexagram, 2 more Lu Yes appeared. Above Tuo Bayu's head, the 9th Lu Yi appeared. All 9 Lu Yes were illusory. The hexagram transformed, from a plane into a circle, enveloping Tuo Bayu's body. At that very moment, it solidified. Seeing this scene, Tuo Bayu's scalp instantly tingled. What kind of technique was this? Unparalleled. Tuo Bayu roared in anger. 9 extremes splitting heaven. The 9 Lu Yes attacked simultaneously. 9 rays of sword light burst out in an instant. Before the sword light even arrived, the terrifying sword intent had already pierced through Tuo Bayu's body. The sword light was like the moon. Bright and sharp. No. Tuo Bayu let out a heaven-shattering roar. He felt an extreme crisis, but it was already too late. Boom. The heaven-suppressing spear shattered 1 ray of sword light, shattered 2 rays of sword light, shattered 3 rays, but the 4th ray of sword light had already passed through his body. The 5th ray of sword light cut him into 2, the 6th ray of sword light shattered his nascent soul. Heavenly God ranking 14th. One big move, instantly wiped out. Lu Yi stretched out his palm, and the heaven-suppressing spear appeared in his hand. With the rhythm of wisps of light, the heaven-suppressing spear struggled frantically, but Lu Yi's palm had already left a deep imprint on the spear's shaft. Finally, the spear's shaft turned into dust. Lu Yi's true essence was replenished. Tuo Bayu was indeed very strong. If Lu Yi had used ordinary combat methods, he would probably have had to tangle with him for a while. So he simply used a big move. This big move was called 9 Extremes Splitting Heaven, the signature skill of the 9 Extremes Sword Sect in the 7th Heaven, or rather, an improved version of the 9 Extremes Sword Sect skill. Because the 9 Extremes Sword Sect was betrayed by Chu Ling, Lu Yi, to show his apology, promised to help the 9 Extremes Sword Sect improve a divine ability or cultivation method. After all, everyone was an ally, and it wasn't suitable to have too much of a falling out. Of course, it was also because Lu Yi was too strong. The divine ability he helped the 9 Extremes Sword Sect improve at that time was this 9 Extremes Splitting Heaven, because this move had great power but a very obvious flaw: the wind-up was too long. After improvement, it became what it is now. Although the skill's wind-up is still quite long, it has been improved a lot. Slaughtered. Outside the Jiànjī mirror, countless cultivators were stunned when they saw the scene of Tuoba Yu being cut into tofu dregs. That was Tuoba Yu. That was Heavenly God ranking 14th. That was the 14th strongest expert on the entire second heaven's Heavenly God ranking, and now he was annihilated with a single blow. Zhang family, this time, they've really gotten into big trouble. However, speaking of it again, an Earth Immortal Realm expert, whose combat power was so explosive, how did this Lu Yi manage to do it? Some people believed that Lu Yi must have overdrawn his potential to unleash this terrifying move, just to deter other strong individuals so he could recover his true essence and injuries. Thus, another round of killing ensued. In the Jiànjī mirror, it was clearly seen that Lu Yi's momentum was even fiercer, killing off every single enemy. Lu Yi even looked at them through the Jiànjī mirror. Just a single glance made countless watching cultivators feel as if their hearts had been fiercely struck, and even their souls trembled under that gaze. 40,000 li. Unconsciously, Lu Yi had already walked half the distance. Behind him, there were too many corpses, enough to fill the entire road. The major forces were already anxious. The strength Lu Yi had shown so far had no weaknesses. Whether it was defense, speed, strength, great Dao, divine sense, energy storage, recovery. Recovery my ass, up to now, he hasn't even been injured. Many people already felt that they had kicked an iron plate. Zhang Dai's face was solemn. Lu Yi's oppressive feeling was too strong. He was walking towards the Zhang family step by step. Even though they were still 40,000 kilometers apart, the terrifying pressure seemed to have already enveloped the entire Zhang family. Human wave tactics were completely useless against him. Tuoba Yu was also killed by his one move. Is this even a person? Family head, what should we do? Many elders looked at Zhang Dai. They initially couldn't understand why Zhang Dai was so aggressively targeting Lu Yi. Such a heaven's chosen, according to reason, should be someone the major families would try to win over. If they could tie him to the family's big ship through marriage, it might allow them to take off directly. But they were blinded by the benefits Zhang Dai offered, coupled with Zhang Dai's immense strength, which gave her the right to speak within the Zhang family. Invite all those in the top 20 of the Heavenly God ranking. Whatever they want, as long as the Zhang family has it, they can have it. Family head, this won't do. These people have huge appetites. If we say this, our Zhang family's foundation will be completely taken by them. Immediately, an elder objected. If Lu Yi comes to our Zhang family's heritage will be wiped out by then. What foundation will we have left? Zhang Dai said coldly. Our Zhang family has an unparalleled great formation. He definitely can't get in. Zhang Dai immediately started to laugh. Great formation. Lu Yi's formation mastery is unmatched in the world. The Zhang family's great formation is like a mere decoration to him. Facing Lu Yi, there is only one way: kill him with the strongest combat power. Contact them immediately. Chapter 176 Zhang Dai's Resentment Part 3. Zhang Dai walked out of the main hall alone. She clutched her chest, her heart pounding uncontrollably. She had never expected that becoming Lu Yi's enemy would bring such immense pressure. It was too terrifying. Before he even arrived, she felt like she couldn't breathe. Her heart was heavy with suppressed emotions. The Zhang family had already contacted other powerhouses on the Heavenly God ranking. Zhang Dai, on the other hand, went to the heavenly prison to see the four women. Lu Yi has come up. Zhang Dai said. The four women immediately looked up, their eyes almost simultaneously showing surprise, including Bai Chulin. He is now killing his way from the ascension pool towards the Zhang family, unhurriedly, yet he intends to cleanse the entire second heaven. Now, the number of cultivators who have died by his hand has reached hundreds of thousands. He can kill millions too. Why did you provoke him? Shangguan Wanling said. Zhang Dai's eyes widened. Didn't you provoke him? Did I poison him myself? We didn't provoke him after rebirth. Shangguan Wanling continued to be defiant. Zhang Dai was so angry she laughed. Damn it, why was she talking to such a fool? Actually, Zhang Dai, why did you harm Lu Yi? He was clearly good to you and never mistreated the Zhang family. Why? Bai Chulin asked, the doubt in her heart. This was also the question in everyone else's hearts. Lu Yi, it seemed, had done nothing wrong to Zhang Dai, right? Was it just pure ambition? Zhang Dai also laughed. You think I attacked him because he did something wrong to me? Zhang Dai asked. Otherwise, Chu Ling said. Shangguan Wanling was because she no longer loved him, so she was fooled for a bit and foolishly followed everyone else in poisoning him. Others told Shangguan Wanling that because of her lack of love, Lu Yi would abandon her sooner or later. The only reason he hadn't abandoned her now was because Lu Yi didn't want his guardian Great Dao to be incomplete, affecting his becoming a saint. And by Chulin, a disciple who betrayed her master, countless people mocked her for it. Yu Hongling was obsessed, unable to forget her deceased moonlight. Chuling also couldn't forget the deaths of her family, and was even more dissatisfied with her identity as a maid. Vermilion Bird believed that Lu Yi had deceived her, believing that Lu Yi was deliberately slaughtering the demon clan. What about Zhang Dai? Wrong, completely wrong. I didn't attack him because he did something wrong to me, but precisely because he was too good to me. You five are the loves of his heart, the ones he determined to protect in the first heaven, and me. To avoid a marriage alliance, I used a scheme to forcefully give myself to Lu Yi. Lu Yi had no love for me. To him, I was just a weak person he was protecting. I will never forget the look in his eyes when he looked at me. Pity, pity for a weak person. Helplessness, helplessness towards a shameless woman like me who offered herself. So, I want to become stronger. I don't want to be an appendage to anyone or any force. The Zhang family wanted to use me for a marriage alliance to win over the Wang family. Lu Yi only included me in his protection out of pity because I gave myself to him. He never loved me. And coincidentally, I don't need anyone to love me. I only need to become stronger, the strongest. That way, I will no longer be an appendage to anyone or any force. I can control my own life and no longer accept any restraints. So, Lu Yi doesn't need to have done anything wrong to me, because he simply doesn't love me. As long as I become stronger, everything I want will come. Zhang Dai seemed to be under too much pressure from Lu Yi, so she vented all the pent-up resentment in her heart. If Lu Yi heard this, he would definitely think this person was crazy. They weren't very close at the beginning, how could he fall in love with you at first sight? Didn't he fall in love later? Turns out she only remembered the beginning and not what came after. However, Lu Yi wouldn't be particularly angry, no other reason, he was used to it. How could he not love you? Lu Yi definitely loves you. If he didn't love you, how could he protect the Zhang family for you against the pressure of the whole world? Bai Chulin said. That is his Dao. His Dao is protection. If his guardian Great Dao wasn't like this, do you really think he would have done this for me? I am just a tool for him to strengthen his guardian Great Dao. The four women looked at Zhang Dai. Deep shock rose in their hearts. Why was this happening? Why did Zhang Dai think this way? Zhang Dai's face showed mockery. You don't need to look so shocked. Every single one of you, one by one, is no better than me. I at least know to become stronger, while you are constrained by ethics and morals. What white moonlight, bah, you've just been raised as canaries lamenting to yourselves. Now that Lu Yi has abandoned you, aren't you all crying out wanting to cling back to him? Upon hearing this, the women became enraged. Zhang Dai, however, was too lazy to listen to them babble. Having vented the frustration in her heart during this visit, she returned to the Zhang family main hall. How is it? Reporting to family head, Wang Kanghai is willing to act. Wang Kanghai, number 5 on the Heavenly God ranking, the top powerhouse of the Wang family. What does he want? The dragon vein. Zhang Dai's eyes turned cold. Good, agree to him. Family head, Shu Tianhe is willing to act. What does he want? To borrow the Zhang family's void scripture, for a look. Agree to him. Family head, Taoist Qinglian is willing to act. Family head, Venerable 100 Calamities is willing to act. Family head. One after another, names of renowned figures in the second heaven kept ringing out. Among the top 20 on the Heavenly God ranking, a full 9 were willing to act. The strongest among them was Shu Tianhe, number 3 on the Heavenly God ranking. If Zhang Dai was also willing to act, then half of the top 20 on the Heavenly God ranking would be participating. Yes, Zhang Dai is currently ranked first on the Heavenly God ranking. With such a position, it was no wonder the Zhang family listened to her every word. Considering Zhang Dai's age and current strength, the Zhang family couldn't even imagine how far Zhang Dai would go. However, Zhang Dai was not prepared to act. She wanted to be the last, she wanted to be the trump card, she wanted Lu Yi to feel what despair was. All conditions were agreed to. 9 powerhouses at the peak of the Heavenly God realm, each with earth-shattering combat power, converged towards one location. The movements of these powerhouses once again excited everyone in the second heaven. Heavenly God ranking powerhouses, all of them were heavenly God ranking powerhouses. A truly brutal slaughter was about to begin under the watchful eyes of the public. Lu Yi continued to move forward. The human emperor banner behind him kept trembling. Every violent tremor brought forth rolling black mist, and sharp screams echoed. Lu Yi glanced at the human emperor banner, this ghostly commotion. Is it overeating? Chapter 177. Even more terrifying, 4th update. Indeed, it was stuffed. Even after Lu Yi's refinement, the human emperor banner was only at the level of a heavenly spiritual treasure. Although it has now been promoted to a postnatal supreme treasure. But it's not enough, far from it. What kind of souls did the demon emperor absorb with the 10,000 soul banner originally? Weak demons, weak humans. It can be said that the joining Dao realm souls inside were so few it was appalling. The 10,000 soul banner was starving. It's just that there are fewer of its kind now, otherwise, if it met other 10,000 soul banners, they would definitely laugh it to death, because what kind of stuff was it eating? However, the situation is different now. It transformed from the 10,000 soul banner into the human emperor banner. Ever since this name was changed, it felt like its destiny had been rewritten. It was initially a heavenly spiritual treasure, and then a large number of souls were sent into it. Joining Dao, crossing tribulation, loose immortal, regardless of strength, they were all sent in. For the first time, the human emperor banner truly, for the first time in its life, ate so satisfyingly, even feeling full. After digesting for a period of time, it followed its master to the second heaven. Good heavens, it was incredible. Master is crazy. It's just a heavenly spiritual treasure, yet Master is using it like an innate supreme treasure. No, even an innate supreme treasure can't be used so violently. What great ascension realm souls, true person realm souls, earth immortal souls, heavenly God souls. How could it possibly be worthy of having even heavenly God souls join? Immediately after it was promoted to a postnatal supreme treasure, the 10,000 soul banner still thought it could last a little longer. It thought too much. It really thought too much. Hundreds of thousands of strong souls. It scared the banner to death. It wants to upgrade, it wants to upgrade. To upgrade further, it needs 8 main souls. After having 8 main souls, its power will increase further. However, the main souls cannot be chosen lightly, they must be chosen carefully. It is currently only relatively satisfied with 1 soul, the one who uses a spear. It doesn't know what the name is either. There are 7 more, where to go? 9 figures appeared from all directions at this moment, surrounding Lu Yi in the center. The human emperor banner was stunned. 1, 2, 3, 4, 9. Just now it was having a headache about not having enough, but now 9 appeared at once. These 9 all seemed to be suitable for being main souls. Lu Yi stopped in his tracks. Lu Yi knew these people. Some of them even had a nodding acquaintance with Lu Yi. However, that was all from his previous life. Lu Yi's mood fluctuated slightly, his voice was cold. You shouldn't have come. Why? Shu Tianhe asked with a smile on his face and a relaxed demeanor. You will die. Lu Yi's tone was as if stating a fact, they really would die. Ha ha ha. 100 Tribulation true person burst into laughter, his laughter rough and unrestrained. 9 heavenly God ranking powerhouses, jointly besieging and killing 1 person, this is something that has never happened since the heavenly God ranking was established. You are probably unaware of the significance of the heavenly God ranking, are you? 9 people killing you alone, you don't have any chance of survival, you are bound to die. The aura of the 9 people had already been brewing. The killing move was ready to erupt at any time. Lu Yi sighed softly. This was a sigh of pity for the passing of acquaintances. And also, celestial venerable fist. Boom. A fist shadow drifted lightly towards 100 Tribulation true person. Wherever it passed, countless cracks appeared in space. Although the cracks were small, they were enough to represent the power of this punch. Not good. Wang Kanghai's expression changed drastically, he pointed a finger at the fist print. Boom. Wang Kanghai's finger light shattered. A sword light struck the fist print, and the sword light shattered. 100 Tribulation true person let out a heaven-shaking roar. 100 Tribulations undying. His body, at this moment, appeared with countless runes, which were jointly applied to his body. 100 Tribulation true person's fists carried thunder, and his body was surrounded by violent thunder. He used all his strength to smash towards Lu Yi's fist print. Boom. The thunder light exploded. The runes collapsed. Blood spurted out. One strike, instant kill. This is the Celestial Venerable Fist. No matter how many methods and techniques you have, I will break them with one punch. Nothing can block it, nothing cannot be broken. This punch startled the other 8 people. Limitless Celestial Venerable. Is this still a human? Someone immediately regretted it. If he had known this guy was so strong, he would never have come over. Go together. 7 figures rushed over, 1 figure quickly retreated. What the heck, he's not fighting anymore, whoever wants to fight can fight, it's too scary. Lu Yi held his sword and met the 7 powerhouses. Boom. In an instant, an infinite energy storm exploded. However, in a moment, Lu Yi had already fallen into a disadvantage, truly fallen into a disadvantage. Since his rebirth, this was the first time Lu Yi had fallen into a disadvantage. Therefore, based on the Celestial Silkworm 9 transformations, again, the violent energy storm suddenly collapsed at this moment, and Lu Yi violently absorbed half of it. Blood appeared on his body, his nascent soul physique surged, and even cracks appeared. But it doesn't matter. Heavenly God First Level. When Lu Yi reached the level of Heavenly God First Level, 3 Lu Yes stepped out. All of them were at Heavenly God First Level. 3 Celestial Venerable Fists, 1 Supreme Sword. Boom boom boom. Shattered. 2 powerhouses were instantly blasted into pieces, 1 figure was almost split in half. Shu Tianhe vomited blood wildly, even his internal organs were vomited out, his body cracked like porcelain, and he smashed onto the ground, carving out a long and deep gully. He withstood a blow from the Celestial Venerable Fist. He did not die on the spot, but his aura had already weakened to the extreme. It was difficult for him to even crawl. However, being able to withstand a blow from the Celestial Venerable Fist and not perish was a testament to his strength. In the blink of an eye, out of the 9 powerhouses, only 3 still had combat power. The 4 Lu Yes looked over. I surrender, don't kill me, I'm willing to surrender. The remaining 3 were scared out of their wits. What the hell, why is he so terrifying? He clearly used an explosive secret technique, and yet he forcibly unleashed another one on top of the first one. What kind of monstrous pervert is this? Eternal Paragon ranking first, is this the Eternal Paragon ranking first? With Lu Yi, there were usually no such words as surrender. Especially in this life. You came to kill me, would I let you go if you surrendered? Obviously not. Now that you surrender, it is naturally impossible to be let go. The 3 Lu Yes rushed over. Meanwhile, Lu Yi's main body came before Shu Tianhe. Shu Tianhe's chest was heaving violently, and he was breathing more out than in. His eyes were wide, still shocked by the scene he saw. What the hell is going on? Why is this happening? Why is this happening? In his previous life, Lu Yi and Shu Tianhe had fought side by side. Go, the 8 Desolations sect will not be destroyed, Lu Yi said. Shu Tianhe's eyes widened even more. The meaning of this sentence is, Lu Yi will still settle accounts. A sword lightly sliced through, and Shu Tianhe's body was separated. His nascent soul was simultaneously torn apart by the sword chi. How could the other 3 survive in the hands of Lu Yi, who possessed the strength of Heavenly God First Level? 9 great powerhouses came together. In the blink of an eye, 8 died and 1 escaped. Chapter 178 The World is Shocked Part 5. Silence. Deathly silence. On the Jiànjī platform, countless cultivators stared blankly, their figures frozen, gazing fixedly at the scene. At this moment, even the sound of breathing stopped. Dead. Dead. All dead. Among the experts on the Heavenly God ranking, 9 experts, 8 died in one breath, leaving only 1 because he ran fast enough. Eternal Paragon ranking first. This is the Eternal Paragon ranking first. The thoughts of the many cultivators were so shaken that they stopped functioning. In the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, the Pavilion Master's hand manipulating the Jiànjī mirror trembled violently, causing the image within the Jiànjī mirror to shake and blur, almost cutting off. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion exists in various heavens and earth, having witnessed countless heavens chosen and countless experts. But throughout history, almost no one has been able to bring such immense shock. Too strong. Too terrifying. The methods are too monstrous. That secret technique that rushed from Earth Immortal First Heaven to 9 heavens in one breath. That fierce, fire-like sword chi. That secret skill that forcibly exploded a second time. That step that produced 3 figures with the same combat power. That punch that cannot be described with words. Pass on my order, the spirit stones obtained from using the Jiànjī mirror this time. No, all spirit stones obtained from any news about Lu Yi. Prepare double the amount, and when this battle ends, I will immediately go and give them to him. The pavilion master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, Li Beizi, said loudly. Cannot provoke, absolutely cannot provoke. Do not have any thoughts of provoking this guy. This guy is a demon, a monstrous talent, a pervert. The entire second heaven seemed to have been paused at this moment. Everyone who saw this scene of Lu Yi fighting was plunged into deep shock. And, deep fear. The Wang family, at this moment, completely exploded into chaos. Wang Kanghai has fallen, enough to cause the Wang family immense loss. And listening to Lu Yi's words, he not only wants to kill his way to the Zhang family, but after destroying the Zhang family, he also wants to settle accounts. This person is simply insane. What does it mean for him to openly say he wants to settle accounts? This is completely forcing people onto a path of no return, not leaving them any chance of survival. What to do? What to do? Ask for help from above, must ask for help from above. It's all the Zhang family's fault. The myriad ancient sect, the sect master of the myriad ancient sect was almost driven mad with rage at this moment. The entire main hall was shattered by him. Clearly, in the first heaven, the myriad ancient sect and this Lu Yi were already coexisting peacefully, but the Zhang family incited us to go and kill him again. And the result, the myriad ancient sect in the first heaven was annihilated. Now he has come to the second heaven, and they want us to target this Lu Yi again. Who is he? The eternal paragon ranking first. Exceeding a group of great emperors, celestial venerables, and even saints in their youth, is such a monstrous talent someone our myriad ancient sect can provoke. Damn it, Zhang Dai, she's infuriating me to death. How can there be such a stupid, ignorant, and malicious woman like Zhang Dai in the world? She is trying to drag the entire second heaven down with her to be buried. Ask for help from above. The survival or destruction of the myriad ancient sect in the second heaven is already imminent. Quickly ask for help. The reactions from all sides were similar. The Zhang family was already in extreme panic. Zhang Dai, oh Zhang Dai, what kind of enemy have you provoked for the Zhang family? Too terrifying, in the entire second heaven, who else can stop this terrifying guy? Zhang Dai's face also turned pale. Too terrifying. She knew Lu Yi had very many methods, but his cultivation realm was there. Even with more heaven-reaching methods, how much could he unleash? As a result, what he unleashed was far more than she had imagined. Don't panic, it's not over yet, I still have a way. Zhang Dai shouted loudly. PFF'd. A large mouthful of fresh blood spurted from Lu Yi's mouth. His expression remained stern, but a faint trace of fatigue appeared between his brows. The methods he unleashed just now were indeed powerful enough, but they also brought him a very heavy burden. It doesn't matter. Lu Yi collected the souls and the storage rings. He took a step, continuing to walk towards the Zhang family. 83,000 kilometers. The road ahead should be a bit smoother. The human emperor banner's black mist was extremely dense. All 8 main souls were confirmed. It has started another upgrade. This thing is like this, as long as it collects enough souls, it can keep upgrading, without even needing to change the material of the banner. Above Lu Yi's head, without him noticing, dark clouds had already appeared. His aura became more and more terrifying. With every step he took, he was cultivating his momentum. Every person he killed was cultivating his momentum. 1 step, 1 kilometer. 83,000 steps. Hundreds of thousands of living beings. Many experts. All became Lu Yi's momentum, so much so that the sky was filled with black clouds, following above his head, like a demon god descending upon the world. The human emperor banner shuttled through the black clouds, massive amounts of souls faintly visible within the black clouds. At this moment, finally, no one dared to come and stop Lu Yi's steps anymore. Wherever he passed, encountered a sect, the sect migrated. Encountered a city, the city was emptied. Even when encountering a town, the people in the town ran to a very far distance. They looked up at the rolling black clouds, watching the souls with distorted faces constantly appearing within the black clouds. Trembling with fear, the black clouds grew larger. 1 step, 1 step, 1 step. Finally, Lu Yi's figure arrived at the Zhang family city. Behind the Zhang family city was the true location of the Zhang family. Above the city, rows of people, holding large sabers. Under the large sabers, figures were sealed and bound on the execution platforms. The large sabers could fall at any moment. Lu Yi recognized every figure on the execution platforms. They were all his friends, his sect members, and his comrades from his previous life. Lu Yi. A loud shout. It wasn't Zhang Dai, but an expert from the Zhang family, Zhang Talon, who was ranked 9th on the Heavenly God ranking. Lu Yi stopped his steps. You recognize these people, right? Zhang Talon said loudly. The sealed crowd looked at Lu Yi, unable to help but curse inwardly. Recognize a fart. Who the hell has seen this person? They were simply utterly unlucky. Retreat immediately, dispel your momentum, otherwise, all these people will die. Zhang Talon said loudly. Black clouds enveloped the entire city. Heaven and earth became incomparably dim. Lu Yi watched this scene with calm eyes. Retreat. Things have come to this, where is there any talk of retreat? Lu Yi did not reply, he took a step forward. Ah! It was at this moment that all the souls within the black clouds let out earth-shattering screams. The sound was so immense that the void was distorting. The entire city shattered one after another amidst the screams of the souls. 4 Lu Yes moved simultaneously. PFFT PFFT PFFT. Large numbers of heads rolled down. The human emperor banner, which had transformed into a congenital treasure, unleashed its full power at this moment. Yin souls filled the entire city. City slaughter. Chapter 179 Reprint Update 1. Death became the main theme between heaven and earth. This time, everyone in the second heaven once again refreshed their understanding of demons. Within the city, flames soared into the sky, and ghosts ran rampant. The screams, which had been continuous at first, gradually fell silent. This city, within a very short period, fell into dead silence. Lu Yi returned to the city wall again. Some people had fallen. Some people were still alive. Sword light illuminated, simultaneously slashing towards the living people. Many people closed their eyes, waiting for death to descend. This matter, from when it started happening until now, felt utterly inexplicable to this group of people. The people from Great Dao sect knew a little, knowing that Lu Yi was a disciple of the Great Dao sect when he was in the first heaven, but the other people truly didn't know where they had met Lu Yi. Now it was good, this demon head had gone mad with killing. They didn't die at the hands of the Zhang family, but died at the hands of this demon head. Ding ding ding. The seal was broken. Lu Yi glanced at them. He already knew deeply that the friendship from the previous life had no possibility of continuing in this life. But fortunately, he had already possessed it. Lu Yi turned around. Lu Yi. Someone spoke. Lu Yi did not turn back, his figure just paused for a moment. You are not a demon. You are not wrong. Even if the whole world is killing you, the one who is wrong is not you. Lu Yi smiled lightly. The nurturing by the Great Dao sect was quite good, putting aside other things, their values were quite upright. But it hasn't ended yet. Lu Yi definitely wouldn't be wrong. But whether he was a demon, that was uncertain. Dark clouds rolled, following Lu Yi forward, and behind the city, mountains rose from the ground, the ranges like dragons, hidden within the clouds and mist. And pavilions and terraces were nestled within these surrounding mountains, as if being worshipped by myriad peaks. 2 giant ancient seal characters were branded on the central mountain peak, Zhang Mansion. The Zhang family's grand formation had been activated, borrowing power from the myriad mountains to form a supreme formation, named the Mountain and Sea Void Formation. The dark clouds covered the entire Zhang family. The Zhang family was enveloped in darkness. Countless eyes stared at them, as if they would pounce at any moment and tear them to shreds. A monstrous momentum, covering the Zhang family. The entire Zhang family, at this moment, was completely enveloped in boundless fear. They requested aid from the third heaven, but only received a treasure. That treasure was called the Void Shuttle, and the third heaven told them that if the situation became irreversible, they could use the Void Shuttle to escape. The rules set by the 9 heavens great sage were not something everyone could violate. As a result, the Zhang family at this moment was filled with despair. Lu Yi stared at the Zhang family. The mountain and river void formation, he was not unfamiliar with it, and had even helped the Zhang family improve it. Therefore, the mountain and river void formation at this time was like nothing to him. Zhang Dai, wearing a black battle skirt, appeared. She had bright eyes and white teeth, skin like snow, captivating beauty. The black battle skirt outlined her curvaceous figure, and she exuded the aura of a superior, truly like a high mountain flower, a black rose. Husband, long time no see. Zhang Dai spoke, her first sentence causing everyone to be stunned. Husband. This Lu Yi was Zhang Dai's husband. Were the two Dao companions? How could that be? Wasn't this Lu Yi just ascended? Wasn't Zhang Dai always a person of the second heaven? How did the two become Dao companions? The many cultivators in front of the Jiànjī mirror were bewildered, and the people of the Zhang family were even more bewildered. No, there was more than one elder who previously thought that a super heavens chosen like Lu Yi should be bound through marriage. As it turned out, Zhang Dai was Lu Yi's Dao companion. A perfectly good Dao companion, why did it develop into this state? If there had been no hostility, wouldn't the Zhang family, having a son-in-law like Lu Yi, take off immediately? What was this Zhang Dai thinking? Lu Yi's aura around him had completely condensed, and he raised his fist. Since they had already become enemies, speaking of being husband was truly annoying. However, Zhang Dai was still so confident at this point, which also slightly piqued Lu Yi's interest. Let me see your methods. Zhang Dai's expression was solemn, but she still smiled brightly. Naturally, I won't disappoint husband. At this moment, Zhang Dai's body erupted with the aura of the celestial silkworm 9 transformations. Her inherent strength of heavenly god realm 9th level, at this moment, broke through its shackles. The aura belonging to destiny bloomed on Zhang Dai's body. She had risen from the heavenly god realm to the Tianming realm. Knowing destiny, touching karma, defying destiny, glimpsing Chongsheng. It was normal for Zhang Dai to know the celestial silkworm 9 transformations. After all, it was a foolproof explosive secret technique, even Shangguan Wanling could learn it. But with her first strike, it immediately caused Lu Yi to narrow his eyes slightly. There's such a thing. Celestial Venerable Fist. Zhang Dai shouted loudly. Dao, the exact same Dao, fist, the exact same fist. This Celestial Venerable Fist was definitely not like Shangguan Wanling's, a Celestial Venerable Fist that was only in name, gilded on the outside but rotten within. It was truly the supreme method Lu Yi had comprehended in the Celestial Venerable realm, the Celestial Venerable Fist. That aura, that great Dao, that true essence circulation, were all identical to Lu Yi's. The only difference between the two at this moment seemed to be their realm. Lu Yi understood. No wonder Zhang Dai was so arrogant, so this was her confidence. She seemed to have replicated many of his things through special methods, even the Celestial Venerable Fist had been replicated by her, so it was acceptable for her to be this arrogant. Boom! 2 Celestial Venerable Fists collided heavily in the void. A heaven-shaking roar. A huge crack appeared in the void, quickly absorbing the rampant and violent power to avoid causing greater impact on this world. Lu Yi's fist imprint was instantly shattered. Zhang Dai's fist imprint was extremely dim, but it still smashed towards Lu Yi. Without seeing Lu Yi strike, the dim fist imprint exploded in front of him. How is that possible? Zhang Dai was greatly shocked. Her current strength realm was 2 major realms higher than Lu Yi's. Yet her supreme and rigid Celestial Venerable Fist nearly perished along with Lu Yi's Celestial Venerable Fist. A difference of 2 major realms in strength. I don't believe it. Zhang Dai's figure turned into a streak of light, charging towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi also charged forward. Boom! Fists collided, and at the same time, the stone sword clashed with a silver-white longsword. Transcendent Fist. Transcendent Fist. Transcendent Supreme Sword. Transcendent Supreme Sword. Identical combat skills. Without any difference, the monstrous momentum aided Lu Yi's own body, allowing him to directly contend with the Tianming realm Zhang Dai. 9 heaven steps. 9 heaven steps. Their figures shuttled through the void, disappearing and reappearing in an instant. The two rushed into the mountains. Heaven and earth turned upside down. Mountains collapsed, the ground shook. Fight, fight, fight. Lu Yi felt that this battle was him fighting against himself. Zhang Dai was his avatar, an identical version of him. She had truly learned a lot from him. Seeing that Zhang Dai was actually suppressing Lu Yi, for a moment, the entire second heaven seemed to be celebrating like a festival. Heavenly God ranking number 1, truly worthy of being Heavenly God ranking number 1. Although the Heavenly God ranking was just a list set up by the second heaven itself and didn't have much value. But being able to become number 1, 9 out of 10 times meant they were the strongest in the second heaven. Now it seemed, Zhang Dai was number 1, truly deserved. Chapter 180, Fierce Battle Part 2. It should be the problem with the yin-yang devouring Gu. The yin-yang devouring Gu acted up when he was crossing tribulation to become a saint. At that time, he was undergoing the eternal Great Tribulation, facing the strongest heavens chosen throughout history. Lu Yi naturally had to go all out. So all sorts of methods were used, and each method was the most terrifying move, pushing his combat methods to the highest level. Because the opponent wouldn't fight with you friendly, first sparring with each other, and then using ultimate moves later. This was the method Zhang Dai considered invincible. Boom! The battle between the two made everyone feel dazzled. Various divine abilities that cultivators found difficult to understand, or even impossible to learn in their entire lives, were used casually. Husband, are you feeling a bit despairing? Zhang Dai felt Lu Yi's momentum, which had come with great power, start to weaken. Lu Yi had already begun to fall into a disadvantage. Zhang Dai's eyes were filled with ecstasy and madness. She actually defeated Lu Yi. She really could defeat him. As long as she killed Lu Yi, from now on, in the 9 heavens, only she would possess so many Dao. She would become the new 9 lives celestial venerable, she would be invincible in the world, and she would attain the Dao and become a saint. Zhang Dai's aura became increasingly terrifying. The foundation of all this was Lu Yi's death. Die. Boom. With another celestial venerable fist, Lu Yi's body was instantly sent flying, and his momentum was almost broken by this punch. PFF'd. Lu Yi spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. When Lu Yi spat out this mouthful of fresh blood, everyone in the second heaven became even more excited. This demon was finally going to be defeated. It was too difficult. If Zhang Dai failed again, darkness would definitely envelop the entire second heaven. If this demon really started to settle accounts, who knows how many cultivators would become the nourishment for his 10,000 soul banner. Lu Yi suddenly waved the human emperor banner. At this moment, the 10,000 soul refining heaven great array instantly formed, enveloping Zhang Dai within it. Zhang Dai couldn't help but laugh loudly. Such a weak 10,000 soul banner, and you still dare to try and stop me. Husband, you've really lost your mind. Boom. A large number of yin souls let out mournful wails. Zhang Dai used the primordial undefiled Dharma body. Even the 10,000 soul refining heaven couldn't break through such a Dharma body. Instead, with Zhang Dai's continuous sword strikes, a large number of yin souls were shattered. All the souls were twisting. The shrill screams formed a monstrous wave, transforming into a terrifying magnetic field, launching the fiercest attack on Zhang Dai's divine soul. However, it was clear that this attack could only hinder Zhang Dai for a moment and couldn't harm her in the slightest. In her previous life, she was a great emperor, with a firm Dao heart. Now, she possessed even more monstrous divine abilities and supreme scriptures. A mere weak 10,000 soul banner could at most delay her for a moment. The black mist dissipated. Zhang Dai's face carried arrogance. This was her strength. Even the 10,000 soul banner, which made countless cultivators tremble in fear, found it difficult to resist her attacks. Then, she saw 4 Lu Yes. 4 Lu Yes at the heavenly god realm 5th level, with ferocious blood-colored 4 spirits of heaven phantoms floating behind them. The auras of the 4 Lu Yes were distinctly different, yet they strangely merged together. The 4 spirits of heaven possessed the supreme power to dissolve chaos and create heaven and earth. The prerequisite was that the 4 spirits had to be gathered together. Now, these were just phantoms, so naturally they didn't have 2 formidable attributes, but to deal with one Zhang Dai. The arrogance on Zhang Dai's face froze, and she let out a cry of surprise. What kind of ghost skill is this? Why wasn't this skill copied by the mother Jiyu? The 4 Lu Yes simultaneously raised their fists. Zhang Dai suddenly let out a sharp cry, and just like Lu Yi, she also used the method of borrowing heaven. Her aura increased once again. This secret technique was very painful, causing Zhang Dai to furrow her brows. Her figure began to grow larger, and 2 more arms grew out. All 4 fists were storing power for the celestial venerable fist. Boom! All 8 fists were unleashed. The void was torn open this time, creating a large hole, and an energy storm infinitely stronger than the previous collision raged. Zhang Dai vomited blood heavily from her mouth. The black way of annihilation attached itself to her body, forcibly pulling her realm back. Way of annihilation. When did Lu Yi possess the way of annihilation? She didn't know this either. Zhang Dai was unwilling. She was someone who understood Lu Yi extremely well, she knew all of Lu Yi's various methods. But where did he obtain this new method? The 4 spirits phantoms transformed into 4 powerful beams of light. They simultaneously blasted towards Zhang Dai. The 4 Lu Yes merged into one, and the stone sword was raised high. primordial morning mist attached itself to the blade. Boom boom boom. The four spirits' power generated a violent explosion, blasting Jiànjī's body until it was charred and collapsing. Blood mist surged around Jiànjī's body, and the celestial devil blood transformation divine escape was unleashed. The sword light flashed instantly. Boom. The blood light fled rapidly towards the Jiang family. The massive sword light still struck Jiànjī's body. Jiànjī used a defensive divine ability, but she was still nearly cut in half by the sword light. The most crucial point was that the primordial morning mist was attached to Jiànjī's body. Ah! Ah ah ah! Within the blood light, an extremely shrill scream resounded. Jiànjī's tattered body rushed into the Jiang family formation. Lu Yi didn't stop for a moment and charged towards the formation. The last black cloud in the sky was pulled. It formed a pitch-black beam of light, which fiercely blasted towards the mountain sea void array. Chapter 181 The Great Pursuit Part 3. Pain. Too painful. The pain brought by the primordial morning mist, even just a wisp, caused Jiànjī to be in so much agony that she couldn't control her thoughts. Defeated. Still defeated. The divine ability Lu Yi displayed this time completely exceeded everyone's understanding. Four identical Lu Yes appeared simultaneously. Simultaneously summoning the four spirits of heaven. Simultaneously unleashing that punch powerful to the extreme. Simultaneously raising his realm again and again, exploding it again and again. The various secret techniques were truly terrifying. The hope that had just risen was directly extinguished by Lu Yi in a decisive and cruel manner. The black beam of light caused the Jiang family's great formation to tremble violently, the huge sound spreading unknown distances, and Lu Yi's figure took a step, merging into the great formation. At this moment, the entire Jiang family quickly contracted, all clansmen and all buildings shrinking together into the void shuttle. The void fluctuated. The void shuttle merged into the void. The great formation also, at this moment, completely shattered with the final colossal roar. The once glorious Jiang family had now turned into ruins. Quick, quick, quick. The Jiang family elders roared. The void shuttle continuously shuttled through the void, its speed incredibly fast. This treasure was passed down from the third heaven, belonging to a Taoist treasure above supreme treasures. Escape. Flee for your lives. Jiànjī's shrill screams still echoed incessantly. That kind of scream was simply not something a human could make. It was even impossible to imagine how much pain it would take to let out such heart-rending screams. The Jiang family members felt extremely distressed, clenching their fists. It was just that they lacked strength. If they had enough strength, they would definitely make this damned Lu Yi endure thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of times the pain. If this hatred is not avenged, my Jiang family will have lived in vain as a noble family. Wait for him to go to the third heaven. The main family already knows about this matter. When he ascends to the third heaven, he will surely die. No, although we escaped this time, we still need to contact all the strong cultivators and jointly encircle and kill this demon. Kill him, we must kill him. An elder spoke with a furious voice. Is that so? A calm voice suddenly sounded. The sound of indignant voices came to an abrupt halt. Lu Yi's figure appeared outside the main hall. All the Jiang family elders looked at Lu Yi, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. You how did you get in? A Jiang family elder asked with a trembling voice. It started too slowly, so I came in. Lu Yi took a step, walking towards this group of the Jiang family's last strong cultivators. If this group of people moved aside and let him directly kill Jiànjī, these people would die a bit slower. If these people blocked him, then he would send these people on their way first. Who could have imagined that the void shuttle would start so quickly, and Lu Yi would still appear on the void shuttle? Facing Lu Yi's approach, although the Jiang family elders were cursing Jiànjī to death in their hearts, they still let out a furious roar. Kill! Sword light raged, and the entire main hall exploded. Puff, puff, puff. The sword light sliced through flesh, and great heads soared into the sky one after another. Lu Yi killed everyone cleanly and rushed towards Jiànjī's location. Screams echoed incessantly. Lu Yi arrived before her, frowning. The technique of substituting a plum for a peach. Jiànjī withstood the primordial morning mist. Lu Yi closed his eyes, couldn't find her. Did she use ghost-seeking traceless? Lu Yi really had a headache. Jiànjī had learned too many of his numerous skills. A bunch of his life-saving divine abilities were also learned. In his previous life, Lu Yi was a guardian great Dao. When there was something to guard, he naturally guarded it, but when there wasn't, he also escaped quite a few times. Coupled with having the system, his various escape methods were also frighteningly numerous. Of course, he also had many tracking methods. Lu Yi formed hand seals, causing the puppet of substituting a plum for a peach to float up. There was no primordial morning mist on this puppet. It was obvious that the primordial morning mist was still inside Jiànjí's body. A wisp of white mist steamed from his fingertips. Countless runes surged into the white mist, and in an instant, a connection appeared in Lu Yi's heart. Found her. At this moment, Jiànjí had already left the void shuttle and was fleeing madly towards a certain place. Now, Lu Yi had two choices before him. First, clear out the Jiang family, then go chase and kill Jiànjí. Second, first go chase and kill Jiànjí, and then come back to clear out the Jiang family. He wanted it all. One Lu Yi appeared, remaining here. He could only last for 10 minutes, but that was enough. Lu Yi's main body chased after Jiànjí madly. Jiànjí was in the void, her entire body trembling. She wished she could shatter her teeth. Her face was distorted, like a demon. Too painful. The extreme pain made her breathing sound faintly like screams. But, life is important. Life is still important. She couldn't die. In this life, she had a chance to reach the peak. She absolutely wouldn't allow herself to die here. Where to go? First, recover from her injuries. One by one, natural treasures and earthly treasures were swallowed by Jiànjí. Jiànjí's figure rushed towards the Divine Pill sect. Suddenly, her expression changed. Damn it, he locked onto me. Void concealment. Limitless ocean. One divine ability concealed her aura, one divine ability washed away all tracking marks. Lu Yi chased, then his figure paused. He took out the puppet Jiànjí had refined again. Secret technique, 10,000 Taoist seeking. Didn't find her. Keep searching. Keep searching. After repeated 10,000 Taoist seekings, he finally locked onto Jiànjí's traces again. Lu Yi turned into a long rainbow, emitting a violent sonic boom. Boom. He chased after Jiànjí. He also began to recover from his injuries. After continuously using secret techniques to enhance his realm, his nascent soul had even developed cracks. One could imagine how difficult this battle was for Lu Yi. First, Jiànjí's realm was high. Second, at their current realm strength, they could only unleash their divine abilities to this extent, there was a proper upper limit. Third, she had too many methods. Any single method she pulled out would be considered unsolvable at this realm. It was also very difficult for Lu Yi to break through. If it weren't for his divine abilities, Lu Yi wouldn't have fought so difficultly. The divine abilities pushed to the extreme by the system were too strong. The Divine Pill sect. When Jiànjí arrived, the Divine Pill sect had already received word and prepared a large amount of pills. Give them to me. Jiànjí let out a shrill roar. The former her was elegant, noble, and high above. The current her was disheveled, with large injuries on her body that had not yet healed, looking like a demon. A storage ring was thrown to Jiànjí. Jiànjí changed direction. Not long after, Lu Yi also arrived. The Divine Pill sect's great formation was activated, and the entire sect was in a state of battle. Lu Yi rushed into the great formation, and within moments, screams rang out. The entire Divine Pill mountain was collapsing. The human emperor banner swept past, and Lu Yi also obtained enough pills, pouring bottle after bottle into his mouth. He would fix the cracks in his nascent soul first, as for impurities, he would deal with them later. The mark was erased again. Lu Yi took out the puppet again, and according to the puppet's aura, using blood as a guide, locked on. Chapter 182, Overcoming the Tribulation, Part 4. Help me block Lu Yi, I need to undergo crossing tribulation. After successfully crossing tribulation, I will kill him. Jiànjí said loudly. Because of Lu Yi's words of reckoning, all the forces that participated in the encirclement and killing of Lu Yi had already become startled birds. Now, hearing Jiànjí say this, what could they do? Did they not know Lu Yi was very strong? Precisely because they knew Lu Yi was very strong, they could only place their hopes on Jiànjí. Wang family heed my order, 1000 strike formation. When Lu Yi arrived at the Wang family's cultivators had already formed a large formation. The aura of everyone was connected, like one body, and they roared as they charged towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. Naturally, he wouldn't indulge them. Kill. Wang Canghai was already dead, What kind of climate could this group of people from the Wang family create? Suddenly, a giant bell suppressed towards Lu Yi. This giant bell emitted the aura of a Dao treasure. Although it was a postnatal Dao treasure, it was clearly sent down from the third heaven. Sending off. Dong. The giant bell was sent flying back with a punch. Screams rose and fell one after another. Kill, kill, kill. 1,000-strike formation, hard as it was, blocked Lu Yi for over half a quarter of an hour. But the price the Wang family paid was also tragic. Lu Yi's injuries continuously recovered during the battle. After finishing the killing, he continued to rush towards Jiànjī. He knew that killing these people wasted time. But the opponent's goal was to block him, and Lu Yi couldn't avoid it even if he wanted to. Because the current tracking method was to pursue along the route Jiànjī had taken. That kind of direct positioning tracking method was powerful, but it was also easy to be shielded. Jiànjī had learned too many anti-tracking methods from Lu Yi. Lu Yi could only use this relatively clumsy but effective method to pursue. Leaving the Wang family, the human emperor banner gently surged with black mist. It had been severely damaged by Jiànjī just now. Lu Yi was a bit helpless. Was this because the human emperor banner was too weak, or was he too strong? Alright, he was indeed too strong. So much so that a replica Jiànjī could beat the human emperor banner into this state. However, in this battle, the human emperor banner did play a role, helping Lu Yi buy time. Otherwise, Lu Yi wouldn't have had enough time for a good burst of power. He really hadn't expected that Jiànjī had stolen so many things from him. The yin-yang devouring Gu was truly formidable. Qingtian sect. It was still the same as the Wang family, using the sect's life to buy time. Although a large number could die now, it was better than everyone dying in the future. Lu Yi could feel that the distance between him and Jiànjī was being pulled apart little by little. Lu Yi was thinking about methods. He could only roughly sense the distance between them. The distance had now been pulled apart by nearly 3,000 li. After killing everyone blocking the way, Lu Yi continued his pursuit. 4,000 li. Qianyu sect intercepted. Another fierce battle, heads rolled, and blood stained the earth. Even to prevent Lu Yi from using battle to recover, these blocking cultivators didn't even carry storage rings. Boom. The crowd, mixed with broken bodies and severed limbs, was blasted away. Lu Yi soared into the air, turning into a long rainbow and continued to pursue. 6,000 li. The distance was getting wider and wider. Killing intent flashed in Lu Yi's eyes. He now understood Jiànjī's plan. Wasn't it just to undergo crossing tribulation? Crossing tribulation does require some time. Lu Yi wanted to see just how many people weren't afraid of death. The Jiànjī mirror was constantly capturing the figures of the two. Because the speed was too fast and irregular, the picture was always intermittent. However, this did not affect the sense of urgency that this great pursuit and escape brought to many cultivators. Boom! A huge roar sounded. Jiànjī's figure streaked across the sky above a city. Countless cultivators looked up, watching the black light quickly disappear at the end of the world. Boom! Not long after, an even more terrifying sound streaked across the same location. The pursuit was still ongoing. The entire second heaven became exceptionally lively because of this great pursuit. Everyone was paying attention to the final outcome of this matter. However, regardless of whether Jiànjī won or Lu Yi won, the overall strength of the second heaven had shrunk to an exaggerated degree. The distance was getting farther and farther. So many sects were willing to die for Jiànjī. To be honest, Lu Yi was quite surprised. If this continued, it was possible that Jiànjī might really have time to undergo crossing tribulation. Suddenly, Jiànjī's figure also stopped. Time passed by minute. Lu Yi naturally seized this opportunity to pursue with all his might. Jiànjī paused for a while, then started to flee again. Not long after, Lu Yi arrived at the place where Jiànjī had stopped. He saw a large number of corpses, and cultivators waiting with bowed heads. Shenfeng's sect offended fellow Taoists' heavenly might. Today, we sincerely repent, offering the deaths of 177 Shenfeng sect powerhouses to delay Jiànjī for a moment for fellow Taoist. We hope fellow Taoist will forgive the mistakes of our Shenfeng sect. Lu Yi did not stop, brushing past them. Only one word drifted gently with the wind. Good. After experiencing the encirclement of 2 more forces, Lu Yi counted, totaling 17 forces. There was one last force. Myriad ancient sect. Lu Yi's figure disappeared. In the myriad ancient sect, there was a powerhouse ranked second on the heavenly god ranking, named Shentu Xing. One could see that the tribulation clouds were vast in the distance. Evidently, Zhongdai had already begun crossing tribulation. Lu Yi quickly approached the point where the tribulation clouds were gathering. Ahead, hundreds of cultivators, all emitting powerful auras, each holding a golden ring in their hands, were waiting for Lu Yi here. The myriad ancient sect did not want to sacrifice themselves for Zhongdai. But currently, it seemed that only Zhongdai had a slight possibility of defeating this Lu Yi. Shentu Xing didn't know what was wrong with this world anymore. One guy, after crossing tribulation, could stay in the first heaven without coming up. After coming up, he was already in the earth immortal realm. Killing heavenly god realm cultivators in the earth immortal realm was like slaughtering pigs and dogs. Even in the end, a cultivator with the strength of earth immortal realm first level, through a burst secret technique, could instantly burst to heavenly god realm 5th level. It was too outrageous. This world was truly too outrageous. Fellow Taoist, stop. Shentu Xing spoke. His voice was loud, like thunder. Lu Yi's figure suddenly disappeared. Disappeared. Ah! Shentu Xing's expression changed, and he quickly used divine abilities to search for Lu Yi's trace. None. No, how could there be none? Lu Yi used the shadowless stealth divine ability to conceal himself in the void. At this moment, he was like a fish swimming in the void, rapidly approaching Zhongdai. No, Lu Yi was a bit confused. Who thought that if he was intercepted, he would definitely fight them? Stereotype. He fought before because he wanted to fight. If he didn't want to fight and just wanted to break through, who could stop him? The golden rings in the hands of the myriad ancient sect cultivators now were clearly set type Dao treasures. This type of Dao treasure was clearly much more troublesome than single item Dao treasures. Now that Zhongdai was undergoing crossing tribulation, her location was clear at a glance. Would Lu Yi still entanglement with these people who were bound to die? Not good. Quickly protect Zhongdai who is crossing tribulation. Lu Yi's figure had already appeared at the edge of the lightning tribulation. Looking at the faintly golden tribulation lightning descending from the sky, a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. Chapter 183 Let's Go Part 5. The tribulation clouds rolled, the atmosphere suppressed, as if the sky had collapsed. Beneath the lightning, Hongling trembled in fear. Zhongdai had already crossed the third tribulation lightning, her strength was terrifying, and normal heavenly tribulation could not harm her at all. Her power had long since exceeded the limit that the heavenly god realm could reach. Useless. Seeing Lu Yi's figure appear so quickly, Zhongdai couldn't help but curse. Lu Yi didn't say much either. He took a step out, directly entering the range of the heavenly tribulation. Kill. Zhongdai couldn't stand it. This Lu Yi was completely insane, utterly mad. The two collided again with the same skills. The tribulation clouds sensed someone rushing into the heavenly tribulation and even fighting with the person crossing tribulation, and were furious. What did this mean? What were they treating the heavenly tribulation as? Thus, the tribulation clouds began to expand madly, and the lightning completely turned golden. The golden lightning had clearly exceeded the standard. The two fought together again, using all sorts of methods, unable to completely suppress each other for a time. It was still the same point. Zhongdai's realm was much stronger than Lu Yi's. Boom! Two bolts of tribulation lightning struck down at the same time, landing in the same spot. The two were fighting fiercely. How could they care about the tribulation lightning? Boom! The tribulation lightning, no weaker than that of a normal Tianming realm expert, struck heavily on the bodies of the two, directly charring them and leaving them numb all over. But Lu Yi cultivated the 9 tribulation undying body. It was obvious that Zhongdai did not cultivate this body refining technique, because for her to understand a part of Lu Yi's great Dao and divine abilities after her rebirth was already an extraordinary feat. How could she have time to cultivate the difficult and time-consuming 9 tribulation undying body? Both enduring the lightning, Lu Yi's speed of recovering his actions and the extent of his injuries were lighter than Zhongdai's. With just this subtle difference, Lu Yi immediately gained the upper hand, suppressing Zhongdai with streaks of sword light combined with fists. But Zhongdai was indeed stubborn. Although she had not cultivated the 9 tribulation undying body, she had cultivated the eternal undying body. This eternal undying body was the guardian technique of the eternal god clan, possessing endless vitality, making Zhongdai extremely resistant to damage. The 5th bolt of tribulation lightning. Lu Yi's fist heavily smashed onto Zhang Dai's face. This punch even caused Zhang Dai's face to become sunken, and Zhang Dai was sent flying heavily. But halfway through, Zhang Dai's face had already recovered for the most part. Although there was blood, it wasn't of much use. "You can't kill me, you'll never be able to kill me," Zhang Dai said in a crazed state. The myriad ancient sect members watched from afar, and seeing this scene, they couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, as if even with Lu Yi entering, it didn't have a particularly big impact. Zhang Dai indeed had many methods. She directly took a punch from Lu Yi, yet she acted as if nothing had happened. Boom! The sixth bolt of tribulation lightning descended. It struck the two, charring their bodies completely, and their bodies were faintly cracked, with lightning fire faintly flickering within the cracks. Lu Yi rushed again, but this time, he wasn't attacking Zhang Dai. Instead, he lifted Zhang Dai, who was still in a slightly numb state. Zhang Dai reacted and struggled violently, her elbow smashing heavily towards Lu Yi's temple. Lu Yi's head dodged slightly, avoiding the vital spot, and his feet heavily stepped on the ground. Boom! The figures of the two charged violently towards the myriad ancient sect members. Yes, they charged towards the myriad ancient sect members. The myriad ancient sect members were startled. No one would have thought that Lu Yi would make such a crazy move. They were not far from the two to begin with, which was also intentional on Lu Yi's part. At this moment, under Lu Yi's explosive charge, they appeared in front of the myriad ancient sect members in almost an instant, while the heaven and earth tribulation technique was injected into the tribulation clouds, causing the tribulation power to surge wildly. The wild surge of tribulation power meant it was easier to pull other people into the heavenly tribulation. And Lu Yi charged into the myriad ancient sect crowd in one breath. The strong ones had already run with all their might. But there was always a part of the people, no, it should be said a large part of the people, who did not have time to run. The tribulation clouds paused for a moment. The next second, rage. True rage. It was the heavenly tribulation. It was the heavenly tribulation. What were these damned people crossing tribulation treating it as? When others crossed tribulation, they were all trembling with fear, afraid that some strange thing would break into the range of the heavenly tribulation, causing the power of the heavenly tribulation to increase. And what were you doing now? Strike you dead. Strike you dead. Zhang Dai was mad. She attacked Lu Yi's body with all her might, even using the celestial venerable fist, but when she used the celestial venerable fist, Lu Yi also quickly used the celestial venerable fist. When she used other methods, Lu Yi ignored them and carried Zhang Dai, charging fiercely towards the location of the myriad ancient sect. That kind of brute force impact. It even made Zhang Dai lose her composure for a moment, as if she had returned to the scene of being brutally impacted by Lu Yi in her previous life. The myriad ancient sect was nearby. Lu Yi's eyes were bloodshot, charging fiercely towards the myriad ancient sect. With every step he took, the muscles in his arms were taut. True essence surged wildly in his legs, and his legs directly became bloody and mangled. Stop him, quickly stop him. Shen Tu-Xing ran away, not included in the heavenly tribulation. He watched Lu Yi's actions, his eyes splitting with rage. Zhang Dai, what the hell are you doing? Kill him. Kill him. Shen Tu-Xing was almost driven to death by anger. He was already sprinting with all his might. You use your full power to kill him. In a few breaths, Lu Yi and Zhang Dai smashed heavily onto the myriad ancient sect's protective array. The tribulation clouds in the sky. Good, good, good. Good, good, good. The golden lightning began to glow with a dark gold color. Terrifying dark gold tribulation lightning gathered in the tribulation clouds. Zhang Dai finally broke free from Lu Yi's restraint. Lu Yi's head was even deformed from the impact. But he laughed. He laughed very happily. With such powerful tribulation lightning, can you still cross it? Even if you can cross it, how severely will you be injured? Countless disciples of the myriad ancient sect let out wails. Locked onto by this great tribulation. Dark gold. That was dark gold. If it were a little deeper, it would become the purple gold nine heavens heavenly thunder. The different colors of heavenly thunder represented different qualities of heavenly thunder. White, silver, gold, dark gold, purple, dark purple, black. With each change in color, the power of the tribulation lightning would greatly increase. Boom! The seventh bolt of tribulation lightning descended, dark gold lightning intertwined, forming a sea of lightning. The myriad ancient sect instantly turned into dust. Zhang Dai roared, countless great Dao faintly appearing behind her. the celestial venerable fist erupting with its strongest power, smashing heavily onto the dark gold lightning. Boom! Zhang Dai's fist and arm were directly destroyed into dust. Her body heavily smashed onto the ground, already half dead. Lu Yi was also struck into the ground. His entire body was completely charred, extremely tragic. This was a tactic of mutual destruction. He now had 4 lives, what was he afraid of? Die if he died. The 8th bolt of tribulation lightning began to condense. A large amount of vitality surged around Zhang Dai's body, and her arm and fist quickly grew back. Like a final burst of energy before death. Chapter 184, Come But Don't Go, 6th update. Shen Zitong did not intervene in this battle. She had always refrained from interfering when Lu Yi fought. If everything relied on her, she would simply become a saint by herself, which would be much more enjoyable. This was Lu Yi's battle, there was no point in her stepping in. Boom! The 8th heavenly tribulation lightning descended. The dark golden lightning transformed into 2 thin beams of light, sword energy soared into the sky, and fist shadows howled. Zhang Dai used every means possible to weaken the power of the heavenly tribulation. The primordial morning mist was still inside her body, and she was enduring extreme pain every moment, but fortunately, the amount was very small, just a very faint wisp. She could suppress it with a secret technique. If there were too much primordial morning mist, Zhang Dai estimated that she would have completely lost her combat ability. Hongling was quite ruthless, she actually gave Lu Yi the primordial morning mist. Only after experiencing it did Zhang Dai realize how painful the primordial morning mist could be. A single wisp hurt this much. Given Hongling's personality, she estimated that when the primordial morning mist erupted in Lu Yi, he was probably constantly emitting white mist. Boom! The ground collapsed. 2 massive circular craters were formed. It was as if a giant meteor had struck the ground, causing massive fluctuations and ground tremors across thousands of miles. Observing Zhang Dai with his divine sense after this heavenly tribulation lightning strike. She was also close to death. System, deduce the Phoenix Rebirth divine ability. Ding, deducing. This was the system's duty, as long as Lu Yi gave the command, the system would definitely carry it out. In just 10 breaths, the Phoenix Rebirth divine ability was successfully deduced. Vermilion Bird Rebirth, Phoenix Nirvana. Now that Lu Yi possessed the true Vermilion Bird fire, it seemed perfectly reasonable to learn Phoenix Rebirth, the Vermilion Bird's innate divine ability. The 9 tribulation undying body was still absorbing the tribulation power. If viewed by others, Lu Yi's appearance could no longer be recognized as a person, he was completely a charred lump, a curled up charred lump. The dark golden tribulation lightning was too terrifying. The 9th heavenly tribulation lightning was clearly still brewing, determined to annihilate both of them to assert the heavenly might. Lu Yi got up, condensed the Zook true fire, and sent it towards Zhang Dai, transforming into a vermilion bird. Zhang Dai was now in a state of mental confusion due to the pain. Even though it was just a wisp of primordial morning mist, she was currently enduring the lightning tribulation, which magnified the pain many times over. Seeing the arrival of the Zook true fire, Zhang Dai's face showed a grim expression. They had already reached this point and the battle wasn't over yet. The Zook true fire slowly flew towards Zhang Dai, but it hadn't landed on her yet. Boom! The 9th heavenly tribulation lightning descended in an instant. The dark golden beam of light pierced through the earth. It seemed capable of piercing through the entire heaven and earth. Lu Yi and Zhang Dai's figures were directly pierced through by this dark golden lightning. Annihilated. Both of them were annihilated. Buzz. Chirp. At this very moment, a buzzing sound and a bird's cry resounded simultaneously. Yin-yang devouring Gu. Vermilion bird. Almost without hesitation, the vermilion bird instantly pounced towards the mother Gu of the yin-yang devouring Gu. A guiding force descended from the sky. The mother Gu quickly fled towards the sky. The great Dao she had stolen from Lu Yi was still with her. As long as she escaped to the 3rd heaven, she would have a chance to start over and become even stronger. The vermilion bird fiercely pounced on the mother Gu, and the blazing vermilion bird true flame burned. However, it was impossible to annihilate the mother Gu in a short time. The mother Gu endured the pressure of the vermilion bird true flame and struggled upwards, quickly ascending to the high heavens under the guiding force. At this moment, the enlightenment tree emerged. The extinction Dao seed emerged. The green light and black light formed a taiji shape, directly enveloping the mother Gu. Ah ah ah! Zhang Dai felt her great Dao beginning to collapse. The power of extinction specifically countered the great Dao, and the great Dao that did not originally belong to her was shaken, overthrown, and turned into countless specks of light. The enlightenment tree absorbed frantically. The Mother Jiyu let out a sharp cry. Her great Dao was shattering, and the speed of the shattering was very fast. Lu Yi's great Dao, at this moment, turned into mottled light and was completely absorbed by the enlightenment tree. The enlightenment tree was overjoyed. It was overjoyed to the extreme. So many great Daos. So many great Daos. Mama, I've made it. At this moment, the figures of the vermilion bird and the Mother Jiyu had already reached the boundary between the second heaven and the third heaven. If this continued, Lu Yi and Zhang Dai would both enter the third heaven. Cannot enter. Lu Yi finally regained his composure from his frenzy. The great battle in the second heaven must have already attracted the attention of countless people in the third heaven. If he went up, he would die. But he was unwilling to let Zhang Dai go like this. White mist steamed. Almost half of the primordial morning mist was poured into Zhang Dai. The Mother Jiyu was extremely tough, a being of very high status, but the level of the primordial morning mist was also high. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been erased by the power of time even after rebirth. This time, Lu Yi poured a full 1/3 of the primordial morning mist into the Mother Jiyu in one go. Ah! The Mother Jiyu let out the most piercing and sharp screams, the cries seemingly capable of penetrating people's eardrums and brains. The vermilion bird spread its wings. The Mother Jiyu instantly flew into the third heaven. The wings flapped, resisting the guiding force. Fortunately, this guiding force was not directed at Lu Yi. The vermilion bird transformed into Lu Yi's appearance, his aura weak and his complexion pale. His injuries were too severe this time. He feared he would need a lot of resources to recover from this injury. Fortunately, it should be enough. This place was already the azure nether void. Thus, the great battle concluded. Although Zhang Dai was not completely annihilated, there was no doubt that her dream of becoming the second 9 Lives Celestial Venerable, or even 9 Lives Great Sage, had been shattered. What she had stolen from Lu Yi had now been returned. And Lu Yi had also given her an excellent gift. This was called, "It is impolite not to reciprocate." Without her own great Dao, Zhang Dai could wait for him in the third heaven. He would go up soon enough. Suddenly, Lu Yi felt a gaze fixed upon him. This gaze came from a very distant place. It came from the gap where the 9 heavens connected. "Husband, come find me quickly, I miss you so much." The voice was mournful, filled with longing, love, and that thick obsession. The system, which had been quiet all this time, suddenly materialized. Multicolored light emerged, and the exquisitely beautiful Shen Zitong stepped out, embracing the weak Lu Yi. "Husband, are you all right?" That mournful, loving voice abruptly stopped. The gaze also began to turn terrifying. "Husband, who is she?" 5 words, each one as cold as if it had come from hell. Shen Zitong gently supported Lu Yi. She looked around, her gaze contemptuous. "Who are you? Don't call him that randomly. This is my husband. He has already said that in this life, he will only love me. Do you understand? Only loves me." Chapter 185. Where is the avenue? Good. The cold, fanatical voice came through indistinctly. She could only transmit some sound through the gap between ascending and not yet ascending at this time. However, to be able to do this, Yin Qingcheng must have ascended to the 7th heaven. Her strength has improved so quickly. Since you haven't come to your senses in this life, then let's love each other in the next life. Shen Zitong hugged Lu Yi tightly. "In the next life, I will also be with my husband. You should die." The irritable and distorted voice became weaker and weaker. Lu Yi's figure fell towards the ground. Shen Zitong was annoyed with Yin Qingcheng, and her mood instantly became exceptionally beautiful. Ding ding ding. Lu Yi was helped to the ground by her. He immediately activated the 9 tribulation undying body, wanting to complete the cultivation of the 4th tribulation. The power of this heavenly tribulation was still very fierce. It's just that Lu Yi's focus was not on cultivation, but on killing Zhang Dai. Unfortunately, he really tried his best to kill her, but still couldn't. Even the Mother Jiyu of the Yin-Yang devouring Jiyu came back from the past. System, how many things came back from the last life? Lu Yi couldn't help but ask. Ding, there is a part, but anything that involves the karma between you and your 8 beautiful wives should have returned. At that time, I was almost exhausted and really had no energy to cut off karma anymore. Shen Zitong replied. Didn't I self-destruct? Didn't self-destruction solve these poisons? Ding, no, you self-destructed only killed 8 yin-yang devouring GU, the others didn't disappear. Lu Yi roughly understood in his heart. To be able to turn back time, the system had already used a lot of energy. Many things are not completely controllable by the system. The fourth tribulation was not completed. It was still a little short. Lu Yi's figure disappeared. The second heaven was already in despair at this moment. Especially the sects and forces that had provoked Lu Yi. These forces, at first, only responded to the call of the Zhang family and the myriad ancient sect, always believing that he was just a heaven's chosen who hadn't risen yet. Having just ascended, he was targeted by the Zhang family and the myriad ancient sect. Where was there even the slightest hope of survival? So, in order to curry favor with these two major forces, they got on the warship. Later, Lu Yi really came up. They couldn't wait to launch a siege against Lu Yi, and then they were shocked to find that they couldn't defeat him, couldn't kill him. Lu Yi also openly said the words of reckoning. What could they do? They had already taken the wrong path. They could only go down one path to the end. Because the image Lu Yi showed was the image of a demon. No one dared to be sure whether Lu Yi would spare them if they turned against him. One interception after another. Finally, among so many forces, only the Divine Wind sect broke the pot and chose to turn back from their mistaken path, intercepting Zhang Dai. If it weren't for this interception, Lu Yi might really not have had enough time. Zhang Dai would have successfully crossed tribulation, and the chance of ascending was very high. They gambled correctly. Lu Yi agreed to spare them. The other forces were different. This time, the people who attacked Lu Yi totaled 22. Although Lu Yi had just ascended to the second heaven, he already knew the distribution of forces in the second heaven in his previous life. He knew exactly which forces participated in the siege. These forces must be reckoned with, none of them will escape. Third heaven. As Lu Yi expected, as soon as Zhang Dai ascended, a group of powerhouses surrounded her. Tianming realm was just ordinary. Didn't you say that your Zhang family's strongest genius was going to ascend? Why did a bug ascend? You're stupid, that's not a bug, it's clearly a GU. It feels so terrifying, the status of this GU is probably astonishing. Even if it's an astonishing GU, it's useless. Where is Zhang Dai? Zhang Dai, who was originally unconscious from the pain, was awakened by the pain again at this time. Screams came from the mouth of the GU. The sound was so piercing that many people couldn't help but frown. What kind of terrifying pain is this suffering to scream so tragically? Hearing this sound, this Taoist is also startled. Someone wanted to ask about the origin of the GU, but this GU couldn't communicate effectively at all. The Zhang family made the decision to seal this GU first. Let's talk after it survives this pain. In addition, they asked why Zhang Dai had not yet ascended. The news spread quickly. That GU was Zhang Dai. Zhang Dai was severely injured while crossing tribulation and fought fiercely with that demon Lu Yi. Her physical body was shattered and turned into a GU worm. So this GU worm was really Zhang Dai. But listening to the GU worm's tragic wailing, the Zhang family members were all worried whether Zhang Dai could survive. Yes, Zhang Dai lost in the battle with Lu Yi in the second heaven. But there is no doubt that Zhang Dai also showed her value. Very strong. As long as she is carefully cultivated and Zhang Dai continues to grow, it is still unknown who will win in the future. 7 days passed in a flash. The screaming stopped. After another 3 days, the GU worm finally opened its eyes. Zhang Dai, you're awake. How did you turn into a GU worm? Can you change back? A group of Zhang family powerhouses surrounded Zhang Dai, asking with worry in their voices. At this moment, Zhang Dai felt incredibly tired. The 7 days she had experienced were the most painful 7 days of her life, a kind of pain that could not be expressed in words. Primordial morning mist. Primordial morning mist. I need to recover. Zhang Dai spoke, a hoarse voice coming from inside the GU worm. Okay, you recover first, do you need our help? No need. Everyone left. Zhang Dai was quiet for a while. It was too painful, just reminiscing about it, her soul was trembling. Her entire soul was almost torn apart by the pain, she couldn't even imagine that kind of pain. Is this the price of being an enemy of Lu Yi? She forced herself not to think about it. She began to check her situation. What about the Great Dao? Where is her Great Dao? Oh, it's still there, but why has the Great Dao become so weak now? The great Dao she replicated from Lu Yi through the Mother Gu had all disappeared, not a single bit left. Memories are still there. All kinds of divine abilities and techniques are there. But without Lu Yi's great Dao, what's the use of learning all of Lu Yi's divine abilities? Shangguan Wanling also knows Lu Yi's celestial venerable fist, but the celestial venerable fist she uses is simply laughable. And now, without Lu Yi's great Dao, will it be the same? A drop of blood was spit out from the Mother Gu's mouth. The blood surged with endless vitality, the vitality trembled violently, and even the undying body seemed to have problems at this moment. The recovery speed was more than a little bit slower than before. If she were to regenerate from a drop of blood at this speed, it would probably take 50 years to complete. The Great Dao is the foundation of cultivators. Divine abilities are the external manifestations of the Great Dao. Powerful divine abilities can make the power of the Great Dao erupt in a multiplied manner. And without a suitable Great Dao, even if the divine ability is strong, it will be ridiculously weak when you use it. In the previous life, Lu Yi was like this. He obtained a powerful divine ability, found that it did not conform to his Great Dao, and in order to cultivate this divine ability, he simply cultivated an auxiliary Great Dao that conformed to this divine ability. Commonly known as, for this vinegar, he made these dumplings. Lu Yi has the system, which can deduce new Great Dao the fastest and derive the Great Dao to a very strong level. Zhang Dai doesn't have it. Chapter 186, Death is Useless Part 2. Lu Yi finally recovered from all his injuries after 10 days. The fight was quite intense. Against Zhang Dai, Lu Yi truly used too many desperate means, which usually put an immense burden on the user. Because of this, Lu Yi was in a sorry state after the battle. With so many resources and recovery methods, it still took him 10 days to fully recover to his peak state and incidentally break through to the Earth Immortal Realm 4th Heaven. He broke through 3 minor realms in one go. He also cleaned up the impurities from the medicinal pills before coming out of seclusion. 10 days had passed, and the entire 2nd Heaven was still shrouded in Lu Yi's overwhelming might. Especially the forces that had attacked Lu Yi were trembling with fear, and some simply left the 2nd Heaven, relocating their entire sects. However, this choice was a dead end. The 9 heavens is a pure land preserved by the 9 heavens great sage for all living beings. If you step out of this pure land, you will face various existences with extreme hunger and thirst. It's likely you could gather a bundle of 10,000 soul banner. Those who had the courage to flee were, after all, a minority. Those who remained were the majority. Some chose to disband their sects and wait until Lu Yi ascended to the 3rd heaven before returning. This was also a good method. Lu Yi's figure disappeared. The first place he went to was naturally the Void Shuttle. Most of the Zhang family members inside the Void Shuttle had already been killed. The remaining weaker ones were not all killed due to time constraints. When Lu Yi arrived at the place where the Void Shuttle had fallen, there were only traces of its impact but no sign of the Void Shuttle itself. Where is the item? There were also many treasures and resources within the Zhang family, which Lu Yi greatly needed. He closed his eyes, sensing the aura that remained here. Taiyan power. Fearless Dao mark. Lu Yi understood. Bai Chulin and the others must have been trapped by the Zhang family all along. After he annihilated the Zhang family, these few women finally escaped. Didn't they say Zhang Dai would kill one every 7 days? She didn't kill them. Lu Yi felt a slight disappointment. He had only seen from the system that Zhang Dai had imprisoned these 4 women. The prison should have been in a relatively hidden place. Lu Yi left one person alive, and at that time, the task was urgent and time was short, so he didn't pay attention to where the prison was at all. He only targeted those with strong auras to kill. It doesn't matter if these 4 women didn't die. Lu Yi could already sense that their cultivation was becoming increasingly difficult. This difficulty wasn't a breakthrough in realm, but an increase in intensity. This could be seen from their crossing tribulation. Weak in one step, weak in every step. Without their own deep accumulation, their realm is increasing quickly now, but the further they go, the slower their progress will become. In the 1st heaven, if they had ascended normally, the difference in their ascension time with Lu Yi might only be half a year to a year. And if they were to ascend from the 2nd heaven to the 3rd heaven, Lu Yi estimated it would take at least 5 years or more. Thinking of this, Lu Yi couldn't help but reveal a faint, twisted smile. Everything will get better. Everything will satisfy him. Based on the remaining aura, Lu Yi chased after the 4 women. Lu Yi didn't want these 4 women to use even a single spiritual stone from the Zhang family's treasures. 2 hours later, Lu Yi saw the 4 women. The 4 of them looked at Lu Yi simultaneously. Senior brother, Gongzi, Lu Yi Gerger, husband. Yu Hongling instantly rushed towards Lu Yi, opening her arms. She truly missed Lu Yi the most intensely. Heaven and earth, when had she ever been without any news of Lu Yi for such a long time? In the previous life, no matter where Lu Yi went or what he did, he would always say something in advance and mention the estimated time needed. Although no one cared back then. Now, they cared. Lu Yi clenched his fist. Yu Hongling's face was full of smiles. Although she saw Lu Yi clench his fist, she still bravely rushed over. Senior brother, just let me hug you. You won't hit me, right? Bang! Yu Hongling was sent flying, her body leaving a long scratch on the ground. Lu Yi Gerger, I cultivated the path of sentience. I have recultivated the path of sentience, and now the path of sentience is getting stronger every day. I love you immensely now. Shangguan Wanling's voice was urgent, her large eyes exceptionally bright. Although she had such an expression and said such words, she was also running with open arms, yet her speed became slower and slower, slower and slower. Finally, she stopped not far from Lu Yi, shrinking her neck. Lu Yi looked at Shangguan Wanling and also rarely shook his head. When he was wholeheartedly good to Shangguan Wanling, she could cultivate the path of sentience to nothing. Now that he was ignoring her, even treating her coldly, she had instead recultivated the path of sentience, and Lu Yi could tell at a glance that the path of sentience was actually growing vigorously. Lu Yi could only give one word of evaluation for this. Cheap. By this day, Lu Yi felt that the concept of love he had shaped on earth had almost completely shattered. The television said that between husband and wife, they should watch out for and help each other. Books said that between husband and wife, they should rely on each other in adversity. Director Grandpa said that between husband and wife, they should treat each other with respect. Although Director Grandpa and the female caregivers in the orphanage had an unclear relationship, this did not prevent him from being a good husband in the eyes of others. Why had no one ever told him that for his wife, he should neglect her, ignore her, and let her fend for herself? But that's how the situation is now. He had already ignored them and let them fend for themselves, and instead, they had truly fallen in love with him. Where is the Zhang family's void shuttle? Lu Yi asked. It's here. I know this is Gongzi's trophy, so I haven't touched anything inside. Please check, Gongzi. Chu Ling took out the void shuttle, holding it respectfully with both hands and handing it to Lu Yi. Only then was Lu Yi somewhat satisfied. Gongzi, can I follow you? I no longer wish to become your Dao companion in this life. I only want to be by your side, becoming a maid who washes your clothes and cooks for you. Seeing that Gongzi's life is currently unattended, my heart truly aches. Chu Ling said with red eyes, on the verge of tears. Lu Yi's divine sense swept over the void shuttle. Indeed, nothing was missing. He turned and left. Gongzi. How exactly can I gain your forgiveness? Chu Ling asked sorrowfully. Senior brother, what exactly should we do for you to forgive us? Will you only forgive us if we die? Yu Hongling climbed up from the ground, saying hoarsely. Lu Yi paused his steps upon hearing this. How should he answer this question so as not to hurt these 4 women? Soon, Lu Yi thought of it. He spoke slowly. Even if you 4 die, I will not forgive you. With one sentence, the 4 women trembled simultaneously. Their eyes were filled with despair. Why is he so heartless? Why is he so heartless? Lu Yi was very satisfied with his answer. He continued to walk. Did you really kill Vermilion Bird? Bai Chulin asked. Lu Yi extended his hands, and Vermilion Bird True Flame burned on his hands. With a movement, the Vermilion Bird True Flame transformed into Vermilion Bird wings. With a gentle flap, Lu Yi's figure disappeared. Isn't this obvious enough? Chapter 187, Everyone Disperses Part 3. The Vermilion Bird was really killed by him. Bai Chulin looked at Lu Yi's retreating figure, all the light in her eyes extinguished. At this moment, she was completely certain. Lu Yi was truly no longer the Lu Yi from their previous life. That Lu Yi who wholeheartedly protected them and treated them well had completely vanished. Why? Why did it turn out like this? They were wrong. They were truly wrong. They should never have listened to Yin Qingcheng's incitement. Lu Yi treated them so well. 8 types of poison. 8 GU worms. Exploding when someone was crossing tribulation to become a saint. Even against a mortal enemy, one wouldn't be so ruthless. Why couldn't I understand? Wow. A large mouthful of fresh blood was spat out from Bai Chulin's mouth, her eyes blood red. Wrong, all wrong. The intense fluctuation of her mind caused Bai Chulin to lie down straight. The Taiyan chaotic poison erupted once again. The three women didn't bother with Bai Chulin, Lu Yi's words were still echoing in their minds. Even if he died, he wouldn't forgive them. He wouldn't forgive them. In Lu Yi's heart, they had long since lost any value whatsoever. It's all Yin Qingcheng's fault, it's all her fault. If it weren't for her repeatedly inciting us, how could we have attacked senior brother? It's over. Now it's all over. Senior brother. Yu Hongling let out a mournful cry. Chu Ling gripped the devil sword and walked away without a word. Chu Ling, where are you going? Shangguan Wanling quickly asked. To die. Leaving this sentence, Chu Ling instantly disappeared. Shangguan Wanling, really going to die? It's okay, as long as I persist, Lu Yi Gerger will definitely be moved by me. Never give up, never abandon. Shangguan Wanling clenched her fists, continuously cheering herself on. In fact, she also felt very tired in her heart. But she absolutely couldn't give up. If she gave up, it seemed like there was no one in this world who loved her. Moreover, she cultivated the path of sentience. Now that she had already reached the great ascension realm, she had even lost the opportunity to re-choose her great Tao. She would definitely catch up to Lu Yi again. Therefore, she also had to leave. However, before leaving, Shangguan Wanling came to Bai Chulin's side. Once again, she circulated the Nymph Extreme Yin Sutra close double angle bracket, and a large amount of Taiyan power instantly surged into Shangguan Wanling's body. Shangguan Wanling bit her teeth tightly. This time, surprisingly, she was very determined and didn't collapse after enduring for a while like before, but kept persisting. Until all the chaotic yin poison in Bai Chulin's body surged into her body. Shangguan Wanling turned into an ice sculpture with a distorted face, and the ice sculpture was slowly melting. Yu Hongling sat on the ground without any regard for her image, her eyes vacant, quietly staring blankly. Bai Chulin slowly woke up, but didn't get up, instead quietly looking at the sky. This time, she finally understood something. They say that a person's prejudice is a great mountain. Ethical principles are a chain. But, for these things, is it worth losing one's own happiness? In a person's life, are they living for the eyes of others, or for themselves? She loved Lu Yi. It had nothing to do with being master and disciple, it was completely the love between a man and a woman. But now that she understood, it was all too late, too late. Shangguan Wanling rushed out from the ice sculpture. There was a smile on her face, although her complexion was a bit pale. Bai Gg, Yu Gg, I'm leaving. Shangguan Wanling said with a radiant smile on her face. Both of their gazes looked towards Shangguan Wanling. You're leaving, where are you going? Bai Chulin asked. I'm going to pursue Lu Yi Gerger. Even if he doesn't want to see me, doesn't want to love me anymore, I'll be content just to follow behind him from afar and walk the path he has walked. So, farewell. Shangguan Wanling didn't give the two of them a chance to refuse. Her figure turned into a streak of light and chased in the direction Lu Yi had left. Another one left. Bai Chulin quickly looked at Yu Hongling. Yu Hongling was also looking at her. Master, I want to cultivate the path of unwavering bravery. It turns out that without senior brother behind me, I am also someone with fear in my heart. I'm leaving. Bai Chulin opened her mouth. She wanted to say something. But in the end, she didn't say it. Go, be careful with everything, take good care of yourself. Bai Chulin murmured. Yu Hongling suddenly burst into a frantic laughter. Why didn't you stop me? Why didn't you speak up and stop me? If you had stopped me, I would have left with a clear conscience. Why didn't you stop me? Yu Hongling's state of mind lost control again, and after the frantic laughter, she started crying loudly. Bai Chulin sighed deeply. Go, forge your own heaven and earth. Master won't hold you back anymore. After speaking, Bai Chulin's figure soared into the air and left in a random direction. When she was looking for a direction, she was even full of confusion. Because she didn't know where she was going, nor what she would do next. Yu Hongling looked at Bai Chulin's departing figure. She cried even more sadly. Master, Master, do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand? Don't you know that the better you treat me, the more I can't abandon you? Can't you be a little more hypocritical, a little more desperate for life? Why? Why do you have to treat her like this? Lu Yi didn't know that the 4 women had already gone their separate ways. He didn't know, but the system did. Under the influence of the great Shen Zitong, Lu Yi had also become slightly more aggressive. The moment the vermilion bird's wings spread, Shen Zitong even felt a sense of exhilaration. Lu Yi is awesome. Lu Yi was currently checking the contents of the void shuttle. The remaining people from the Zhang family were all of average strength. Besides those killed by Lu Yi, most of the others were killed by Chu Ling. Not a single soul was left alive. Even earthworms were split vertically, and eggs were scrambled. It seemed that Chu Ling held a deep resentment towards the Zhang family, or rather, towards Zhang Dai. However, the treasures inside were not touched, and even the storage rings on the bodies of the dead were not touched. Chu Ling should have been waiting for Lu Yi to come and take them. Lu Yi was quite satisfied. He found this void shuttle quite interesting. The material should be the Zhang family's unique void Dao gold. He could re-refine it and forge it into a small ring space. This was a void, not like a spatial ring. In this small space, the space was larger, and living creatures could also be stored. But no rush, let's settle things first. The first force to arrive was called the Profound Mystery Sect. The Profound Mystery Sect's great formation was activated, clearly indicating they were prepared. Lu Yi was also prepared. He circled the sect protecting great formation unhurriedly, then took a step in. Not long after, mournful screams rang out. The sect protecting great formation trembled violently. Some people wanted to escape, but were horrified to find that the sect protecting great formation, which originally allowed entry but not exit, had now become one that allowed entry but not exit. Bloody handprints covered the light screen of the great formation. In just a quarter of an hour, the Profound Mystery Sect fell silent. Chapter 188. Give it some more time. 4th update. The reckoning begins. As this news spread, the second heaven, which had been somewhat turbulent, was once again swept by monstrous waves. Just now, the entire Profound Mystery Sect perished, not a single survivor, and everything inside was cleared out. He's actually going to settle the score. I thought everything was over. How could that be? They were so persistent in chasing him back then. Now that he's won, the victor is king and the loser is bandit. Of course, he's going to settle the score. But with such a reckoning, the number of powerhouses in the second heaven will sharply decrease. Will the Yaoan demon from outside the void invade directly? I heard that this Taoist Lu Yi also has a grudge against the Yaoan demon. I wonder if he will take a trip to the void after settling scores with these sects. The Yaoan demon there are the fiercest, perfectly suited for his 10,000 soul banner. Let's hope so. Fortunately, our sect didn't act. Otherwise, we would be the ones trembling today. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion immediately made a move. They located Taoist Lu Yi's whereabouts. Taoist Lu Yi looked over. Fellow Taoist, Taoist Lu Yi, don't attack. I am from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, and I have something to give you. From a distance, an old man hurriedly shouted loudly. Taoist Lu Yi was not a demon who killed everyone he saw. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was just an intelligence organization that made a living by selling various information. The Jiànjī mirror was a chaos supreme treasure, on the same level as the eternal paragon ranking. The countless small Jiànjī mirrors it split into could also keep the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion in each heaven well fed. What is it? Taoist Lu Yi asked. Spirit stones. Fellow Taoist must have already noticed that when you traveled 80,000 li, our Heavenly Secrets Pavilion presumptuously used the Jiànjī mirror to capture your image. This was also to prevent weaker individuals from going to their deaths. And the profits generated because of you, we have taken all of them out, and the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion has also added double, as compensation from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion to fellow Taoist. Please understand. Taoist Lu Yi didn't expect the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion to be so sensible. Not bad, very good. Alright, I accept. The karma between me and the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is wiped clean, Taoist Lu Yi said. Oh, thank you, fellow Taoist, thank you, fellow Taoist. Taoist Lu Yi nodded and didn't say much more to the cultivator from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. He was very busy. Busy killing people. One sect after another was annihilated, and one sect after another fled. Taoist Lu Yi didn't say anything about those who fled. The main reason was that he didn't have the energy to chase them down. He would kill them if he had a chance to encounter them in the future. Even so, he still annihilated 15 sects in one go, obtaining a massive amount of resources. With this, Taoist Lu Yi estimated that cultivating to the mid to late heavenly god realm should not be a problem. The timing for condensing the fifth life lies in breaking through the Tianming realm. Therefore, there was no hurry to find the heavenly materials and earthly treasures needed to condense the fifth life. All resources were obtained. Taoist Lu Yi found a blessed land, set up various formations, and began cultivating. Forging, alchemy, talisman making, cultivation. Multiple processes in one. There were truly a lot of resources, too many. They piled up into mountains. The storage rings within the void shuttle were also piled up into small mountains, because storage rings couldn't be put inside other storage rings, which could easily cause spatial collisions. However, the void shuttle didn't have this effect. After all, living people could enter. But in that case, it would be messy, and Taoist Lu Yi would likely have to search forever to find what he needed in a timely manner. It would be better to categorize and process them, and put them all behind glass for a clear view. Under the forging of the Zook True Fire, the void shuttle quickly changed its form. Everything inside had been cleared out by Taoist Lu Yi. Storage rings of various colors, inlaid with various gems, shone brightly under the sunlight. If other cultivators saw this small mountain of storage rings, they would definitely be envious. Then, upon seeing the owner of these storage rings, their faces would surely turn dark. Everything was ready. Begin cultivation. Ding! Cultivation started. Earth Immortal 5th level. Earth Immortal 6th level. Earth Immortal 7th level. ... 3rd heaven. Under the massive resource allocation from the Zhang family, Zhang Dai finally recondensed her physical body, and the mother Ji worm re-entered her body. The pain seemed to have passed. After 2.5 months of recovery, Zhang Dai's strength stabilized at the Tianming 1st level. However, Zhang Dai couldn't be happy at all. Cultivation room. Celestial Venerable Fist. With a loud shout, Zhang Dai threw a punch, the fist went whistling. However, that invincible, all-encompassing aura did not appear. Celestial Venerable Fist. Another punch. It still didn't appear. The Celestial Venerable Fist, at this moment, only had a tiny prototype, the true aura had not erupted at all. As for its power, that goes without saying. After trying hundreds, even thousands of times, Zhang Dai finally confirmed. Her Celestial Venerable Fist had become a thing of the past. The Celestial Venerable Fist was gone. The Celestial Venerable Fist was relatively difficult to cultivate, and there were others. Transcendent Fist. Zhang Dai performed a set of Transcendent Fist, striking with vigorous force. The power was sufficient, and the form was also very similar. However, there was just no sense of transcendence. Its power, as one could imagine, was unremarkable. Zhang Dai continuously experimented with one divine ability after another. The more she experimented, the heavier her heart became. This cannot be used. This also cannot be used. This still cannot be used. She directly transformed from a terrifying skill user in the second heaven with inexhaustible abilities into an empty shell with only superficial moves. How could Zhang Dai accept this? Dong dong dong. The formation of the cultivation room was knocked. Zhang Dai, covered in sweat, stopped cultivating. It wasn't physical exhaustion, but mental exhaustion. She took a deep breath. Her sweat evaporated. She walked out of the cultivation room. The one who came to find her was a Zhang family elder, with a kind smile on his face. Zhang Dai, how is your recovery now? Did I disturb you? Zhang Yuan asked with a smile. His voice was gentle. I have recovered, you didn't disturb me. May I ask why Elder has come to find Zhang Dai? Zhang Dai asked. Zhang Yuan's smile became even more amiable. It's nothing urgent. Many people in the clan have heard of your great name, knowing that you are proficient in 100 techniques and possess astonishing talent. They all want to see you and gain some insight. I wonder if you could show yourself and meet with them, Zhang Yuan asked. Zhang Dai frowned. Elder, it's not that I am unwilling to meet. It's truly because I am currently cultivating a secret technique and have reached a critical moment. Although that Taoist Lu Yi won the battle, he is not absolutely invincible. Once I finish cultivating this secret technique, I will fight him again. Who is stronger is still uncertain, Zhang Dai said seriously. I will meet with everyone in the third heaven sooner or later, there is no need to rush at this moment. Now is the time for me to turn shame into strength. I truly cannot waste time, Zhang Dai said. Zhang Yuan had a smile on his face and quickly waved his hand. It's all right, it's all right. I was just asking for your opinion. Of course, cultivating is important now. It is truly a good son of our Zhang family that you can turn shame into strength. I will decline them for you. Thank you, Elder. Please give me some time. It won't be too late to meet after I finish cultivating this secret technique. Good, good, good. Chapter 189 I want to challenge. Seeing Zhang Dai disappear back into the formation. The smile on Zhang Yuan's face gradually disappeared. He stared blankly at the formation. The fact that the Zhang family in the second heaven was directly annihilated caused a huge stir in the Zhang family of the third heaven. Everything was attributed to Zhang Dai's unwise decision. When there was no real battle yet, Zhang Dai made a move against Lu Yi, and some people in the Zhang family opposed it. However, Zhang Dai's attitude was strong, and her strength was terrifying, making her the first on the heavenly god ranking with an overwhelming advantage, which meant she was the strongest in the second heaven. Under her strong push, this matter began to proceed. The people of the Zhang family in the third heaven, even if they had grievances, could do nothing but hold them in. If Zhang Dai had won, there would naturally be nothing to say. The key is that she lost now. The Zhang family in the second heaven was completely wiped out, and it can be said that the descendants of many people died at Lu Yi's hands. Who is responsible for this matter then? Obviously, it is Zhang Dai. However, because Zhang Dai and Lu Yi fought inextricably, and she even successfully overcame the dark golden heavenly tribulation, the resentment of the crowd was suppressed once more. As a result, now, 2.5 months later, Zhang Dai has been recovering from her injuries. Someone started to become dissatisfied again. Wait, aren't you a peerless heaven's chosen? Recovering from an injury takes this long. The resentment grew larger. This is why Zhang Yuan came to find Zhang Dai. However, he was still sent back by Zhang Dai. Zhang Yuan had no choice but to go back and continue to appease the people of the Zhang family. Another half-month passed. Zhang Dai still had no intention of coming out of seclusion. Although for cultivators, secluding themselves for 10 days, half a month, or even several months or years is very normal. But isn't this a period of unrest among the people? Zhang Dai, both in terms of reason and sentiment, should show her face and stabilize everyone's emotions. Thus, Zhang Yuan arrived again. What is it again? Zhang Dai asked with a frown. Today, the Void Pavilion is giving a Dao lecture, and many disciples from the clan have gone to listen. Everyone's calls for you are very high, hoping you will also give a lecture. What do you think? My secret technique has not been cultivated successfully yet. Zhang Yuan quickly said. That's just a Dao lecture, it won't delay you for too long. It only needs half an hour. Zhang Dai's brows were full of annoyance. How come after ascending here, I can't even cultivate properly? Zhang Yuan, he hasn't even had time to cultivate properly yet. Right now, the people of the Zhang family outside are all frighteningly resentful. It's just that this world doesn't have evil sword immortals. If it did, I'm afraid resurrecting 10 evil sword immortals wouldn't be a problem. How about you still go and give a Dao lecture? I'm not going. For the matter of the Dao lecture, I'll dictate it to you now, and you can give it on my behalf when the time comes. This saves time, Zhang Dai said. Is that appropriate? What's inappropriate? I'll speak, you listen. What should I lecture on? Just lecture on the minor void technique. The great void technique and the minor void technique are the signature divine abilities of the Zhang family. Hearing that Zhang Dai was going to lecture on the minor void technique, Zhang Yuan's expression trembled. Okay, then you lecture, and I will relay it when the time comes. The void is without substance yet has form. The void is based on points and connected by lines. Zhang Dai spoke very quickly, as if she was truly anxious to cultivate. She also spoke without hesitation. To Zhang Yuan, these words were simply pearls of wisdom, word for word. If not for a sufficiently deep understanding of the minor void technique, she absolutely could not have spoken such insights. He even gained many insights himself. In just a quarter of an hour, Zhang Dai finished lecturing quickly. Alright, don't bother me anymore. Okay. Zhang Dai showed her skill, which was indeed shocking. Zhang Yuan finally had confidence in his heart. With this, he finally had something to say. This Zhang Dai is indeed a great talent. As expected, a Dao lecture, even though it was only relayed by Zhang Yuan, still won a round of applause. Amazing. When did Zhang Yuan gain such profound insights into the minor void technique? Every word is a pearl of wisdom, like the true Dao. It's truly wonderful. It seems this old fellow has been hiding his skills quite well. No, my hands are already itching. I can't wait to spar with him. Listening to a Dao lecture is ultimately not satisfying. Sparring is the true method. I'll spar with him in a bit too. The last word was spoken. The scene immediately erupted in thunderous applause. Countless Zhang family disciples cheered for Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan smiled and waved, signaling everyone to be quiet. How do you all think I lectured? Zhang Yuan asked with a smile. Splendid. Good. Excellent. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yuan first laughed heartily, then told the truth. To be honest, these insights into the minor void technique are actually not my own insights. I merely came here to relay what I heard from someone else. Ah, Elder Zhang Yuan merely relayed it. Who is it? Just relaying it can make me feel as if I am in the Dao. If I heard it myself, wouldn't I instantly comprehend the Dao? My Zhang family truly has hidden talents. Elder, who is it? Zhang Yuan smiled and stroked his beard. You all actually know this person. It is Zhang Dai, who ascended from the second heaven not long ago. The lively atmosphere suddenly paused. Everyone's expressions gradually turned cold. The complete annihilation of the Zhang family in the second heaven is inseparable from this Zhang Dai. She has such attainments. Could it be that Elder deliberately attributed this ability to Zhang Dai? Since she ascended until now, she hasn't even shown her face, yet she has consumed countless resources. It's truly impossible for us to believe she has such ability. That's right, I don't believe it either. I heard she was the top heavenly god realm in the second heaven. Now that she has advanced to the Tianming realm, I want to see if she is the top Tianming realm now. Can she come out and fight us? Yes, fight us. If she defeats us and makes us truly convinced, then we naturally have nothing to say. But now she doesn't even show her face, which truly makes us unconvinced. This matter was ultimately suppressed. Some people marveled at Zhang Dai's great talent, while others were completely unconvinced by Zhang Dai. Another 20-odd days passed. Zhang Yuan came outside Zhang Dai's cultivation chamber for the third time. Zhang Dai, it's really not that this old man wants to disturb you. It's truly the family head's order. Now there is a talent competition within the clan, and the family head isn't asking you to participate in the competition, but rather to comment on the participating disciples in front of all the clan members. By then, everyone will naturally be convinced. Zhang Dai. It seems she really can't avoid it. Although Zhang Dai lacked too many methods, she estimated that she should still be slightly stronger than ordinary Tianming realm cultivators. So it doesn't matter. Then let's go out and take a look. Zhang Dai finally appeared before the people of the Zhang family for the first time. Dressed in a black dress, her face was exquisite and beautiful, her skin was snow white, and she carried an aura of majesty without being angry. She was indeed quite beautiful. Zhang Dai greeted each elder one by one. Just as she found her seat and sat down, preparing to give thorough comments and completely establish her persona as knowledgeable and well-read. A loud shout had already sounded. Esteemed elders, this disciple requests to challenge Zhang Dai. Please grant permission, elders. Chapter 190, Shame on you. Too fast. It came too fast. Zhang Dai's eyes turned cold. This matter, I'm afraid, wasn't just this Zhang family heaven's chosen sudden impulse. It seems the other members of the Zhang family also want to see just how strong Zhang Dai's power is. After all, she had turned into a GU worm before, so they could see how severe her injuries were. If Zhang Dai is still invincible all the way, then there's nothing to say, the Zhang family will always be Zhang Dai's biggest backer. But what if you're not capable anymore? The cruelty of large families is often stronger than that of sects. In sects, there are no blood ties. If you do some things too excessively, it's easy to cause estrangement. However, large families have blood ties. Even if many things are done extremely excessively, they can still be smoothed over using the method of, blood is thicker than water. Elder Yuan, you didn't say this when you asked me to come out. Zhang Dai looked at Zhang Yuan with a half smile. Zhang Yuan chuckled awkwardly, I also didn't expect this kid to be so impulsive. It's fine, I'll scold him. Zhang Yuan was already preparing to stand up. Zhang Dai knew clearly in her heart that if she avoided it again this time, the next time would be an unprecedented challenge for her. This time, she had to win. And she had to win beautifully. Zhang Dai stood up, her figure gracefully descending onto the martial arts arena. Her demeanor was relaxed, and she could indeed be called a beautiful sight. Zhang Yu challenges, please give guidance. Zhang Yu, a heaven's chosen of the younger generation in the Zhang family who could rank in the top 5. He ascended from the second heaven, but his younger brother did not ascend and died in the lower realm. One can imagine his resentment towards Zhang Dai. Zhang Dai nodded. What is the divine ability you are most skilled in? Zhang Dai asked. Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow. You mean, defeat me using the same divine ability as me? Zhang Dai nodded lightly. Good. Then I will tell you, my strongest divine ability is called Burial Sky Art. I'd also like to ask for guidance on how strong your Burial Sky Art can be. Zhang Dai secretly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Burial Sky Art, she also knew it. The Dao she cultivated was the Void Great Dao. Even after being reborn, she was already in the true person realm at that time, so there was naturally no situation of changing her cultivation of the Great Dao. However, the void encompasses all things, so she used Lu Yi's Dao to fill the void. Now the void is truly empty, but the void is still there. She was a little worried just now, that if this guy said a divine ability name that she didn't know, it would be awkward. Fortunately, she bet correctly. Burial Sky Art. Burial Sky Art. The two simultaneously cast, and it could be seen that Zhang Dai's casting speed was significantly faster than Zhang Yu's. When her Burial Sky Art was formed, Zhang Yu's was only half completed. After all, she was a great emperor in her previous life. Although she had Lu Yi's help, she still had some abilities of her own, unlike Shangguan Shazi. Zhang Dai obviously waited for a moment. Many people were startled. Such fast casting speed. It seems that as the number 1 heavenly god realm, Zhang Dai still possesses some methods. Zhang Yu's Burial Sky Art was completed. Go, go. In an instant, fluctuations appeared in the void, causing a collapse. This divine ability is one of the Zhang family's signature divine abilities, and its power is very strong. The two Burial Sky Arts collided, grinding against each other for less than a second, and Zhang Yu's Burial Sky Art had already shattered. Zhang Dai's Burial Sky Art dimmed slightly, but it still smashed towards Zhang Yu. Boom! Zhang Yu spat out a large mouthful of blood, and the void trembled violently. He was like being heavily struck in the chest by a heavy hammer, retreating off the arena in one breath, his feet tapping the ground repeatedly, finally stabilizing his figure. Many Zhang family disciples were startled. So strong. Zhang Dai stood proudly on the arena and slowly spoke. Your Burial Sky Art clearly cannot activate a large amount of space. This is because the rune outlines and the resonance with the void are insufficient. You need to carefully study it, otherwise, Burial Sky Art will not be your strongest divine ability, but merely one of your methods, Zhang Dai commented in a calm voice. With a single sentence, she pointed out Zhang Yu's flaw. After speaking, she flew up and returned to her original position, sitting down quietly. Zhang Yu's face was grim. Everyone is of the same generation, yet you are acting like an elder. What does that mean? No, according to seniority, Zhang Dai is even his junior. However, defeating Zhang Yu so cleanly and decisively, in doing so with Zhang Yu's most skilled Burial Sky Art, did indeed alleviate some of the resentment in everyone's hearts. It has to be said, Zhang Dai still has some methods. But Zhang Yu was not particularly convinced. Although he lost, he also ascended from the second heaven, and he knew the value of being the number 1 on the heavenly god ranking. The Burial Sky Art that Zhang Dai just displayed was indeed very strong, but it wasn't so strong that it made him feel despair. Did she deliberately hold back? Or is that all there is to it? However, Zhang Yu felt that this matter was not over yet. He needed to find an opportunity to test this guy again. Gurgle. Lu Yi opened his eyes helplessly, looking at the human emperor banner in front of him. The human emperor banner trembled continuously, and with each tremor, a large amount of black mist emerged. The black mist churned, and the souls within occasionally ran out, seemingly wanting to escape, but were pulled back in an instant. Look at your useless appearance. You can't even digest this many souls, Lu Yi said, feeling disappointed. The human emperor banner trembled, faintly conveying some wronged emotions. Its level was too low, and now it had swallowed a large number of souls in one go, which was truly more filling than the last time. Oh my mama, the banner is going to burst. The enlightenment tree swayed gently beside it. It could actually understand the feeling of the human emperor banner. Before, it swallowed Lu Yi's Great Dao. One time it swallowed the guardian Great Dao, and another time it swallowed the Great Dao from that worm, which made it so full. It seems the master always likes to feed the things around him until they are full. The stone sword was also like this. They all say that a treasured sword needs to drink its fill of blood. The stone sword not only drank its fill, but the blood red on the sword body hasn't disappeared yet. It's embarrassing to even say it. A sword born from heaven and earth, actually couldn't reach the level of not getting a single drop of blood on it. The entire sword was covered in blood. Lu Yi was helpless, directly holding the human emperor banner and helping it quickly raise its level. From an innate treasure to a postnatal Daobao. The human emperor banner finally quieted down a bit. To be honest, the human emperor banner now just wants its current master to rest for a while, stop killing, and just settle down. Let the banner rest. Other people's banners, although they have many souls, those are all weak souls. And what about itself? The souls are stronger than the last, which directly makes it seem extremely useless. Unconsciously, Lu Yi had already cultivated to Earth Immortal Stage 9. The second heaven had undergone a large-scale reshuffle, and the current forces had undergone huge changes. He was also restless after being quiet for so long. He found a heavenly secrets pavilion in a city. Help me check the recent situation of these sects: Qingyang sect, Yuling sect, Bawang sword sect. Lu Yi listed the names of the several sects that had escaped before. The person in the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion couldn't help but glance at Lu Yi, then quickly lowered their head. You need to pay 1 spirit stone. Lu Yi was stunned. Otherwise, why would the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion be able to stand tall in the 9 heavens for so many years? Chapter 191 Domineering. Soon, Lu Yi received news. Some of these sects regrouped and changed their names. Others completely disappeared without a trace. Those who disappeared without a trace had mostly fled into the void. They really dared to run. Those who changed their names were sought out by Lu Yi, and the human emperor banner, which had just finished digesting but wasn't completely full, entered a state of hiccuping again. Lu Yi had now firmly occupied the top position on the heavenly god ranking. Although it wasn't very useful, the second heaven no longer held much value to stay, so Lu Yi began searching for the treasures needed to condense his 5th life. Condensing the 5th life similarly required 3 treasures. According to the incomplete fragments he had obtained, the 9 lives undying celestial scripture could actually only cultivate to the point of condensing the 4th life. Condensing the 5th life was a cultivation method Lu Yi had extrapolated himself based on the scripture's foundation. The effect seemed to be even better than the original method. It also required 3 main materials. 1. Rebirth lotus root. 2. Soul fetus wonder flower. 3. Life spirit bamboo. Currently, he had the rebirth lotus root and life spirit bamboo, just missing the soul fetus wonder flower. He knew where the soul fetus wonder flower was located. Without any delay, Lu Yi rushed towards the outer domain without stopping. The outer domain was a void, filled with shattered landmasses suspended in the void, where various beings lived. Outer domain. A large expanse of shattered continents formed something like an asteroid belt, a place referred to by everyone as the Shattered Land. More than a dozen cultivators had their shoulder blades pierced, their clothes were stripped bare, their bodies were covered in marks of torture, and some had already died. I'll give you one more chance, tell me the whole process again. A Taoist enveloped in rolling demonic energy, carrying a 10,000 soul banner shrouded in black mist on his back, stared coldly at an elder of the spirit control sect and said, I'll tell you, fellow Taoist, please spare my life. As long as you are willing to spare my life, I will do anything. The black mist suddenly formed the shape of a long needle and pierced into this person's body. Ah! Piercing screams echoed endlessly. After another round of torment. I, for one, never like to listen to nonsense. I'll give you one more chance. The Zhang family head, Zhang Dai, the number 1 on the heavenly god ranking, for some unknown reason targeted a cultivator named Lu Yi in the 1st heaven. That Lu Yi was the number 1 on the eternal paragon ranking. Once again, the elder of the spirit control sect recounted the entire matter. There was no difference from what he had said before. Laughter rang out. It gradually grew louder. Ha 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 he 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 he. 10,000 soul banner, good, good, good. A devil cultivator, charging into the 2nd heaven, forcefully slaughtering his way through the 2nd heaven. The demonic Tao has arrived. Fellow Taoists, it is finally time for us to return to the 2nd heaven. Ha ha ha. Loud laughter resounded throughout the entire shattered land. For a time, strange laughter rose and fell across the various shattered landmasses. He, I finally waited for this day. The glory of the demon will surely reappear today under the leadership of Demon Lord Lu Yi. Gagaga, my 10,000 soul banner is already thirsty. Ha ha ha, my great saber hasn't killed heads rolling for a long time. He, my long spear also hasn't been stained with that extreme yin blood for too long. Not a single woman in this shattered land is usable. What did you say? Die. Did I say something wrong? Don't you know how many people you've been with yourself? Stop talking nonsense. Immediately contact all parties, gather our forces, and kill our way back to the second heaven. We respectfully welcome our demon lord. Wrong, it's evil lord. Among them, the strongest were 3 people. The first one was named Shen Tu Fa. Yes, it was the same surname as Shen Tu Xing, the #1 expert of the myriad ancient sect. Just by the name, you know this was Shen Tu Xing's brother. Why would the brother of the #1 expert of the myriad ancient sect betray the myriad ancient sect and flee to the shattered continent? This has to do with a past event. Legend has it that Shen Tu Fa was the biological son, while Shen Tu Xing was the adopted son. Shen Tu Fa accidentally disappeared when he was young and was later found, but his parents only favored their adopted son, Shen Tu Xing. So Shen Tu Fa left in anger, vowing to make them regret it. After Shen Tu Fa left, the Shen Tu family lived even better. How awkward. From then on, Shen Tu Fa entered the demonic Dao. The other 2 were named Li Fanyan and Zhang Jiyu. The 3 of them led over 10,000 devil cultivators, surging forward like a black cloud towards the second heaven. Everyone's face was filled with excitement and bloodlust. Excellent. With so many experts on the heavenly god ranking fallen, and Demon Lord Lu Yi wreaking havoc in the second heaven, their spring had arrived. Demonic energy surged, and the 10,000 soul banner danced in the wind. Lu Yi was currently on his way to the outer domain. I wonder if I can find those few sects in the outer domain. Lu Yi still hadn't forgotten about the last few sects. There was nothing he could do, this person was originally a bit vengeful. After being reborn, he became even more vengeful. The boundless void. The void was also divided into 9 heavens by the supreme power of the 9 heavens great sage. Strictly speaking, the 9 heavens belonged to a 9-layered great universe. The overall shape of the 9 heavens was narrow at the bottom and top, and widest in the middle. So the first heaven was very small, the second heaven was larger than the first heaven, until the 5th heaven, which had reached its maximum size. Next, the 6th heaven began to shrink. Constantly shrinking. Until the 9th heaven. The 9th heaven was the firmament, filled with various forbidden zones, terrifyingly dangerous. But countless experts also existed there. Suddenly, Lu Yi's expression froze. Such massive demonic energy. He hadn't even reached the shattered land yet. What's going on? Lu Yi was puzzled, but it didn't matter. He was already invincible in the second heaven. So he flew towards this massive demonic energy. A group of Yao, demons, and evil cultivators still couldn't capture Lu Yi's aura. The 2 sides continuously approached each other. When Lu Yi appeared within their line of sight. Stop! Shen Tu Fa roared. He was startled in his heart. This person was so close to him, yet he hadn't noticed at all. Something seemed wrong. Lu Yi looked at the vast crowd. Behind many people, black 10,000 soul banners danced. Behind him, a golden human emperor banner danced. What banner is that he has? Why does it look so similar to our 10,000 soul banner? It does look a bit similar, but why is his golden while ours are black? It shouldn't be the 10,000 soul banner. Whose 10,000 soul banner looks so righteous and awe-inspiring? A group of devil cultivators said curiously about Lu Yi's human emperor banner. Lu Yi was also staring at the opponent's 10,000 soul banners. Why are these people's 10,000 soul banners so weak? May I know fellow Taoist's name? Shen Tu Fa asked. Lu Yi said, you don't need to know my name. I need the soul fetus wonder flower in your hand. Give it to me, and I can spare your life. Overbearing, absolutely overbearing. However, this overbearingness was also because of who the opponent was. If the opponent were a proper Taoist cultivator, Lu Yi would naturally discuss it nicely with them. But the opponent was a devil cultivator. Lu Yi naturally had to treat devil cultivators in the way of devil cultivators. 2 words, overbearing. Chapter 192. What is the name of my banner? How did you know I had the soul fetus wonder flower? Shen 2Fa was startled. You don't need to know how I know, I'll just ask you one thing, are you handing it over or not? Lu Yi's voice was calm. Shen 2Fa frowned tightly. This person, he had never seen before. To be able to get this close without him noticing, perhaps there was only one answer. I'll give it. The stone sword on Lu Yi's arm was already halfway out. Shen 2Fa's words made Lu Yi pause. This person. Many devil cultivators looked towards Shen 2Fa, extremely shocked. No, just because someone suddenly appeared and asked for the soul fetus wonder flower, that soul fetus wonder flower has the supreme miraculous effect of reshaping the soul, and you just handed it over. No, are you still a devil cultivator? Lu Yi reached out his hand it over. Shen 2Fa didn't hesitate either, directly taking out the soul fetus wonder flower. The soul fetus wonder flower floated towards Lu Yi. It floated onto Lu Yi's hand. It was indeed the soul fetus wonder flower. Lu Yi put it away with a backhand. He was a man of his word. If he said he wouldn't kill Shen 2Fa, he wouldn't kill Shen 2Fa. You can leave, Lu Yi said. Shen 2Fa felt very uncomfortable, but he was facing Lu Yi. The overall strength of the second heaven was definitely more than one level stronger than the devil cultivators and evil cultivators in the void. Even the entire second heaven was slaughtered by Lu Yi, let alone this group of devil cultivators. Fellow Taoist, can I enter the second heaven? Shen 2Fa asked respectfully. That's none of my business. Lu Yi's impression of Shen 2Fa was alright. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Shen 2Fa hurriedly went around Lu Yi and flew towards the second heaven, who knew how panicked he was in his heart when he turned his back to Lu Yi. Fortunately, Lu Yi really let him go. A large group of devil cultivators and evil cultivators stared blankly as Shen 2Fa ran away in a flash. Finally, someone reacted and exclaimed in surprise. You are Lu Yi, the demon venerable. Lu Yi. What kind of unpleasant nickname was this again? No matter, he never argued with dead people. Everyone, I'll ask you a question. If you answer correctly, you can all live. If you answer incorrectly, then you'll die. The human emperor banner with a gold base and black patterns flew in front of Lu Yi. May I ask, what is this? Lu Yi asked. 5, 4, 3, 10,000 soul banner. Someone answered loudly. Lu Yi stopped counting down, he slowly sighed. Sorry, that's the wrong answer. Therefore, you all must die. Boom. A huge sword light streaked across the void, like a galaxy hanging in the universe. In an instant, screams rang out. With one sword strike, dozens of people turned into blood mist, and tribulation lightning descended from the sky. Dozens of bolts of tribulation lightning covering the sky and earth exploded towards the crowd. Lu Yi's figure spun and weaved, infinite sword lights converged, forming a sword energy storm. Devil cultivators and evil cultivators would also resist. For a time various spells erupted, the 10,000 soul banner was also shaken by them. Huge black mist rolled, forming the 10,000 souls devouring heaven grand array charging towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi suddenly swung the human emperor banner. At this moment, a single human emperor banner erupted with even more terrifying black mist. The shrill screams made countless devil cultivators cover their ears, but for screams targeting the soul, covering ears was clearly useless. The black mist surging from the numerous 10,000 soul banners was instantly dispersed by countless powerful souls. Kill, kill, kill. When dealing with devil cultivators and evil cultivators, there was simply nothing to say, just kill. Things like bullying the weak, or having no grudges, those were for righteous path people. Cultivators like devil cultivators and evil cultivators, they wouldn't consider bullying the weak or having no grudges. Lu Yi killed very frankly. There was no joy, no pain, well, maybe just a tiny bit of joy. Right now Lu Yi felt like there was a continuous harvest of grain. The joy of harvest was unstoppable. This is clearly the 10,000 soul banner. We answered correctly, you are not keeping your word. Lu Yi, we have no grudges, we were wrong, we don't want to enter the second heaven anymore, will you please let me go? Lu Yi, I have an 8,000-year-old mother to support, and an unborn child to take care of, please let me go. Run. Run quickly. In a short time, these devil cultivators and evil cultivators suffered heavy casualties. Li Fanyan still wanted to go around Lu Yi and enter the second heaven, but was instantly cut in half diagonally by Lu Yi. Before he died, confusion still lingered. Why? That was clearly the 10,000 soul banner. Lu Yi told him the truth. Wrong, this is called the human emperor banner. Li Fanyan's eyes widened greatly. Your human emperor banner, cuckoo, emits black smoke. No rush, in the future it will also, cuckoo, emit purple energy, that's primordial violet chi. When Li Fanyan heard this, already close to death, he was directly angered to death on the spot. Large numbers of devil cultivators and evil cultivators collapsed and fled in all directions. The battle started quickly and ended quickly. In just a quarter of an hour, the battle ended. Lu Yi began to handle the spoils of war. These were devil cultivators and evil cultivators. It seemed he could be a bit excessive in handling them. Adding these resources, Lu Yi could finally ascend to the peak of the heavenly god realm in one go. Satisfied, Lu Yi took a cloth and wiped the stone sword. He then gave the hiccuping human emperor banner a slap. Truly disappointing, only over 10,000 people died, and you're already unable to bear it. Trash, so many 10,000 soul banners haven't been fed to you yet. Lu Yi returned. The energy in the shattered land was naturally not as rich as the spiritual energy in the second heaven. He once again entered a state of seclusion. Shangguan Wanling indeed followed her words. She wanted to follow Lu Yi. Even walking the path Lu Yi had walked would allow her to get closer to him. Then, she arrived at the first sect Lu Yi had walked through. Profound Mystery Sect. Oh dear, how miserable. The entire sect was slaughtered, there were bloodstains everywhere, the Profound Mystery Sect had been destroyed beyond recognition. She was pondering Lu Yi's psychological journey. What kind of mindset did Lu Yi have when he did this initially? As she was thinking, she suddenly kicked a broken sword. Shangguan Wanling picked up this broken sword. This thing was of very low value, only used by low-level disciples of the Profound Mystery Sect. It wasn't just broken swords, there was also a large pile of various broken weapons. This was purely because Lu Yi didn't clean the battlefield properly. The main reason was that there were too many enemies, and Lu Yi was worried that the speed of destroying the sect would be too slow, causing other sects to quickly escape. If one more sect escaped, his loss would far exceed these broken weapons. As for broken weapons, Lu Yi wouldn't easily use the origin devouring scripture, because the true essence refined from them would feel a tiny bit incompatible with his own true essence. So Lu Yi was too lazy to take them. But now, Shangguan Wanling had come. Lu Yi didn't want these weapons and treasures, but she did. During this time, she was so poor she was almost forgetting how to use the origin devouring heaven scripture. So poor she could die. Chapter 193 Still unconvinced. Fourth update. I pick it up. I devour it. I pick it up again. I devour it again. These weapons indeed have very little essence, but what could Shangguan Wanling do when she had already fallen to the state of a beggar? As she devoured these broken, low-level magic treasures and weapons, a strong sense of happiness couldn't help but rise in her heart. It's too good. It's too good. Finally, I can devour magic treasures. As long as I can devour, what does it matter if they are low grade? What does it matter if they are unpalatable? Everything is happiness. Just like that, Shangguan Wanling walked all the way, followed all the way, and later followed Lu Yi to a place of cultivation. Lu Yi uttered one word to her. Scram. All right. Shangguan Wanling quickly left, ran to a place where she wouldn't disturb Lu Yi, and began her own cultivation. Now that Lu Yi had gone to the outer domain, she also went to the outer domain. Coincidentally, she encountered Shen Tufa, who had been spared by Lu Yi. Shen Tufa was trembling with fear. He was startled upon seeing Shangguan Wanling, but later realized Shangguan Wanling was only in the Great Ascension realm. However, even if she was just in the Great Ascension realm, he wouldn't dare provoke her. Just as he was about to leave, who would have thought that Shangguan Wanling would just glance at him and immediately transform into a streak of blood-red light, departing. The speed was so fast that Shen Tufa was left dumbfounded. No, you ran so fast. A Great Ascension realm cultivator can run this fast. At this moment, Shen Tufa suddenly felt as if he had been left behind by the times. Third heaven. After Zhang Dai defeated Zhang Yu in one move, she indeed had a period of stability. She completely accepted the fact that she had lost all of Lu Yi's methods. There was nothing she could do, she could only choose to cultivate the Zhang family's void scripture. In her previous life, she had always cultivated the void scripture. This in itself was a powerful cultivation technique, created by the Zhang family's void celestial venerable, containing infinite profoundness. The Zhang family also had two astonishing heavens chosen who achieved the great emperor position by cultivating the void scripture. As a reborn great emperor, her cultivation speed couldn't be considered slow. Of course, the intensity was completely incomparable to when she possessed Lu Yi's great Dao. Zhang Yu's seclusion ended. During his seclusion, he had been pondering the burial sky art that Zhang Dai released. That burial sky art indeed contained many profound mysteries. But its power was just so-so. Thus, he really couldn't hold back and found the Zhang family's current top heavens chosen, Zhang Tianxin. Zhang Tianxin was also a woman. The void scripture seemed quite friendly to women. Among the two great emperors of the Zhang family, one was female. Sister Tianxin, have you studied the burial sky art? Zhang Yu asked. Zhang Tianxin had a delicate appearance and wasn't particularly stunning, let alone comparable to Zhang Dai. Although Lu Yi wasn't good at judging people, his perception of beauty was quite good. All 8 empresses had their own unique charm. Yu Hongling's heroic spirit, Shangguan Wanling's innocence, Chu Ling's jade-like beauty, Bai Chulin's grandeur and gentleness, Zhang Dai's black coolness. Each had their own characteristics, but their facial features were flawless. The burial sky art is the Zhang family's signature divine ability, so naturally, I have studied it, Zhang Tianxin said with a smile. Then may I spar with Zhang Tianxin? Using the burial sky art. Zhang Tianxin smiled lightly. Why, could it be that under Zhang Dai's guidance, you feel you've made great progress in the burial sky art? Zhang Yu shook his head. That's not the case. Rather, I feel that Zhang Dai is truly worthy of her reputation. The burial sky art she displayed is indeed powerful, but it is far from reaching the level of the heavenly god rankings number 1. Sparring with Zhang Tianxin will be a good test. Zhang Tianxin nodded. I did not ascend from the second heaven, but when I watched Zhang Dai perform the burial sky art, its power was indeed immense. With that level, could she still not be the number 1 on the heavenly god ranking? Of course not. The number 1 on the heavenly god ranking from my generation is the current Wang family's Wang Qishan. After Wang Qishan ascended, it was the star-picking sect's Lingu Yaoyu. Only after Lingu Yaoyu ascended came people like Shen Tuxing and Shu Tianhe. Shen Tuzing's myriad ancient reincarnation has been cultivated to an unbelievable degree, capable of reversing yin-yang and turning day into night. Shu Tianhe's 8 desolations fist can shatter the void and is invincible. It's fine if Zhang Tianxin doesn't know these two, but what level are Wang Qishan and Lingu Yaoyu at? Doesn't Zhang Tianxin know? Hearing this, Zhang Tianxin's expression also became serious. She had, of course, heard of these two names, and not just once, they were renowned throughout the entire third heaven. That Wang Qishan was even hailed as the top heavens chosen in the third heaven. The Wang family's invincible blade had been cultivated to a terrifying level, reaching the dreadful 5th layer. You mean, if Zhang Dai only displayed the power of the burial sky art, then there's definitely a problem. Zhang Yu said resolutely. Zhang Tianxin fell silent. Then let's test it first. Both of them simultaneously performed the burial sky art. This time, Zhang Yu coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body nearly shattering. Yet, he burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, Zhang Tianxin, Zhang Dai's burial sky art is not as good as yours, its power is not as great as yours. She definitely isn't as strong as you, absolutely not. She's deceiving people, she's deceiving everyone in the Zhang family. I dare to guarantee with my life that she is deceiving people. Zhang Yu was truly exceptionally displeased with Zhang Dai. His own younger brother died in the lower realm. His feelings for his brother were extremely deep. Since he died because of Zhang Dai, how could he not hate her? Zhang Tianxin also pondered. Zhang Dai was merely at the 2nd level of the Tianming realm, while she herself was already at the 9th level of the Tianming realm, even having reached a cultivation level that touched upon karma. It seemed understandable that the power of the burial sky art she released was different. But Zhang Dai was the number 1 on the heavenly god ranking. Based on the abnormal level of Wang Qishan and Lingu Yaoyu, even with several minor realms separating them, she should not be weaker than them. Please, Zhang Tianxin, go and test how much strength Zhang Dai truly possesses, lest the Zhang family misunderstands and madly gives so many resources to a good-for-nothing. Zhang Tianxin pondered for a moment. Alright, it's just a simple spar anyway. It doesn't involve life or death, so presumably the family will understand, and Zhang Dai will understand too. Okay, I'll go challenge Zhang Dai. Zhang Yu was overjoyed. Ha ha ha, good. I will immediately invite the clan elders and brothers and sisters from the clan to come and watch the battle. Please, Jiang Tianxin, go all out for the truth. Before long, the Jiang family became lively. A crowd of people excitedly walked towards the place where Zhang Dai was in seclusion. Since Zhang Dai ascended to the third heaven, she had been in seclusion, constantly in seclusion. Apart from one instance where she made a move, she had no other substantial battle achievements. This time, the Zhang family's top heavens chosen, Jiang Tianxin, was going to challenge her. Who would win and who would lose? If Zhang Dai truly lived up to her great reputation, then presumably, she could also win this battle. Zhang Dai's formation was triggered. Frowning, her figure emerged from the formation. The result was a vast crowd of people outside. Jiang Tianxin stood alone at the front. Jiang Tianxin, I seek battle with Zhang Dai. Please be generous with your guidance. Chapter 194. If she doesn't obey. So annoying. Only these 3 words filled Zhang Dai's heart. There's no end to this, is there? If she still had her great Dao, let alone this Zhang Yu and Jiang Tianxin, she could even beat the Zhang family elders until they doubted their very existence. But she doesn't have it now. So, it's annoying. Why are you always looking for me? Lu Yi is advancing by leaps and bounds, constantly cultivating in the lower realm, wanting to catch up to me. When Lu Yi ascends, the end of the Zhang family will arrive. You aren't working for the Zhang family, yet you're constantly dragging me down. I truly don't know what you're doing this for. Zhang Dai was extremely displeased. Actually, she understood, she was just feeling a bit guilty. Using the phrase, fierce in appearance but faint in heart, to describe Zhang Dai's state was truly fitting. She could still hold on for now, but once Lu Yi arrived at the third heaven, she genuinely didn't know how she should face Lu Yi. Lu Yi could probably kill her in seconds with ease. Zhang Dai, it's just sparring. Practicing in isolation is always slower than engaging with multiple parties. You're so agitated, could it be that you have something unspeakable? Zhang Dai was extremely angry. Alright, you want to challenge me, huh? Come on. Even if my injuries aren't fully healed, even if you are at the peak of the Tianming realm, what does it matter? In an instant, Zhang Dai's aura surged. The versatile technique, Celestial Silkworm 9 transformations, erupted instantly. This secret technique, which Shangguan Wanling could use with perfect mastery, shows how easy it is to learn. Originally, the Celestial Silkworm 9 transformations only had the Celestial Silkworm 3 transformations. With Lu Yi's efforts and the system's insignificant help, it eventually became the Celestial Silkworm 9 transformations. In an instant, her Tianming realm third heaven reached the peak of the Tianming realm. Many people were surprised. What a terrifying breakout secret technique. Everyone quickly backed away, leaving the largest space for Zhang Dai and Jiang Tianxin. Jiang Tianxin was actually under a lot of pressure. Her goal was to be the Zhang family's #1 heavens chosen. If she lost now, the title of #1 heavens chosen would undoubtedly change hands. Forget it, if it changes hands, so be it. She had indeed already widened the gap between herself and the top heavens chosen from other forces. Kill. Zhang Dai let out an angry roar. In an instant, a spear formed in the void and was gripped by Zhang Dai. Zhang Dai was still planning to end the battle with one blow. Jiang Tianxin felt immense pressure. She also let out a loud roar, and void shields rapidly appeared in front of her. 17 void shields in a row. The void spear struck the void shields, piercing through them, but within the layers of void shields, it was like a long hair entering a swamp. Countless forces were pulling and consuming the power of the void spear. Break for me. Boom. Jiang Tianxin was sent flying. In an instant, she returned. A simple impact was simply not enough to make her lose combat effectiveness. So strong. Jiang Tianxin was startled, but she also had a feeling. Strong, it seemed, but not particularly strong. Void palm. Boom. The spear shattered the giant palm. A vertical eye opened on Zhang Dai's forehead, instantly shooting out divine light. A black hole appeared in front of Jiang Tianxin, swallowing the beam of light. The two were surprisingly locked in an intense battle in a short amount of time. I told you, she's not that strong at all. Although she has the upper hand, she's nowhere near the level to instantly kill Sister Tianxin. Her heavenly god ranking #1 is definitely fake, Zhang Yu said with a somewhat frantic expression. She's been deceiving us. Countless clansmen in the second heaven died because of her deception. She's a liar. Did you see? Anger rose in Zhang Dai's heart. In the sky, the sound of thunder suddenly rang out, like the roar of heaven and earth. Zhang Dai formed hand seals. Among the Zhang family's divine abilities, the Void Divine Thunder, which is among the top 3 in cultivation difficulty, roared down from the sky. However, Zhang Tianxin still managed to withstand it. Her defensive techniques were very strong, with an astonishing number of shield methods. Zhang Dai was furious. Great Void Technique. When this technique was used, the expressions of everyone who had been looking somewhat strange suddenly changed. No, damn it, you can also use the Great Void Technique. Although this technique is a signature divine ability of the Zhang family, among all the living members of the Zhang family combined, probably no more than 10 people can use it. The void trembled violently. An infinitely surging force suddenly exploded on Zhang Tianxin's body. Boom. This time, Zhang Tianxin couldn't hold on at all. She spat out a large mouthful of blood, and her aura became weak. I lost. Zhang Tianxin spat out another mouthful of fresh blood, her complexion regaining some color, and she said helplessly. Zhang Dai snorted coldly, said nothing, and turned to leave. Zhang Tianxin narrowed her eyes, watching Zhang Dai's retreating back, and said her second sentence. But you're not as strong as the rumors say either. Zhang Dai did not refute, did not pause, and disappeared within the formation. Indeed, in this battle, those with discerning eyes had already seen that Zhang Dai was actually not as strong as everyone had imagined. This shouldn't be, right? Now, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion has already sent over the footage of Lu Yi and Zhang Dai's battle. They were indeed locked in an intense fight. Could it be that Zhang Dai was crippled by Lu Yi? At this moment, many people thought of this possibility, and their eyelids twitched wildly. If that were truly the case, waste, in a large family, is the most worthless kind of thing. Of course, the current Zhang Dai is far from being called a waste. She just defeated the Zhang family's #1 heaven's chosen, Zhang Tianxin. She is only at the Tianming realm 3rd heaven, and we can still wait and see. However, with the strength she has shown now, wanting to be like before, wanting whatever she wants, doing nothing herself, and just cultivating for free with the sect's resources. That probably won't happen, right? Every Zhang family disciple has a mission. I see that she has quite a few strong skills. From now on, every month, have her teach a technique to the clan members. Even if no one can learn it, she must teach it, transcribe it into books, and place them in the family treasury. The current family head of the Zhang family is named Zhang Dingtian. Although he did not appear at the battle scene, he saw the entire event clearly through his divine sense. Thus, he issued the command. What if she's unwilling? Zhang Dingtian's eyes were cold. Causing the destruction of the Zhang family in the 2nd heaven and provoking the existence ranked #1 on the Eternal Paragon ranking, she has already committed a great mistake. If she is unwilling, she will be punished according to family law. If she's unwilling once, change it to teaching one skill every 20 days. If she's unwilling twice, it's teaching one every 10 days. If she's unwilling 3 times, then have her teach one every 3 days. If she continues to be unwilling, could it be that my Zhang family no longer has a way to punish its own clan members? Yes, family head. Alas, I actually hope that she can defy my wishes and soar into the sky, displaying her value. I hope she has that capability. With the family head's order, Zhang Yuan immediately activated the formation. At this moment, his face naturally wore a smile, but this smile was clearly somewhat cold, not as amiable as the first time. Chapter 195, Beat Her. I don't agree. I don't even have enough time for myself. Where would I find time to explain cultivation techniques and divine abilities? If I don't cultivate diligently now, when Lu Yi truly comes, what will the Zhang family use to block him? Who can block him? Zhang Dai's voice rose, her emotions becoming agitated. Zhang Dai, this is not my opinion, this is the family head's command. You are a member of the Zhang family, and you must know the Zhang family's rules. The family head is the highest ranking person in the Zhang family. No matter how powerful or talented you are, as long as the family head gives you an order, you should obey. It's only asking you to explain one cultivation technique or divine ability every 30 days. Even if it causes a delay, how much of your time can it possibly take? I hope you don't make things difficult for me. Zhang Dai's temper flared. Anyway, I won't explain. I don't have time. Our Zhang family's biggest enemy is currently growing crazily, yet you want me to waste time on something like this. It's simply ridiculous. Jiang Dai, if you don't contribute to the Jiang family, the Jiang family won't provide you with large amounts of resources for cultivation for no reason. If you want resources, you need to demonstrate your value. This is true for everyone in the Jiang family. I am different from you. Jiang Dai was annoyed. She was a great emperor reborn. She had already walked every path in her previous life. In this life, she only needed to walk and modify as she went, allowing her to level up at a terrifying speed. How long had it been since she ascended to the third heaven? She was already at the third level of destiny. Couldn't this prove something? The smile on Zhang Yuan's face immediately vanished. Family head's order. If Zhang Dai does not comply, the frequency will be changed from every 30 days to every 20 days for explaining a cultivation technique or divine ability. Now, for the second time, I ask you, are you still unwilling? A cold emotion was already revealed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. Zhang Dai was silent for a moment. What does this mean? If I still refuse, next time it will be explaining a cultivation technique or divine ability every 10 days. Actually, she really had something up her sleeve. The cultivation techniques and divine abilities she had stolen from Lu Yi could be explained in various ways, and even after 10 or 20 years of explaining, she wouldn't run out. But she could not accept being forced like this. She was a great emperor. In her previous life, no one had ever forced her. At most, she was forced by Lu Yi to participate in Jenga with others. Besides Lu Yi, who dared to force her? In her previous life, it was only at her request that the Zhang family was protected and did not perish. I am unwilling, Zhang Dai said, word by word, with utmost clarity. Explain a cultivation technique or divine ability every 10 days, are you willing? Zhang Yuan's expression grew even colder. Unwilling. Zhang Yuan nodded. All right, all right, all right. Zhang Dai has disobeyed the family head's order and violated the clan rules. She should be punished. Now, escort her to the punishment hall for punishment. If she dares to resist, the punishment will be increased. Zhang Yuan suddenly attacked. Zhang Dai's face changed drastically. You dare. Her aura erupted with a roar, but Zhang Yuan was a powerful expert at the 7th level of the causality realm. If she had Lu Yi's great Dao, Zhang Dai might not have been afraid. Now, she did not have Lu Yi's great Dao. Her aura had just erupted when Zhang Yuan's hand landed on Zhang Dai's shoulder, exerting sudden force. The rapidly rising aura was forcefully suppressed by a terrifying power. PFF'd. Zhang Dai suddenly spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood, her aura quickly wilting. Stubborn and unrepentant, you even dared to resist. The punishment hall will make you understand reality. Zhang Yuan grabbed Zhang Dai and quickly headed towards the punishment hall. The experts in the punishment hall were all fierce-looking. They heard Zhang Yu speak of Zhang Dai's offense. Disobeying the family head's order, receive 30 soul whips and 100 body rods. Resisting during apprehension, punishment doubled. Total of 60 soul whips and 200 body rods. After the punishment, if she still doesn't repent, seal her cultivation and throw her into the 10,000 insect cave. Only when she realizes her mistake can she come out. Execute the punishment. Zhang Dai was immediately bound. Her face still showed defiance and dissatisfaction as she shouted. You don't know how formidable Lu Yi is. Treating me like this now and delaying my cultivation, when Lu Yi arrives, it will be the time of the Zhang family's destruction. You will regret this. Crack. Ah. When the soul whip lashed fiercely onto Zhang Dai's body. Zhang Dai suddenly let out a miserable scream. Her soul suffered the lashing. The intense pain made her scream, and then clench her teeth. She was a great emperor. A mere soul whip, what could it do to her? Crack. The intense pain caused cold sweat to pour down Zhang Dai's forehead. The 30th whip came down. Zhang Dai finally couldn't bear it and let out a miserable scream. The soul whip was a whip that directly acted upon the soul. The so-called 30 lashes shattering the invincible dream of a reborn great emperor, was exactly this. Zhang Dai's soul was covered in wounds under the lashing of the soul whip. The intense and continuous soul pain made Zhang Dai scream incessantly. In her previous life, where had she experienced such suffering? No, she would not back down. She wanted to cultivate crazily, she wanted. Zhang Dai was directly beaten unconscious, and then awakened by the sheer pain. This soul whip did not inflict destructive damage on the soul, but it was simply painful. A burning hot pain. Finally, Zhang Dai endured the soul whips. Next came the body rods. When the iron rod coated with red medicine was brought out, Zhang Dai had a very ominous feeling. Thud. A rod smashed onto Zhang Dai's back. Zhang Dai trembled violently all over. But this was just the beginning. When the skin split and the flesh tore, and the medicine entered the flesh and blood, that was when one would truly know what it meant to wish for death. Rod after rod smashed down. The red medicine blended into the blood-stained clothes. Ah! Zhang Dai tasted pain again. This pain was naturally lighter than the primordial morning mist, but it was still extremely painful. Speaking of which, this red medicine was actually a healing medicine, but its medicinal properties were too strong, easily causing a burning hot sensation. Zhang Dai suddenly understood. If she didn't agree, the Zhang family would absolutely not let her off just like that. Enduring such torture would make it even more impossible for her to cultivate. She only agreed for the sake of cultivating better. It was absolutely not because it was too painful that she agreed. Even if you agree, the punishment must be completed. The people from the punishment hall gave Zhang Dai a somewhat despairing answer. After the 200 body rods were delivered, Zhang Dai was again on the verge of fainting from the pain. She felt as if she had developed a fear of pain. Pain. Too painful. Zhang Yuan sighed softly, and a gentle and benevolent smile reappeared on his face. Look at you, why bother? Asking you to teach cultivation techniques and divine abilities is also for the Zhang family's development. As for whether Lu Yi is strong or not, is that something for you to consider? You are not the family head now, you should clearly understand your current status and position. Remember, teach one cultivation technique or divine ability every 3 days. Don't be foolish anymore. If you're foolish again, you'll have to teach one every day. At that point, you will completely have no time to cultivate. Understand? Zhang Dai was filled with despair. Why did it become every 3 days again? Because you refused me 3 times. How much better it would have been if you had agreed from the start. But consider this a lesson learned. It will be fine next time. Got it. Chapter 196 Heavenly Realm. Family Head, I don't quite understand. After Zhang Dai was disciplined, Zhang Yuan came to Zhang Dingtian's side, his attitude respectful, but he spoke with some confusion. What is your confusion? Zhang Dingtian placed the teacup on the table opposite him, signaling Zhang Yuan to sit down. Zhang Yuan honestly sat opposite him. This Zhang Dai has already defeated Zhang Tianxin, and she did so with the strength of Tianming triple layer, defeating a peak Tianming realm expert. If she is allowed to grow, I'm afraid she won't be easy to underestimate, right? Zhang Yuan voiced his confusion. Zhang Dingtian picked up his teacup and took a light sip. Undeniably, in the second heaven, Zhang Dai was an absolute powerhouse. If she had ascended in the state she was in during the second heaven, let alone using the entire Zhang family's strength to help her, even if she wanted my position as family head, I could give it to her. But now, she can't. Zhang Yuan was stunned for a moment. Does the family head mean that this Zhang Dai has suffered extremely severe injuries? More than just injuries, she has completely thrown away her strength. Think about it yourself. If you were Zhang Dai, you were originally incredibly powerful, capable of fighting across realms as easily as taking something from your pocket. As a result, you lost your strength. What would be your first thought? Zhang Dingtian asked. Zhang Yuan answered almost without thinking. I would definitely try to regain my strength at all costs. And did Zhang Dai search? Zhang Yuan frowned tightly. She didn't search. That's right. If you lost something very important, your first reaction would definitely be to look for it. If you couldn't find it yourself, you would mobilize your friends and family to look, searching with all your might. Zhang Yuan understood. Does the family head mean that Zhang Dai's current behavior is illogical? She clearly lost her powerful strength but isn't looking for it because no one understands better than her that she cannot get it back. That precious thing was completely destroyed. Zhang Dingtian nodded. Yes, it was completely destroyed. Now, while that Lu Yi hasn't come up yet, think of every possible way to squeeze out Zhang Dai's value. When Lu Yi comes up, assess his strength and potential. If both are great, hand Zhang Dai over to him, offer some gifts, and resolve this matter. Ah, what about my Zhang family's reputation? Zhang Dingtian scoffed. What kind of damn reputation? Your reputation comes from your strength. As long as the Zhang family is strong enough, if you bow your head to others, people will say you are wise, know right from wrong, and are magnanimous. If the Zhang family becomes weak, that is when the true crisis for the Zhang family arrives. In this heaven and earth, the people who want to destroy the Zhang family and cut off its bloodline number at least 800 million, if not a billion. The family's primary mission is survival and continuation, and only second is development and becoming stronger. So, just wait. The more obediently Zhang Dai teaches divine abilities and techniques, the more it proves that her value is constantly decreasing. The Zhang family of the second heaven was destroyed because of her. So many eyes are watching me. Even if I am the family head, I have to give them an explanation. At this moment, Zhang Yuan drank the tea in his hand in one gulp. He understood. Zhang Yuan left. Zhang Dingtian's gaze quietly watched the light at the doorway. Zhang Dai, what secret is she hiding? Perhaps something can be discerned from the techniques she teaches. As the family head, of course, I cannot covet the opportunities of those within the clan. But, Lu Yi didn't know that Zhang Dai was gradually falling into a desperate situation. Actually, he could roughly guess. Traveling 80,000 li, Lu Yi had three objectives. First, to build momentum, to build an invincible momentum, and to fight Zhang Dai, because Zhang Dai's realm was too high and she possessed methods Lu Yi didn't understand. Second, to kill everyone in one go, drawing out all the enemies. The second heaven had no particular place Lu Yi needed to stay. Third, to make it known to the world, to reveal everything about Zhang Dai. Even if he didn't kill her, the unpredictable human hearts and the monsters and demons that would follow, even if they couldn't kill Zhang Dai, would be enough to strip her bare. The most terrifying thing now was that Zhang Dai truly lost the capital of her invincible status. Lu Yi now had too many resources in his hand, some he could use, and some he couldn't. The human emperor banner was disappointing. Lu Yi refined it once more, wanting to change the state where the souls would constantly writhe and roar. This was because as long as there was no chaos, more souls could be stored inside. It was better for everyone to stay in order than to run around like that. Still too many. Lu Yi had never used this human emperor banner in his previous life either, so he simply started using the system for deduction. Ultimately, the system deduced a very good method. That was to squeeze the souls into juice, forming a soul river. This way, the soul storage capacity of the human emperor banner would greatly increase. He did it as soon as he thought of it. He temporarily ignored the fierce souls. Lu Yi specifically sought out the souls that were idle every day, not seeking improvement, just staying comfortably. Because this group of souls truly turned the human emperor banner into an inn. How could that be allowed? All of you, get active. You're already souls, yet you're still so lifeless. If souls don't work hard, true spirits will grieve in vain. As Lu Yi proceeded, earth-shattering cheers echoed within the human emperor banner. Ah! Cheers loud enough to pierce human eardrums rang out from within the human emperor banner. Every soul, at this moment, gained motivation. As a soul river slowly formed, the dark color also began to gradually change. Because the black was too deep, it actually began to transform into a kind of purple. The writhing souls were all stunned by this scene. They watched as a perfectly fine soul was instantly grasped by a hand, the palm squeezing, and drops of liquid dripped from beneath the fist. Countless hands appeared one after another. Some souls that were originally writhing, because they were momentarily stunned, were directly squeezed into juice. Some souls reacted and immediately let out ear-splitting shrieks. Their faces became strangely contorted, almost twisted into an unbearable appearance. Lu Yi paused slightly. He hadn't noticed before that there were so many writhing souls within the human emperor banner. In just this short while, all of them had become writhing. Never mind. Lu Yi waved his hand, and 10,000 soul banners flew over. The next second, the 10,000 soul banners shattered. The human emperor banner waved lightly. All the souls from the 10,000 soul banners rushed into the human emperor banner. Hold it in for me. Lu Yi roared. The human emperor banner, which was halfway through a burp, was forcibly held back. The banner body even showed an irregular rhythm. One 10,000 soul banner after another was refined into it. Terrifying purple energy began to swirl, entirely composed of viscous soul liquid. Finally, all the 10,000 soul banners were refined into it. The human emperor banner officially advanced to become a Shantian Dao treasure. Lu Yi didn't waste time either. The Earth Immortal realm had reached its limit, and he simply rolled it up 3 layers. Will extreme poison appear this time? Breakthrough. In an instant, his true essence boiled. Lu Yi's aura surged, reaching the heavenly god realm. Lu Yi's nose twitched, smelling a fragrance. Chapter 197, The Fragrance of Enlightenment Part 1. Fragrance. Where is this fragrance coming from? Lu Yi slightly furrowed his brow and raised his arm. Smelling it carefully, he found that his arm had been stained with a faint fragrance at some point. What is this? He checked his body, and at this moment, all the flesh and blood on his body were stained with the fragrance. Although the fragrance was very faint, it made Lu Yi feel a slight sense of hunger. This is interesting. What kind of Taoist heart does Lu Yi have? If he smells this fragrance and feels hungry, wouldn't others who smell it go crazy with hunger and pounce on Lu Yi when they see him? System, help me check. Ding, deducing. Ding, this fragrance is the fragrance of Chengdao. Shen Zitong's figure appeared, extending her fair and tender arm in front of Lu Yi, letting him smell it. Lu Yi sniffed. No wonder it felt somewhat familiar, it turns out it's similar to the fragrance on Shen Zitong's body. Fragrance of Chengdao. Ding, a Chengdao practitioner must be at least a celestial venerable. Such a fragrance is only possible in two ways. One is refined from the corpse of a powerful expert who achieved celestial venerable status through their physical body, and the other is refined from the corpse of a saint. Ding, this fragrance of Chengdao can make all things go crazy for it. Seeing you is like seeing the great Dao fruit, like seeing a heaven-reaching medicine. For living beings, this can trigger their instinctive madness. Ding, Lu Yi, you're in for it. Next, you're likely to passively become the enemy of the entire world. Everyone who smells this fragrance will uncontrollably want to kill you. Everyone wants to kill you, everyone wants to eat you, even your closest people, because they simply cannot control themselves. Including you. Ding, not including me. I'm also fragrant, smell me again. What about these things? Lu Yi weighed the human emperor banner in his hand. Ding, the human emperor banner is not a living being. Lu Yi nodded. Deduce a solution for me. Ding, starting deduction. Estimated completion time, 1 hour. The deduction began here, but Shen Zitong did not appear. Ding, fragrant Lu Yi, the fragrance of Chengdao hasn't fully spread out yet. At the very least, you don't need to worry in the second heaven, unless you find other women and get intimate with them, and they smell it. Speaking of this, Shen Zitong suddenly woke up. Ding, it was Yin Fengji who put this fragrance of Chengdao on you. Lu Yi also understood. He couldn't help but rub his forehead. In the previous life, if he hadn't truly self-destructed, the outbreak of this fragrance of Chengdao would definitely have driven countless living beings in the heavens crazy, rushing towards Lu Yi desperately. Directly causing Lu Yi to fail his crossing tribulation and die another time. However, the fragrance of Chengdao wouldn't completely dissipate even if Lu Yi died once. At most, its diffusion would weaken. Thus, as long as one is relatively far from Lu Yi, they won't smell the fragrance of Chengdao. Other women naturally couldn't touch Lu Yi either. Because once they touch Lu Yi, they will develop a kind of madness that makes them want to eat him. Yin Qingcheng definitely has a way to avoid this phenomenon. So at that time, the only person Lu Yi could see would be her, and only her. Lu Yi couldn't even imagine how happy Yin Qingcheng would be when she found this fragrance of Chengdao. Damn it, crazy woman. Lu Yi couldn't help but curse. Currently, it's because his physical body is weak enough that the fragrance of Chengdao, which should have fully erupted, hasn't erupted much. However, just this wisp that has erupted has turned the 1-meter radius around Lu Yi into a forbidden ground. Any living being, as long as it is a living being. Upon entering within 1 meter of Lu Yi, they will be affected by the fragrance of Chengdao, and then crazily and greedily attack Lu Yi. Regarding this situation, Lu Yi was also contemplating. These women, they can really find anything. Fragrance of Chengdao. Achieving celestial venerable status through the physical body. Or a saint. These two conditions, in the entire 9 heavens no, including the entire great universe outside the 9 heavens, how many people can achieve them? Yin Qingcheng not only found it, but she could also refine this thing into a poison. This poison could also prevent him from discovering it. Lu Yi could only have one evaluation for this. Awesome. Ding, fragrant Lu Yi, you don't seem to be as fragrant as I am. Shen Zitong couldn't help but smell the fragrance on Lu Yi's body again and immediately became happy. You're the most amazing. Since you're so amazing, can you absorb the fragrance of Chengdao from my body? Ding, cannot. Then you're not amazing. Ding, even if I'm not amazing, I still can't absorb it. Lu Yi and Shen Zitong bantered for a while, then closed his eyes and began cultivating. The stone sword and human emperor banner shivered for a moment after hearing the conversation between the two. Oh my god. It seems like a massive wave of slaughter is about to come. These two magic treasures are now more embarrassing than the last. One is the stone sword, the blood on its blade simply cannot be absorbed cleanly, and Lu Yi had to wipe it evenly with a rag, and it still took half a day to absorb. The human emperor banner. Can they be blamed? They can be blamed, but not entirely. The souls inside the human emperor banner have already communicated with the other yin souls in the 10,000 soul banner. In other 10,000 soul banners where other souls reside, a few come in every now and then, sometimes a few, sometimes dozens. If hundreds come in, that's amazing, and the 10,000 soul banner's power can increase by a small margin. Then what about the human emperor banner? Every now and then, hundreds come in, sometimes thousands, and impulsively tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands rush in. Moreover, the key is that they are not weak souls, every single one is the soul of a cultivator. From the moment the 10,000 soul banner was renamed human emperor banner until now, the human emperor banner no longer knows what the souls of ordinary living beings look like. This master, he doesn't even kill ordinary people. 1 hour passed in an instant. Ding, deduction complete. Lu Yi checked the solution deduced. The first method is to go to the land of extreme filth and cover the fragrance of Chengdao with the land of extreme filth. That land of extreme filth is where all the foul energy from the 9 heavens gathers, and it's so smelly that it's enough to kill all living beings. However, if it weren't for the existence of the land of extreme filth, the 9 heavens would probably be shrouded in foul air all day long. Lu Yi directly skipped this method. He wasn't someone who would endure hardship unnecessarily. That smell rather than making himself smell bad, he'd rather kill people. The second method is to use external tribulations to forcefully stimulate the physical body, releasing the fragrance of Chengdao to the greatest extent. The physical body can completely collapse at most 9 times to remove the fragrance of Chengdao. The physical body completely collapsing 9 times. And it must be external tribulations. That is to say, he can't do it himself, because if he does it himself, his physical body will be prepared in advance and will not stimulate the fragrance of Chengdao that has integrated deep into his flesh and blood. So it must be unexpected, unforeseen, directly shattering the physical body. Upon receiving immense stimulation, the fragrance of Chengdao can surge out. The third method. Return to the Heavenly Venerable realm. A mere fragrance of Chengdao. As long as Lu Yi is capable, the system has 100 ways to handle it. The first and third methods are useless. Then it can only be the second method. 9 times the physical body is destroyed. Yin Qingcheng, you really fucking love me. Chapter 198, Involution of the Cultivation World Part 2. Cultivate, cultivate, cultivate. Important things must be said 3 times. In the mountains, there is no passage of time. In cultivation, there are no years. While Lu Yi was diligently cultivating, the second heaven was also experiencing turbulent times. A green-robed sword cultivator emerged, specifically taking the treasures of other sword sects. A red-robed woman emerged, challenging all sides, her fists surrounded by marks, causing the heavens chosen from various factions to suffer immensely. A yellow-robed woman emerged. She specialized in teaching people how to cultivate a peerless divine ability. That divine ability was none other than the celestial silkworm 9 transformations. With Dao treasures, one could learn the celestial silkworm 7 transformations. With supreme treasures, one could learn the celestial silkworm 5 transformations. With spiritual treasures, one could learn the celestial silkworm 3 transformations. And they had to swear a great oath of life and death, absolutely forbidden to pass this secret method to others. Who is this person? It is already very obvious, it is Shangguan Wanling. When Yu Hongling and Bai Chulin heard this news, they were both stunned. No, what is this situation? Under normal circumstances, this type of explosive divine ability is better known by fewer people, ideally only by yourself. This way, when you fight others, you rapidly increase your strength, and others will definitely be dumbfounded. Holy crap, they're cheating. As a result, now, Shangguan Wanling has taken out this explosive secret technique. Letting all cultivators under heaven learn it. Once you announce this thing, the involution within the entire cultivation world will instantly escalate. 2 people fighting, originally with similar strength, he suddenly increased his strength by several small realms. What do? You don't know how. Then you can only lose. 2 people fighting, you suddenly increased your strength by several realms. What does the other party do? The other party doesn't know how. Then the other party can only lose. And losing means, possibly dying. Shangguan Wanling refused no one. As long as there were treasures, whether you were good or bad, she would teach everyone. If you were rich, she would teach 2 more transformations. Under such operations, the celestial silkworm 3, 5, and 7 transformations quickly became popular in the second heaven. You don't cultivate. Everyone else cultivates, and you don't. Others have increased their realms out of thin air by several levels. Can you withstand it? Cannot withstand it, absolutely cannot withstand it. Thus, a frantic campaign to learn the heavenly silkworm change began. Countless people searched for Shangguan Wanling, asking her to impart the heavenly silkworm change. Shangguan Wanling would then have the other party swear an oath. Even the oath template was the same, except for the name being different. This method, naturally, could not have been thought of by Shangguan Wanling herself, but was taught to her by Chu Ling. Chu Ling was frantically plundering others' sword Dao, and once was severely injured, using a sound transmission stone to contact Shangguan Wanling. Only now did Chu Ling suddenly realize that although Shangguan Wanling was foolish, when no one was misleading her, she actually became the only person she could trust. Shangguan Wanling was bored. She had already decided to follow the path Lu Yi had taken. As a result, Lu Yi stopped walking. Shangguan Wanling was instantly stunned, and she began to cultivate herself. How should I describe her cultivation speed? Words cannot describe it. Shangguan Wanling was desperate. With this kind of cultivation speed, by the time she cultivated to the heavenly god realm and crossed tribulation to ascend to the third heaven, Lu Yi would likely have already returned to the heavenly venerable realm. But she didn't know what to do. She was dirt poor, had no way to make money at all, and no magic treasures for herself to devour. It was under such circumstances that she received Chu Ling's plea for help. Good sister, must save. The celestial devil blood transformation divine escape was used roaringly. All the cultivation from such a long time was used up in one go because she saved Chu Ling. Chu Ling was indeed saved. Shangguan Wanling cried on the spot. So, for such a long time, she cultivated in loneliness. Chu Ling was indeed grateful for her life-saving grace, so she gave all the treasures she had seized to Shangguan Wanling. Shangguan Wanling immediately beamed with joy, but then her face clouded over with worry. Sister Chu, I cannot accept them, Shangguan Wanling said with a sigh. Why? Your origin devouring heaven scripture is most suitable for devouring all kinds of spiritual treasures. If you don't devour them and just cultivate here, when will you ever finish cultivating? Chu Ling said. Shangguan Wanling shook her head. She also didn't speak. Chu Ling, however, understood that she could give Shangguan Wanling all the spiritual treasures this time. But what about in the future? She wasn't Gongzi, young master, she couldn't even support herself now, let alone support a Shangguan Wanling. Everyone was already doing their best for their own cultivation, where would they have the energy to drag others along? Thinking of this, Chu Ling's heart felt a fine, dense, needle-like pain. She couldn't even drag one person along. In the previous life, Gongzi, young master, had dragged 8 people in one go, forcefully pulling these 8 people to the great emperor realm. How difficult must that have been? Currently, Yu Hongling is in the situation of dragging Bai Chulin along, although she helps Bai Chulin resolve the yin poison, which can quickly increase her strength. But looking at how Yu Hongling is now working so hard to challenge others everywhere, her Daos of fearlessness are clearly constantly showing cracks. This is definitely a great calamity for her. To cultivate this cultivation method, you must devour spiritual treasures, otherwise you might as well change to another cultivation method, but with your aptitude you should still think about how you can earn money to buy spiritual treasures for cultivation. Hearing Chu Ling's words, Shangguan Wanling pointed to herself, lacking confidence. Me, earn money. Chu Ling, what can you do? Shangguan Wanling, what can she do? She can bully Lu Yi, bullying him fiercely in a unique and superb way on top of Lu Yi, but this thing can't be used on others. What I know now is only the origin devouring heaven scripture, the celestial silkworm 9 transformations, and the celestial devil blood transformation divine escape. Chu Ling was also helpless. She indeed knew too little. Gongzi, young master, was simply exaggeratedly powerful, actually being able to forcefully pull such a flower vase into the great emperor realm single-handedly. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Chu Ling. You can teach the celestial silkworm 9 transformations to others. The origin devouring heaven scripture absolutely cannot be imparted to others, and the celestial devil blood transformation divine escape absolutely cannot be passed on to others. After passing it on to others, they will definitely have designs on you, and you won't be able to escape even if you try. Then you only have this one choice, teaching the celestial silkworm 9 transformations to others. The more Chu Ling spoke, the brighter her eyes became. She had already formed a complete idea. Shangguan Wanling looked at the excited Chu Ling and said somewhat blankly, "Why can't I teach others to cultivate the origin devouring heaven scripture?" Chu Ling glanced at her. "You don't need to know why, you just need to know that you can't." Could she tell Shangguan Wanling that this thing could only cultivate true essence and couldn't improve the great Tao? 99.9999% of people who cultivate this thing will have their great Tao dissolve. Thus, the celestial silkworm 9 transformations appeared in the second heaven. Everyone was forced to be drawn into a world of involution. Originally, no one knew explosive secret techniques, but with Shangguan Wanling doing this, everyone had to learn them. With an extra expense appearing out of nowhere, everyone was miserable. Chapter 199, A Powerful Heavenly Tribulation Part 3. Third Heaven. Zhang Dai began her first lecture. She was clearly emotional, so she taught a divine ability called breath absorption technique. A method of breathing, assisting cultivation, it could only be described as dispensable. The Zhang family disciples who had specially come to listen almost spat on Zhang Dai when they heard the effect of this divine ability. What the heck? However, the Zhang family did not express any opinion on this. Because this was a long-term task, not something that would end after 1 or 2 lectures. A lecture every 3 days. The second time, she taught a divine ability called exposure technique, which could turn true essence into extraordinarily bright light. Although it was said to be extraordinarily bright, at most, it only had a slight impact on others' vision. However, time passed by, minute by minute. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. More than 100 lectures on divine abilities, and they couldn't be repeated. Although she had copied some of Lu Yi's divine abilities, she hadn't completely copied them. After speaking more than 100 divine abilities, Zhang Dai began to rack her brains to think of some divine abilities that weren't particularly useful but were still somewhat useful. Another year passed. Time flew by like a white colt passing through a gap. Another 100+ divine abilities were spoken. The divine abilities she had taught alone were all-encompassing, like the star river in the sky. Some people, throughout their entire lives, couldn't thoroughly understand even one. Now, this Zhang Dai could simply explain a divine ability so clearly. Gradually, the way the Zhang family members treated Zhang Dai began to change. Some began to feel awe, some found it unbelievable, and under the eyes of some, turbulent waves surged. Too terrifying. How could one person be familiar with so many divine abilities? Moreover, looking at Zhang Dai's state, she didn't seem to have reached her limit at all. She was at ease every day, and not only that, her cultivation progress was quite rapid. Zhang Dingtian sat in the study, leisurely looking at the divine abilities transcribed in his hand. Even though he was the Zhang family head and widely experienced, some divine abilities still made his eyes light up, and some even made him feel unbelievable yet usable. How could there be such absurd effects? Zhang Dai, oh Zhang Dai, what secret are you hiding? He was already finding it hard to bear. On this day, Zhang Dai, as usual, continued to walk towards the lecture hall. She had already decided on the divine ability to teach today. She would teach the Taiyan divine sword. What? You don't have Taiyan power and can't cast it. What does that have to do with her? She only teaches, she's not responsible for making you learn. She had actually already prepared to leave the Zhang family. But she hadn't hardened her heart yet. If she betrayed the Zhang family would definitely pursue and kill her. But what could she do if she didn't escape? Here, her cultivation speed hadn't increased much, because the resources the Zhang family gave her were clearly limited. Just one step away from the lecture hall. Suddenly, a piece of black cloth abruptly covered Zhang Dai. The opponent was very strong, definitely an existence above the causality realm, and even though Zhang Dai reacted quickly and wanted to dodge, it was still too late. The black cloth directly enveloped Zhang Dai. Who dares to be presumptuous in my Zhang family? An angry roar sounded. This was the last sound Zhang Dai heard. The turmoil in the outside world had little to do with Lu Yi. He had been cultivating all along. Unknowingly, he had already entered the heavenly god realm 9th heaven. He rolled up slightly. The fragrance of Chengdao on him was not strong at the moment, because the fragrance of Chengdao was closely related to his physical body. The stronger the physical body, the stronger the fragrance of Chengdao would be. Lu Yi's 9 tribulation undying body had now reached 3.5 tribulations. Only after officially breaking through to 4 tribulations would his physical body receive a greater enhancement. After another half a year of cultivation, Lu Yi had already reached the heavenly god realm 11th level, his true essence vast and surging, emitting a faint glow. The heavenly god realm already possessed the power to seize stars. Simply put, they could capture slightly smaller stars. If Lu Yi were to act, punching and exploding a planet would be no problem at all. He could undergo crossing tribulation. This was actually Lu Yi's normal cultivation speed. From the first heaven to the second heaven, Lu Yi had stayed in the second heaven for less than 4 full years. He had already risen from Earth Immortal Realm 1st level all the way to Heavenly God Realm 11th level in one go. He had almost reached a new height in rolling. Lu Yi felt that this time, there was no need to stay in the second heaven anymore. Because with his current cultivation, the second heaven could no longer bring him any special benefits, unless he went on a killing spree, thoroughly purged the second heaven, and collected treasures. That would be meaningless. Ascend. System, give me some power. Lu Yi spoke. The first time his physical body would be broken was now. Ding, guaranteed power. In an instant, black clouds filled the sky, one after another, madly surging out, converging, and expanding. A fierce wind swept across heaven and earth. The tribulation energy, heavy as 1,000 tons, slowly circulated in the void, emitting a terrifying aura. The tribulation cloud kept expanding. In the blink of an eye, it was already 1,000 miles. 3,000 miles. 5,000 miles. Finally, an area of 10,000 miles was covered by the tribulation cloud. Such a massive tribulation cloud directly alarmed the powerhouses of the entire second heaven. What the heck is going on? Such a massive tribulation cloud. Has someone gone mad? Who is undergoing crossing tribulation? Who possesses such terrifying strength? Could it be that Lu Yi? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How long has he been in the second heaven since he ascended? But besides that guy, who else could possibly have the ability to attract a 10,000-mile tribulation cloud? Go, let's go watch the excitement. The tribulation cloud, which had already expanded to 10,000 miles, suddenly contracted violently, accompanied by the contraction of the tribulation cloud, as well as the astonishingly vast spiritual energy. Lu Yi had already spoken. When it came to striking Lu Yi, Shen Zitong was very capable. Arranging the maximum power. Anyway, Lu Yi must be satisfied. The 10,000-mile tribulation cloud kept contracting, kept contracting. Finally, it actually turned into an area of only 100 miles, even smaller than the area of the tribulation cloud when Shangguan Wanling underwent crossing tribulation back then. But absolutely no one would think that Lu Yi was too weak. Why? Because the tribulation cloud above his head, at this moment, turned into a terrifying vortex, and golden lightning followed the rotation of the vortex. Golden lightning. It was pure gold from the start, not a single bit of silver. It could only be said that the system was indeed powerful. The many powerhouses of the second heaven in the distance watched with their scalps tingling. This kid is ascending again. Lu Changfeng scratched his head, doubting life. Yes, he had also successfully undergone crossing tribulation. Before Lu Yi annihilated the foreign race allied forces, he had already broken through to the transcending tribulation realm. Later, the Great Dao sect became a top power in the first heaven, and its resources greatly increased. He had made great contributions during the Great Dao sect's transformation, and naturally gained endless benefits. He had just successfully undergone crossing tribulation and ascended to the second heaven not long ago. He wanted to find Lu Yi, but couldn't find any trace of him. As a result, he finally saw him now, but what he saw was Lu Yi undergoing crossing tribulation and ascending. What kind of damned cultivation speed was this? Chapter 200. It's so enjoyable. He started cultivating, and this old man was in the joining Dao realm. He was in the joining Dao realm, and this old man was in the joining Dao realm. He was in the transcending tribulation realm, and this old man was in the transcending tribulation realm. He ascended, but this old man had not yet ascended. With great difficulty, this old man also ascended, but he ascended again. This Lu Yi is too terrifying. Lu Changfeng said with great emotion. Actually, in the previous life, Lu Changfeng almost ascended together with Lu Yi. Not only Lu Changfeng, but also a portion of the Great Dao sect ascended with Lu Yi. Even from the second heaven to the third heaven. It was all like this. There was no other way. Shangguan Wanling's cultivation was simply too slow. To wait for Shangguan Wanling, in the previous life, it took nearly 100 years to ascend to the second heaven. And now, 100 years. Lu Yi estimated that he should have no problem reaching the sixth heaven. Senior brother is going to ascend again. Yu Hongling stared blankly at Lu Yi, a faint despair welling up in her eyes. She had already worked incredibly hard. To improve her realm, she didn't hesitate to absorb Taiyan power, enduring that extremely terrifying pain. Even so, she was only at the Earth Immortal realm level now. She hadn't reached the Heavenly God realm yet. As a result, Lu Yi ascended. So decisive, so heartless. I can't catch up. This parting will be a permanent separation. We won't have a chance to meet senior brother again, Yu Hongling murmured in a daze. In fact, it wasn't just meeting. It was that from now on, she would never see Lu Yi again. Because Lu Yi wouldn't even spare her another glance. This time, no one will hold you back anymore. Shangguan Wanling couldn't help but shed tears. Using the celestial silkworm 9 transformations, she did indeed exchange for a massive amount of resources and a large number of spiritual treasures, and she enjoyed devouring them. It was just so tiring. She merely exchanged guidance for devouring spiritual treasures, exchanging for many, many spiritual treasures. Just the guidance alone wore her out considerably. In the previous life, she didn't earn a single coin and relied entirely on Lu Yi. Yet, Lu Yi forcefully pushed her to the Great Emperor realm. She is still doubting, still wondering. How many resources did Lu Yi scrape together to allow her to reach the Great Emperor realm? Even with her full effort in devouring now, she had only just entered the Heavenly God realm. Bai Chulin looked at Lu Yi, tears already appearing in her eyes. He was truly going to leave completely. From now on, they would be strangers, master and disciple, Dao companion, all affection severed. Indeed, without her holding him back, nothing in this world could stop his footsteps. Chu Ling covered her face, her aura concealed to the point of being almost imperceptible. She didn't want to be like this either, but there was no other way, she had too many enemies. She couldn't even openly come to see Gongzi, which was truly tragic. She had done everything in her power, cultivated frantically, offended countless people, and was hunted down at all times. All this was to be able to keep up with Gongzi's footsteps. However, he walked too fast. He was truly too fast. Chu Ling was really tired. It turned out that with their abilities, without relying on Lu Yi, they would have been left far behind even before reaching the peak of the second heaven. PFF'd. Chu Ling coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, staining the black cloth covering her face. Large tears rolled down her cheeks. From now on, she would never have Gongzi again. Lu Yi was setting up a formation. Everyone didn't quite understand. With Lu Yi's strength, did he still need to set up a formation for transcending tribulation? Wasn't he being too cautious? Boom! A huge thunderclap sounded from between heaven and earth. Golden lightning, as thick as a baby's arm, descended instantly from the sky. The void was dyed a large expanse of gold, and countless dense golden lightning spread. Clang! One sword strike went down. The golden lightning was instantly cut in half. The lightning struck the ground, and a terrifying magnetic field formed around Lu Yi. After countless golden lightning threads spread, they were forcibly absorbed into his body. Boom! The second heavenly tribulation descended. It was also one sword strike. With just 2 simple sword strikes, Lu Yi's body roared. The fourth tribulation of the 9 tribulation undying body was completed in cultivation, and a rich fragrance of Chengdao permeated from around Lu Yi. However, although it permeated, it was far from reaching the level of permeating for 100 miles, and because Lu Yi was crossing tribulation, no one smelled it. Increase the intensity a bit, Lu Yi's voice was calm. Boom! The heavenly tribulation was enraged by Lu Yi's arrogant words. The golden tribulation lightning, as thick as a water bucket, was like the Rui Jinggu bank penetrating heaven and earth, instantly striking towards Lu Yi. Sword light whistled. Infinite sword light transformed into a swimming dragon, fiercely colliding with the golden tribulation lightning. Sword light and lightning light annihilated each other. How satisfying, how satisfying. This crossing tribulation is only satisfying. Watching this crossing tribulation, everyone felt their scalps tingle. Good heavens, this crossing tribulation was simply not on the same level as the crossing tribulation they knew. This tribulation lightning was simply too strong. Ding, I still don't believe it. The system was unconvinced. Facing Lu Yi, she always went all out. Only this way could she be worthy of her fragrant host. Moreover, her task this time was to shatter the fragrant host's physical body. Boom. Gold turned into a waterfall. Overwhelming. This tribulation lightning had already reached the strongest level of heavenly god realm, transcending tribulation throughout history, but it still couldn't harm Lu Yi. Lu Yi hadn't even used the celestial venerable fist yet. As expected of the host she personally trained, Lu Yi still used the stone sword, and supreme sword intent soared into the sky. Sword light shot up and collided with the sea of lightning. The surrounding heaven and earth's spiritual energy surged frantically, all gathering in the tribulation cloud. The fifth tribulation lightning descended, and the golden tribulation lightning was already extremely dazzling. Boom! Lu Yi also went all out. His aura surged violently. Celestial silkworm 9 transformations. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but feel a little happy. They knew this skill too. But when they saw that Lu Yi not only crossed a major realm but also rushed to the Tianming realm 5th heaven in one go, their expressions changed. No, it seemed that the cultivation they practiced was not as fierce as the one Lu Yi displayed. But this was not Lu Yi's peak. With the outburst of another explosive secret technique, Lu Yi's aura reached the terrifying Tianming realm 7th heaven. Boom! The earth shattered. The void collapsed. The 6th tribulation lightning followed, and the gold finally dimmed, turning into dark gold. Blood had already appeared at the corner of Lu Yi's mouth. Good heavens, did this person offend the Heavenly Dao or something? Throughout history, has anyone in the heavenly god realm transcending tribulation ever had dark golden lightning appear? Throughout history, has any heavenly god realm, in the face of golden lightning, only had a little blood flowing from the corner of their mouth? Eternal Paragon ranking number 1, I finally understand the weight of this title now. It's too terrifying. Celestial Venerable Fist. With one punch, the dark golden tribulation lightning was blasted to pieces. The 7th strike. Celestial Venerable Fist. The 8th strike. The tribulation lightning had completely turned dark gold. It was still shattered by one punch of the Celestial Venerable Fist. One can only say, he was too fierce, so fierce that it made people dumbfounded and question their lives. Seeing this, the system. She didn't hesitate to violate the Heavenly Dao, and the tribulation cloud suddenly dispersed. No, it shouldn't be said to have dispersed, but rather that all the tribulation clouds converged on the last tribulation lightning. Boom! Amidst the dark gold, there was a faint purple light, and Lu Yi's celestial venerable fist was shattered by this tribulation lightning, whose power could reach the peak of the causality realm. Along with his physical body, it was also shattered. A large amount of fragrance of Chengdao emanated from the shattered physical body, spreading rapidly. Chapter 201 The Patriarch Forbids Action Part 5. Such a good scent. A cultivator smelled this scent, and in just an instant, he felt his mouth frantically secreting saliva. The deepest desire from a living being instantly occupied his mind. His consciousness had become blank. And in that blankness, there was only one thought. So good, so good, so good. I want to eat. I want to eat. I want to eat. There was only this one thought. Anyone who smelled this scent, regardless of gender, age, or youth, completely lost their minds at this moment. They simply couldn't resist that most primitive instinct of a living being. They wanted to eat the thing emitting this scent. No matter what this thing was. In an instant, a large number of people rushed towards the shattered Lu Yi. Around the shattered Lu Yi, a formation suddenly activated. This was the formation Lu Yi had set up before crossing tribulation. He set up the formation not to resist the heavenly tribulation at all, but to stop these crazy people. Boom! In an instant, the formation barrier was directly covered by countless figures. The eyes of everyone were filled with the most terrifying greed, constantly impacting the barrier. The crowd grew larger and larger. Because of the frenzy of the people behind, some of the weaker individuals in the first batch who crashed into the barrier were actually squeezed to death. Blood dyed the barrier red, obscuring Lu Yi's vision. Madness. It was simply too mad. Lu Yi's body was condensing. His physical body was destroyed once, and the fragrance of Chengdao was also released once. Seeing so many living beings completely lost their minds due to the fragrance of Chengdao, Lu Yi couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. This scent was too deadly for any living being. The shattered body temporarily recovered. To recover to a perfect state, it would probably take at least 3 days. After all, his physical body was shattered too much. However, even though his physical body had recondensed, the fragrance of Chengdao was still continuously emitting, making the surrounding people incredibly crazy. A huge aura suddenly erupted around Lu Yi. Boom! A large number of figures flew backward in all directions. Lu Yi took this opportunity to quickly leave. At this moment, everyone turned into zombies who didn't seem to feel pain. After being thrown back, they immediately climbed up and rushed towards Lu Yi. However, it was obvious that this group of people could not catch up with Lu Yi's speed. Until Lu Yi's figure disappeared from sight. Only then did the fragrance of Chengdao gradually dissipate, and the crowd finally began to wake up. Ah, such a good scent. What kind of scent was it? I was so greedy for the thing that emitted this scent just now. Was it the scent emitted by Lu Yi? Why do I have a feeling that as long as I eat a bite of Lu Yi's flesh, I can also attain the Dao and ascend? I have the same feeling. As long as I eat a bite, I'm even willing to give up the great Dao. At this moment, no one cared how powerful Lu Yi was. They were still immersed in that scent. Although they had recovered some consciousness, their minds were definitely filled with the thought of eating a bite of Lu Yi. This was the terrifying aspect of the fragrance of Chengdao. As long as you smelled this scent, your rationality no longer belonged to yourself, and the living being was completely dominated by instinct. Deluding about the most good, most beautiful, and supreme wonderfulness. Lu Yi ran for 100,000 miles in one breath. Only then did he stop in a desolate place with no people. It turned out that this scent could only reach within 1 meter of his body. Although his soul had been released once, his physical body had become stronger, almost reaching the level of 5 tribulations. So, his scent now directly spread to 100 meters. It was terrifyingly potent. From now on, there couldn't be anyone within 100 meters of him. Damn perverted yandere. Lu Yi couldn't help but curse. This yandere was too abnormal. Others tried every means to torment Lu Yi. Only this yandere, even when poisoning him, used this kind of poison that prevented others from getting close. This was also Yin Qingcheng's most genuine thought. She wanted Lu Yi to belong completely to her alone, and even no living being other than her was allowed to appear around him. Since there was no one here, Lu Yi simply began to recover. Streams of vitality surged out. 3 days was enough for Lu Yi to recover to his optimal state. Tianming Realm. Understanding destiny, knowing cause and effect. If the cause and effect are good, then heaven will provide assistance. If the cause and effect are evil, then misfortune will occur. Some people believe that the more cause and effect, the better. As long as there is enough cause and effect, and enough assistance, many hands make light work. Others believe that the less cause and effect, the better. If cause and effect increase, even if you develop cautiously, misfortune can still occur. Lu Yi's previous life was the guardian great Dao, so he naturally took the path of having a lot of cause and effect. Many people, great strength. But the facts proved that many people's strength didn't seem to be particularly great. After all, this world was not a human emperor banner. The human emperor banner indeed had great strength in numbers. In this life, he could take a path with less cause and effect. After all, his great Dao was the cultivation of the Dao. He only needed to cultivate the Dao. Affection, love, friendship, it didn't matter. It was best not to have any. 3 days passed in a flash. Lu Yi's physical body recovered, and he was now in his peak state. He looked up. He removed the art of concealing heaven and the Heavenly Dao illusion art. The power of reception descended from the sky. Senior brother. Yu Hongling ran quickly towards Lu Yi, shouting loudly at Lu Yi. Senior brother, you must wait for me. I can ascend very soon. Wait for me. You must remember me. I am Yu Hongling, I am your junior sister, I am your Dao companion. Senior brother. Senior brother. Gongzi, young master, take good care of yourself. Ling will definitely cultivate well. At that time, I can become the strongest sword in Gongzi, young master's hand. Stone sword. Gongzi, young master, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Lu Yi Gerger, I also know I was wrong. By the way, my path of sentience has become stronger and stronger. I truly, truly love you. Husband, husband, husband. Lu Yi's figure flew higher and higher, higher and higher. He looked down at the 4 figures as small as dust. His brows were filled with indifference. At this moment, you are completely left behind by me. From now on, you will gradually not even be able to see my back. Space layered. 3rd heaven. The Zhang family had already received the news in advance. At this time, the 3 elders of the Zhang family, with kind smiles on their faces, were waiting at the ascension pool. The family head said that we must treat him with courtesy. This Lu Yi is unfathomable. The Zhang family doesn't need to offend such a strong person. If the family head wasn't in seclusion, he might have come in person this time. It's a pity that Zhang Dai is missing. Otherwise, bringing Zhang Dai along to seek peace would have a better effect. What if he doesn't give the Zhang family face? Ah, no way. The Zhang family is such a big family, and we are actively seeking peace with him. Will he disagree? I'm saying, what if? If he really disagrees with seeking peace, then what is there to say? We already had a grudge. If he disagrees with seeking peace, then the grudge continues. At Tianming realm, even if he can fight across realms, can he withstand the attack of cause and effect? Want to attack? The family head doesn't allow us to attack. Whether to attack or not depends on whether he knows how to appreciate favors. Chapter 202, Killing. Before the Zhang family, an incident occurred. A strong individual, for reasons unknown, appeared within the Zhang family, directly abducted Zhang Dai, and quickly left. Zhang Dingtian pursued immediately. In the end, he returned empty-handed, claiming Zhang Dai had already been abducted. Not long after, Zhang Dingtian entered a state of secluded cultivation. How should I put it? It was rather crude. Clever people understood with just a glance, but what could understanding do? There was no evidence. The other party was also the family head. Could you possibly speak of this matter? Obviously, it was impossible. It was just Zhang Dai. The Zhang family of the second heaven was annihilated because of her. Every 3 days they would talk in circles. Those divine abilities and techniques, the ones that could be cultivated were useless, and the useful ones couldn't be cultivated. One could say the word, useless, was taken to the extreme. Lu Yi's figure appeared within the ascension pool. A large amount of mist poured into Lu Yi's body. This ascension pool was created by the 9 heavens great sage. As long as one ascended, they could gain a certain improvement through the ascension pool. 3 Zhang family elders were just about to approach. Don't approach, stand there. Lu Yi didn't recognize these 3 people and didn't know their intentions for the time being. Fellow Taoist, we are from the Zhang family. We came to find fellow Taoist this time for. Lu Yi suddenly understood. From the Zhang family. What? Your voice is too low, please come closer. The 3 Zhang family elders were startled, their vigilance instantly heightened. Everyone was a cultivator. How could they not hear? What did he mean by asking them to come closer? However, the 3 still approached. They were confident. And they spoke as they approached. The Zhang family has Zhang Dai, who previously went inexplicably insane and targeted fellow Taoist, causing the Zhang family of the second heaven to be annihilated. Our Zhang family has already paid a sufficient price. Everyone is a cultivator, striving to attain the great Tao, not engaging in conflict and fighting, so we have come to seek peace. What does fellow Taoist think? If fellow Taoist agrees, fellow Taoist can naturally cultivate peacefully in the third heaven. If not, seeking peace. Before Lu Yi finished listening to the third person speak, he said a sentence. Stop, don't come any closer. At this moment, the noses of the 3 elders suddenly twitched. The next second, blood red quickly climbed into the eyes of the 3 elders. Lu Yi, looking at the 3 Zhang family elders who instantly pounced, whether they sought peace or not seemed irrelevant now. The elders of the Zhang family were very interesting. They were older people, called elders, because this type of person had a high seniority. Therefore, not all elders were necessarily strong. The true elders were the ones with relatively strong power. His Tianming realm instantly soared to the 9th layer, and he smashed out with a punch. There was a big difference between this fragrance of Chengdao and zombie poison. People who smelled the fragrance of Chengdao still retained a certain amount of thinking and intelligence. Seeing the celestial venerable fist arrive to eat Lu Yi's flesh, they naturally couldn't die. The methods of the 3 were almost the same at this moment. That was, with a wave of their hands, a black hole appeared in front of Lu Yi's fist. 3 black holes lined up in a row. Lu Yi's fist smashed onto the black holes. The black holes were forcibly flattened. His invincible posture successively shattered the 3 black holes, and then smashed onto one of the Zhang family elders. Following a roar, this elder's body turned into a sky full of blood mist. The other 2 elders instantly rushed in front of Lu Yi. One elder pulled the void into a long needle and stabbed it towards Lu Yi's head. One elder let out a roar from his mouth. His hands formed a void vortex, and he smashed it towards Lu Yi. Purple energy surged, the human emperor banner erupted, the elder whose hands formed a void vortex was sent flying back by the soul impact. The void long needle was grabbed by Lu Yi, the stone sword shot out, unleashing supreme sword intent, breaking through the thick true essence, and instantly piercing through this elder's head. The void long needle was still continuously approaching Lu Yi. Lu Yi's body slightly shifted to the side to dodge, and his shoulder hit the elder's body again. The elder's chest was directly caved in by the impact. Fresh blood splattered in all directions. Melee combat was like this. Full of violence and gore. The elder's ruined body retreated. Lu Yi's hand had already grasped the sword hilt. With a diagonal slash, the elder was killed on the spot. Not far away, the purple river was like a python. No, not just a python. Besides coiling around that elder, it was also continuously drilling into the elder's body. Screams continuously echoed. It took almost no time at all. This elder's soul had already turned into gray mist and was pulled back to the human emperor banner by the purple river. A perfectly fine elder was only left with a husk. The power of the human emperor banner was already very strong now. Relying solely on its own strength, it could turn a causality realm expert into a husk. The battle ended in an instant. Lu Yi couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. The other party seemed to be here to seek peace, but they weren't entirely here to seek peace. The so-called seeking peace generally referred to the weak asking the strong for peace, but that elder just now was arrogant, as if bestowing peace upon Lu Yi. Truly strange. Logically speaking, Zhang Dingtian shouldn't make such a low-level mistake. But it didn't matter, since the two sides were already at odds. For Lu Yi, having an enemy might be much more straightforward than having a friend. He also didn't know how Zhang Dai was doing now. His own strength was a bit weak, otherwise he could have directly killed his way into the Zhang family. Now he was in the Tianming realm. The third heaven was divided into 4 realms. They were, Tianming realm, Causality realm, Three Lives realm, and Gai realm. Know Tianming, understand causality, regard 3 lives, and begin Gai. Lu Yi took the 3 storage rings, the human emperor banner collected the souls, the Zoop true fire turned the bodies into ashes, and his figure disappeared. Speaking of which, this ascension pool was like a resurrection point, easily ambushed by people. This was indeed a problem that the 9 Heavens great sage didn't consider back then. Under normal circumstances, unless it was a life and death feud, very few people would block the ascension pool. This kind of thing was despised. If you blocked others today, then others might block you tomorrow. Zhang family. 3 soul lamps shattered almost simultaneously. The person in charge of guarding the soul lamps' expression changed, and he instantly transmitted this news. Zhang Yu, Zhang Cheng, and Zhang Hai, the 3 elders, have fallen. What did they go to do? It seems they went to seek peace with Lu Yi. Damn it, does that Lu Yi really want to be enemies with our Zhang family? Does he really think our Zhang family is a pushover? Seeking peace and getting killed, good. Very good. Should this matter alarm the family head? Ring the heavenly bell. If the family head is willing to come out, he will naturally come out. If not, then let Elder Zhang function decide first. Yes. After the news of the 3 elders being killed spread, the Zhang family was instantly enraged. Good, good, good. This is treating the Zhang family as a pushover to be manipulated at will. When had their Zhang family ever suffered such humiliation? In the 3rd heaven, when the Zhang family's name was mentioned, who didn't listen with utmost respect? First on the Eternal Paragon ranking. Even the first on the Eternal Paragon ranking shouldn't bully people like this, right? Chapter 203 Torture. Secluded cultivation chamber. Layers of formations heavily surrounded Zhang Dai. A woman, covered in wounds, her face full of ferocity and anger, stared fixedly at the black-robed man. The black-robed man's expression was calm. Hearing the sound of the sky bell, he remained still. Because at this moment, the shock in his heart was truly too great. The secrets hidden within this woman were even more numerous than he had imagined. You hypocritical old dog, someone is looking for you. Aren't you going out to sea? Zhang Dai said with a cold laugh. Zhang Dingtian had already grown accustomed to such insults. It must be the 3 elders who went to negotiate with that Lu Yi and failed. They are useless for success but more than capable of failure. But it doesn't matter, we can just negotiate again. Now, listening to your limitless void scripture is truly profound. I have already reached the peak of the Gai realm, truly all thanks to you. You dog thief, you weren't like this before. How did you become like this now? It's disgusting. What was Zhang Dingtian like in his previous life? A gentle gentleman, courteous and polite. Like the most amiable elder, during the great war between Yao and Demon in the Void with Lu Yi, the Zhang family actively performed and treated her impeccably. Now, how could he have become like this? The one who gently stroked her head and told her, "Don't be afraid, Lu Yi." Although Lu Yi is now the #1 expert in the third heaven, our Zhang family isn't easy to mess with. If he dares to bully you, come back and tell us. As your maiden family, our Zhang family will definitely stand up for you. At that time, how happy she was. But now, how did it turn out like this? Hearing this, Zhang Dingtian raised an eyebrow. I've heard you say things like this several times. We've never met before, yet you seem to understand me very well. And you inexplicably know so many powerful scriptures, techniques, and divine abilities. What exactly is your origin? Zhang Dingtian asked strangely. Zhang Dai sneered. You want to know? Come closer. Hearing this, Zhang Dingtian moved closer. Zhang Dai suddenly spat a mouthful of saliva mixed with blood towards Zhang Dingtian. But just as she spat, Zhang Dingtian suddenly struck. Slap. Zhang Dai's head was violently thrown to the side. We are all cultivators, there's no need for that commoner spitting trick, it's too weak. Zhang Dai turned her face, her ferocious face becoming even more swollen. If you don't want to talk, I won't force you, as long as you can endure the pain. At this moment, Zhang Dingtian blew a death whistle. Instantly, Zhang Dai let out a shrill scream. Her soul was being gnawed by a terrifying existence. The rustling sound was just like a silkworm eating mulberry leaves. Zhang Dingtian had already attempted soul-searching on Zhang Dai, but this Zhang Dai was unexpectedly powerful, causing the soul-searching technique to fail directly. As a last resort, he could only choose this great memory restoration technique. The pain targeting her soul made Zhang Dai scream madly. She was now truly deeply afraid of pain, constantly in pain, constantly in pain. But the matter of rebirth was simply too significant. If she spoke it out, she would have no hope of escaping. So she absolutely couldn't say it, even if it hurt to the extreme. Zhang Dingtian was a bit surprised. Before, this Zhang Dai couldn't endure it, but now she actually did, which meant this matter was indeed very significant. He stopped this meaningless action. This punishment was extremely damaging to the soul. If he completely killed Zhang Dai by accident, it would be a loss. But what should he do? Since he couldn't make her submit through her soul, he could only act on her physical body. Zhang Dingtian got up and cupped Zhang Dai's face with his hand. Zhang Dai's eyes were clear, full of mockery. Hey, come on, touch me. Zhang Dai had gone all out. She was certain that if Zhang Dingtian really touched her, Zhang Dingtian would definitely die. What Lu Yi hated the most was being cuckolded. Even if she and Lu Yi were only enemies in this life, as long as Zhang Dingtian dared to act, Lu Yi would definitely kill him. This look made Zhang Dingtian very uncomfortable. This was the look in Zhang Dai's eyes, as if she were looking at a dead person. This kind of look was appearing for the first time. Zhang Dingtian's hand had just lifted, but hadn't yet touched Zhang Dai's body. These eyes. Zhang Dingtian was an old fox, his ability to read expressions and observe situations was absolutely top-notch. Although Zhang Dai's look was very inexplicable, and currently it seemed he wasn't in any fatal situation, he still decided to play it safe. He withdrew his hand. The pain in her soul reappeared. This time, Zhang Dingtian wasn't worried about Zhang Dai dying either. He didn't believe that Zhang Dai wouldn't confess under such torment. If she didn't confess, he would torment her endlessly. He didn't believe there was a time when Zhang Dai wouldn't confess. The sky bell rang. Zhang Dingtian was tormenting her, and for a moment, he didn't bother with the people outside. The elders of the Zhang family gathered together and began to discuss. Should we pursue and kill this guy? Our Zhang family members went to seek peace, which was already giving him a way down. What he did now was not only refuse the way down, but also forcefully crush it. If our Zhang family doesn't act, we will definitely become the laughingstock of the third heaven. That's right. He just ascended and is already so brazenly killing Zhang family members. If we give him more time to grow, won't he exterminate the Zhang family? I suggest we pursue and kill him. No, the family head's idea is not to make an enemy of Lu Yi. Although the family head is in seclusion, we cannot violate the decision he made. Nonsense. The family head's attempt at peace has ended. The other party did not accept our peace offering and even killed our people. Are we supposed to just sit here and wait for death when others are already killing people in our family? The group argued incessantly. Soon, those who decided to take action against Lu Yi constituted the majority. Since we are going to act, there's no need to hold back. The deaths of 3 causality realm elders mean his combat power has reached higher than the causality realm. I suggest a combination of 2 Gai realm and 3 lives realm experts, leaving Lu Yi no hope of survival and completely eliminating him. What do you all think? Agree. Agree. Since we are dispatching Gai realm experts, then I agree. The reason I didn't want to take action against Lu Yi was that I was worried the family would continue to send people from the causality realm and those who just entered the 3 lives realm to give him treasures and experience. Since we are sending peak 3 lives realm and Gai realm experts, I have no objection. Agree. Gai realm experts going to pursue and kill a Tianming realm expert. Crossing 3 major realms in one go, even if this Lu Yi was defying heaven, he would be powerless, right? Geniuses are sometimes like this, before they have even grown up, they become dry bones in the grave. The tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind, the pile that rises from the shore will be swept away by the current, the person who excels above others will be criticized by the masses. Then, count me in for pursuing and killing Lu Yi. 4th Elder Zhang Benchu spoke. Count me in. 8th Elder Zhang Ju said. Another 3 peak 3 lives realm experts volunteered, totaling 5 top experts. Pursue and kill Lu Yi. Chapter 204, Chasing. Karma. Lu Yi knew the Zhang family would definitely retaliate. Don't look at how well the Zhang family treated him in the previous life. They treated Zhang Dai outrageously well too. It could be said they treated Zhang Dai better than their own biological daughter. But the more they acted like this, the more he could sense the Zhang family's hypocrisy. What difference was there between being nice to Zhang Dai, who had ascended from the 2nd heaven and never lived in the 3rd heaven, and being nice to a stranger? Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the reason they were nice to you was to gain benefits from you. Threads of karma extended outwards, one by one. Several threads of karma extended directly into the high sky, with 2 of them being the deepest, appearing like dragon tendons. However, karma couldn't penetrate the Tao of a 9 heavens great sage at all. Otherwise, when Lu Yi entered the eternal paragon ranking as number 1, strong individuals from other places would have directly cursed him to death in one go. In fact, almost no strong individuals in the 9 heavens could achieve this. Those who could truly do it wouldn't make a move. It was too beneath them. Some karma threads rushed towards the 2nd heaven and the 1st heaven, these 2 heavens had the most. And the 3rd heaven also had some. The thickest thread of karma should be Zhang Dai's. There were also 6 paths of subtle karma threads, very thin, yet truly and clearly existing. What were these 6 paths of karma threads? Lu Yi had reached the Tianming realm, and his methods had finally advanced further. Karmic techniques could now be used. Divine deduction. Lu Yi's hands formed seals, and an invisible power gathered between his fingers, finally forming a unique force. He pointed a finger, landing it on a karma thread. In an instant, blurry images flooded into Lu Yi's mind. Blood flowed from Lu Yi's nose. His finger left the karma thread. Any issues were clear at a glance. They came to hunt him down. And it was 2 Gai realm and 3 lives realm cultivators, such a large lineup. This was a lineup aimed at ensuring his certain death. Zhang Dai was imprisoned by Zhang Dingtian. This was what she deserved. It would be best if Zhang Dingtian killed her. It seemed Zhang Dingtian had truly gained quite a bit from Zhang Dai, otherwise, he wouldn't have let this group from the Zhang family offend him. Lu Yi was very familiar with Zhang Dingtian. This was a person who would never underestimate potential individuals. He usually showed enough kindness towards geniuses, and even if there was enmity, he would resolve it as quickly as possible, eventually turning enemies into friends. Of course, if they truly couldn't become friends, the Zhang family would then truly reveal their terrifying fangs and bite to death the heaven's chosen who was still in a weak state. The reason they were biting now was because Zhang Dingtian wasn't here. 2 Gai realm and 3 lives realm cultivators, Lu Yi felt a slight headache. Such a lineup was enough to annihilate a first-rate force in the 3rd heaven. The Zhang family still retained this characteristic. Once they made a move, it was with full force, completely suppressing the enemy onto the ground. First, deal with these 5 enemies. Lu Yi's figure disappeared. Purely based on combat power, He naturally couldn't defeat these 5 people, he couldn't win even if he were exhausted to death. But wanting to kill these 5 people wasn't too difficult. Lu Yi's target was to go to the Three Valleys Forbidden Ground. It was a ruin. The Three Valleys Ghost Taoist was killed before the 9 heavens formed, and his cave dwelling became a forbidden ground. Among them, the 3 formations were extremely terrifying. Even after so many years, they were still operating, although their power had greatly diminished. Inside, there was the Ghost Valley wood he needed to condense his 5th life. He was originally going here anyway, and now that someone was chasing him, it was even better. Zhang Dai was enduring pain at every moment. Zhang Dingtian took out the dragon locking nail again, and the foot-long dragon locking nail pierced into Zhang Dai's body. Pain. It was too painful. The great memory recovery technique was simply terrifying. She was still suffering, unwilling to reveal the matter of her rebirth. But listening to the intensity of her screams, it was likely she couldn't hold on for much longer. By then, Zhang Dingtian would come into contact with a whole new world. 5 figures appeared at Lu Yi's location. He escaped. Which direction did he flee to? Zhang Benchu asked. West. A 3 Lives Realm elder said. Continue the pursuit. He's probably already aware we're here, which is why he fled in advance. Pay attention, the other party might want to counter-kill us, Zhang Benchu said. Immediately, the other 4 people started laughing. 4th elder, him, a Tianming realm cultivator, counter-killing us. Honestly, if I find him and he can withstand one of my fingers, I'll consider him worthy of the title of number 1 on the Eternal Paragon ranking. The gap is truly too big. I'd like to be cautious, but I really can't seem to. Zhang Benchu looked at the 4 people coldly. It seems you feel living is meaningless. Since you want to perish, then consider everything I said as unsaid. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the 4 people changed. He spoke so seriously. Was it that scary? All of you, cheer up. The number 1 on the Eternal Paragon ranking won't fall so easily. Everyone, give your full strength. As soon as we meet, kill him immediately. Zhang Ju's face was ruddy, dressed sloppily, and drunk. But when he spoke, the expressions of the other 3 immediately became solemn. Continue the pursuit. The figures of the 5 people followed the trail Lu Yi left, heading towards the Three Valleys Forbidden Ground. They pursued him all the way to the side of the Three Valleys Forbidden Ground. The 3 valleys ahead were like 3 large bowls nested one after another. The terrain was extremely special. Because of its special terrain, the terrifying spiritual energy between heaven and earth all surged into it, making the concentration of spiritual energy horrifyingly dense. However, no one dared to enter the valleys. Because the 3 valleys Forbidden Ground had 3 formations that were shocking to the world, they shouldn't have appeared in the 3rd heaven. Even after an extremely long time, the formations, effects were diminished again and again, but they still existed in this world. He entered the 3 valleys Forbidden Ground, Zhang Benchu asked with a frown. According to what the technique detected, if the technique wasn't wrong, it should be so. How did he get in? No one answered this question for him. Who knew how this Lu Yi got in? Could it be that these 3 formations are no longer that powerful due to the erosion of time? Zhang Ju speculated. Zhang Benchu pondered. Let's test it. Attack it. If this formation has weakened, attacking it will surely cause intense fluctuations, revealing its own strength. Understood. The 5 people attacked in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. 5 terrifying divine abilities fiercely smashed onto the formations, raising dust all over the 3 valleys Forbidden Ground, and the ground trembled violently. The formations were mysterious and unpredictable. They absorbed the power of the 5 attacks without showing any sign of cracking. All 5 people gasped. What terrifying formations! What should they do then? Do we need to find someone skilled in breaking formations to come and break it? The 3 Valleys Ghost Taoist was a peerless formation grandmaster. If someone could break the formation, these 3 valleys would have long become someone else's possession. Then how did he get in? While they were talking, Lu Yi, inside the 3 valleys, had already begun approaching the 5 people. Chapter 205, Coming to the Door, 4th Update. Getting closer. Getting closer. This fragrance of Chengdao was completely unaffected by the formation, the scent still permeated as it pleased. The 5 people were still communicating. Suddenly, an elder sniffed his nose. Fragrance. What fragrance? At this moment, all 5 people smelled this fragrance, and their eyes were stained with greedy blood red. So fragrant, so fragrant, so fragrant. So fragrant. It seemed to be the fragrance emanating from Lu Yi. If they could obtain the source of this fragrance, they would achieve Taoist status and become the most supreme figures in this world. The formation isn't broken yet. Zhang Benchu's will was slightly firmer, maintaining that insignificant self-control. But the others couldn't care less. Their minds automatically gave them a terrifying urgency, an urgency that could make them abandon everything, even their lives. I'm coming. In an instant, a 3 lives realm expert rushed into the formation. Following closely behind, the second, and the third. Zhang Ju also couldn't resist and rushed in. Zhang Benchu's eyes were filled with despair. He wanted to escape, but an endless will kept telling him, you must rush up, you must find him, you must eat him. Eat him, eat him, eat him, ah! Zhang Benchu let out a roar and madly charged towards the formation. Until his figure completely disappeared within the formation. The 3 formations simultaneously lit up with brilliant light. The originally damaged formations, at this moment, erupted with brand new power. Yes, Lu Yi had repaired these 3 formations. Although it was impossible to repair them 100%, he had restored 70% of the 3 valleys' forbidden grounds power. 70% power. No one in the 3rd heaven could withstand it. In just a moment, 2 Gai realm experts and 3 lives realm experts were directly refined to death without even meeting Lu Yi. See, it's really easy. Killing and fighting are often 2 different things. Fighting depends on one's own strength. Killing depends on everything. Zhang family. 5 soul lamps simultaneously extinguished. Thump. The Zhang family member responsible for guarding the soul lamps was scared to the ground on the spot, his face full of disbelief. No. This is. 4th elder has fallen, 8th elder has fallen, something terrible has happened, something terrible has happened. This shout echoed throughout the entire Zhang family. Instantly, powerful auras within the Zhang family quickly awakened, their faces revealing unbelievable shock. What kind of ghostly news is this? It must be fake, right? 4th elder is a 5th level Gai realm expert, considered top tier in the entire 3rd heaven, and now you're telling us he's fallen. Not just 4th elder, but also the other 8th elder who went out with 4th elder, and 3 peak 3 lives realm experts have also fallen. Figures appeared one after another. Looking at the 5 extinguished soul lamps, and then at the names below the 5 soul lamps. Many people's hearts sank. It seems, something big is really about to happen. How could this be? Why would this happen? Clearly, the opponent was just a Tianming realm expert. Even if he used all his power, it would be impossible to kill a 3 lives realm expert, let alone a Gai realm expert. Did these 5 soul lamps extinguish at the same time? 2nd elder asked loudly. They extinguished at the same time. Extinguished at the same time. In the 3rd heaven, it's impossible for someone to kill so many experts simultaneously with one blow. How did the opponent manage to do it? What should we do? It seems we must notify the family head. This matter has already exceeded our decision-making scope. 1st elder sighed and said. The family head doesn't know what he's cultivating either, insisting on going into seclusion at this critical moment. Watch your words. How can you comment on the family head's matters? Everyone discussed back and forth. In the end, they still decided to ask the family head for guidance. The heavenly bell rang again. This time the heavenly bell rang more urgently, waking Zhang Dingtian from his state of enlightenment. So amazing. Zhang Dingtian felt as if he had now opened the door to a new world. Simply by studying the cultivation techniques, he could enter a deep state of enlightenment. The scriptures, every word and sentence, contained the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. Even if they weren't suitable for his cultivation, he could still read them. After reading other scriptures, he could draw inferences from them and gain many insights. His great Tao was constantly growing. His aura was constantly becoming richer. Sometimes, Zhang Dingtian even felt that it was an insult to these powerful scriptures that Zhang Dai memorized them. Clearly, her mind contained so much knowledge, yet the effect was so poor. It was simply embarrassing. Zhang Dingtian didn't want to come out of seclusion. But the heavenly bell was indeed ringing urgently. He was, after all, the family head of the Zhang family. After checking again and confirming that the seal on Zhang Dai was fine, Zhang Dingtian finally left Zhang Dai's side for the first time and walked out of his seclusion place. What is it? Why so urgent? Zhang Dingtian asked with dissatisfaction. Family head, 4th elder and 8th elder, as well as 3 peak 3 lives realm experts, have fallen, 1st elder said with a voice full of helplessness. Even though Zhang Dingtian knew that the heavenly bell ringing so urgently meant something big had happened, hearing this news still made his eyelids twitch. 2 Gaia realm experts, 3 lives realm experts, have fallen. He didn't seem to have been in seclusion for that long, right? What was the reason? Zhang Dingtian's voice was still indifferent. No matter how many died, he couldn't panic. Because the 5 people were pursuing Lu Yi, they were led into the 3 valleys forbidden ground by Lu Yi and were attacked by the formation of the 3 valleys forbidden ground. All 5 were killed. The reason for their fall could be found in such a short time. The Zhang family was indeed a powerful family that traversed the heavens, and they were not lacking in methods. Pursuing Lu Yi, Zhang Dingtian sighed. This was the terrifying aspect of a heaven's chosen, possessing great luck. You simply didn't know where, or in what way, you could kill him. After killing them, did Lu Yi appear? Zhang Dingtian asked. No. It seems there is no room for reconciliation. Since that is the case, then we will go all out and summon the ancestral artifact. Yes. Everyone's morale soared. With the clan artifact present, coupled with the Zhang family's full effort, Lu Yi was sure to die. Suddenly, someone twitched their nose. Where did this fragrance come from? More than one person smelled the fragrance, almost the entire group gathered here smelled it. So fragrant, so fragrant, so fragrant, so fragrant. Pairs of eyes looked in the direction the fragrance was coming from, and they saw a young man wearing a black robe, tall and imposing, with black hair draped over his shoulders. This incredibly enticing fragrance was precisely emanating from him. This was the first time they had all seen this young man. However, this face had been imprinted in their minds countless times. There were too many portraits. Lu Yi. Pairs of eyes turned blood red. Smelling this fragrance, endless greed and madness emerged. Lu Yi smiled lightly. Come, die. Chapter 206, Lure You into a Trap Part 5. Boom. A roar sounded. Lu Yi's figure transformed into a streak of light. He circled the Zhang family at extreme speed, the fragrance of Chengdao permeated everywhere, and pair after pair of eyes turned blood red. Lu Yi had indeed discovered that since his rebirth, he had become someone who sought revenge for the smallest grievance. Since the Zhang family had already sent out Gaia realm experts, it indicated their killing intent towards Lu Yi had risen. Since that was the case, it was best to strike first. After Lu Yi killed those 5 people from the Zhang family, he left behind a contingency plan and immediately rushed towards the Zhang family without stopping. Eat him, eat him, eat him. This thought arose in everyone's mind. Including Zhang Dai, who was in the secret chamber. She struggled frantically, her eyes blood red, wanting to rush out and eat Lu Yi. But she couldn't get out. One after another, the Zhang family's experts ascended into the sky and charged towards Lu Yi, regardless of gender or age. The aura of Gaia realm experts erupted. The entire Zhang family had a full 21 Gaia realm experts, and the 3 lives realm reached a terrifying number of over 100 people. The 3rd level was the main branch of the Zhang family. Back then, the Zhang family ascended from the 2nd heaven to the 3rd heaven as a whole clan with the help of the great emperor's power and ancestral artifacts, leaving only some old, weak, sick, and disabled people in the 2nd heaven. Even so, in the 2nd heaven, the Zhang family was a top-tier force, and similarly, it was the same in the 3rd heaven. The void collapsed. A ball of blood light erupted around Lu Yi. The heavenly demon blood transformation escape carried his body away quickly, with astonishing speed. But after only fleeing 1,000 li, he stopped. Still within the divine sense range of the many Zhang family experts. PFF'd. A large mouthful of fresh blood was spat out from Lu Yi's mouth. The aftermath stirred up by the minor void technique instantly caused Lu Yi to suffer heavy injuries. Lu Yi looked behind him. From the Zhang family, figures of experts rushed out, densely packed. There were strong ones, and there were weak ones. Even the Zhang family's spirit beasts took to the sky, chickens, dogs, horses, deer, and cranes. But as long as it was a living being, no one could resist this fragrance of Chengdao. Boom! A terrifying beam of light grazed Lu Yi's body and disappeared into the distance. Lu Yi's figure rapidly fled, and a vast crowd of people behind him launched a pursuit, especially the Gaia realm and 3 lives realm experts, whose speed was incredibly fast. Lu Yi also gave his all, fleeing frantically. But the distance between the 2 sides was still closing. The gap of 3 major realms was too large. Lu Yi once again unleashed the heavenly demon blood transformation escape, and brilliant blood light burned. This grand pursuit was mighty and vast, alarming countless forces and experts wherever it passed. Seeing the people from the Zhang family, everyone. What's going on? Which expert provoked the Zhang family? No, Zhang Dingtian is also taking action, and he's running the fastest. Did someone kill Zhang Dingtian's own son? Elder Zhang Function is also here. His 21 Gai realm experts, is this the Zhang family's foundation? It's too terrifying, truly worthy of being a major force spanning the 9 heavens. But what kind of hatred, what kind of opponent, could make all the Zhang family experts pursue with blood-red eyes? Zhang Dingtian already felt that something was seriously wrong. Lu Yi's current actions were definitely leading them into a trap. He wanted to annihilate the Zhang family. But what exactly was this fragrance? Why couldn't he resist it? Not even his Dao heart could make him control himself. Danger, danger, danger. 3 large blood-red characters appeared in his mind, but he had no way to stop his pursuit. How bizarre was this? It was so bizarre it made his scalp tingle. No, absolutely cannot continue the pursuit. Continuing the pursuit will lead to a major incident, a heaven-shattering major incident. Can you control yourselves? Stop the pursuit, Zhang Dingtian roared. No, can't control it, my instinct cannot be suppressed, Zhang Function also roared. I can't control it either, eat him, I want to eat him. Damn it, why is this happening? The Zhang family's Gai realm experts were roaring. They could still speak, and their consciousness was clear, but it was precisely because of this that they felt even more despair. In their cultivation, they had never encountered such a scene. This situation had surpassed their understanding. Lu Yi continuously unleashed the heavenly demon blood transformation escape. This was the only way he wouldn't be caught. All other divine abilities and various techniques were ineffective. If any fellow Taoist intercepts us, my Zhang family will definitely offer a generous reward. I swear by the name of the Zhang family head, there will definitely be a generous reward. Zhang Dingtian roared and said. He was quite smart, he already understood that he couldn't stop himself, so he might as well let others help him stop. As long as someone intercepted, he wouldn't be able to pursue, and that would naturally count as stopping. After stopping, slowly controlling himself was also an excellent method. But 21 Gai realm experts, that was terrifying. In this situation, who would dare to act? Someone dared. A Gai realm expert heard Zhang Dingtian's words and was moved. He instantly ascended into the sky and blocked Zhang Dingtian's path. Zhang Dingtian was ecstatic. Fellow Taoist, my Zhang family will remember this kindness. From now on, you will be my Zhang family's great benefactor. Minor void technique. A minor void technique was unleashed. Zhang Dingtian, peak Gai realm level. The interceptor, Gai realm second layer. With one move, the interceptor's physical body was shattered, and his nascent soul fled with a look of horror. What the F***? What the hell intercept? You just unleash a terrifying divine ability with a raise of your hand. Unless it was an expert comparable to Zhang Dingtian, intercepting with a life and death battle, otherwise who could stop him? Zhang Dingtian. He had actually almost mastered the Great Void technique. Quickly invite the Wang family head, quickly invite the Myriad Ancient Sect leader, quickly invite the Invincible Sword Sect leader. As long as they are notified, my Zhang family will offer a generous reward, asking them to come and stop us. However, Lu Yi's escape route clearly deliberately avoided those top major forces, precisely to guard against this move by the Zhang family. Mighty and vast, the Zhang family's people were spread over a long distance. The closer they were to Lu Yi, the more frantic they became. Conversely, those far from Lu Yi still wanted to eat him, but as they chased, where did he go? Looking at the empty heaven and earth, the weaker people's blood-red eyes revealed a bewildered emotion. However, it was only a moment of bewilderment. That person just now seemed to be flying in a straight line. As long as they continued to chase, they would catch up sooner or later, and then they could also eat that unimaginable delicacy. Are they coming? Is anyone coming to stop us? Zhang Dingtian roared. He was even already despairing. What exactly is this? What the hell is this damn thing? Why can't he resist? Why? Lu Yi's origin was almost completely consumed. Using a series of heavenly demon blood transformation escapes was simply draining him dry. However, Lu Yi had already deduced before coming that he could completely last until the Three Valleys Forbidden Ground. The people from the Zhang family chasing him were filled with despair. Lu Yi's figure appeared above the Three Valleys Forbidden Ground and stopped. At this time, he was emaciated, his eyes dim. The aftereffects of the heavenly demon blood transformation escape, it doesn't matter. Zhang Dingtian's strength was indeed formidable, he arrived the fastest, and it was still a minor void technique. What Zhang Dingtian couldn't understand was that Lu Yi didn't immediately enter the Three Valleys' forbidden ground. Instead, he defended with all his might. Boom! Lu Yi's body was shattered on the spot, and the intense fragrance of Chengdao permeated everywhere. A large amount of flesh and blood fell into the Three Valleys' forbidden ground. Chapter 207, The Strongest Die, Part 1. Delicious. Extremely delicious. Zhang Dingtian devoured large mouthfuls of flesh and blood, the unparalleled fragrance pervading his taste buds. The satisfaction from the depths of his soul, the infinite satisfaction from the instinct of a living being, simply drove Zhang Dingtian mad. Was it really that delicious? Intense satisfaction filled Zhang Dingtian entirely. His life, at this moment, seemed to have found meaning. A group of Gaia realm cultivators smelled this fragrance, and at this moment, completely forgetting that this was their family head, they charged towards Zhang Dingtian like madmen. Many people attacked on the spot. They were extremely desperate to eat this bit of flesh and blood, even if it was the supremely majestic family head holding the food. Fellow Taoist Zhang, what's wrong with you all? The Wang family head, Wang Shuihan, watched this scene from afar. Although he had been informed to stop the Zhang family members, such a bizarre and terrifying scene made his scalp tingle just watching it. Who the heck would dare to get close to this? Who would dare to get close? Fellow Taoist Wang, stop me, beat me back. Zhang Dingtian's consciousness was already blurry, but he still roared with his last bit of willpower. At this moment, he had already begun to ruthlessly attack his fellow clansmen who came to snatch Lu Yi's flesh and blood. What on earth is wrong with you all? Why are you so crazy? Don't be ridiculous, Wang Shuihan wasn't an idiot. Zhang Dingtian's strength was similar to his, and since he had turned into such a strange state, how could he possibly get close without knowing the situation? What if he got close and also ended up in that state? Wouldn't that be the end of it? What exactly happened? How can I help you? Woo, kill. Zhang Dingtian completely let loose, and for a mouthful of flesh and blood, began to slaughter his own clansmen. The weaker Gaia realm cultivators were directly beaten to death by him. Strong cultivators arrived one after another. Many were cautious, their scalps tingling upon seeing this scene. What on earth is going on? Just watching this makes my heart feel cold. I don't know. Look at their state. They seem to have been attracted by something with a fatal pull. Their consciousness is still somewhat clear, but they can't control themselves, as if they've been poisoned. How about trying to stop them? You try it. Most people were relatively clear-headed, but there were also some who didn't know what they were thinking. It's possible their relationship with the Zhang family was genuinely good, so they charged forward. Fellow Taoist Zhang, I'll help you. As soon as his words fell, his nose twitched slightly, his eyes turned blood red, and a terrifying sword light slashed towards Zhang Dingtian. The strong cultivators in the distance watched the entire scene unfold. Dumbfounded. Truly dumbfounded. No you. Holy crap. At this moment, who knows how many people were wildly celebrating in their hearts, celebrating that they hadn't charged forward. This was simply too terrifying, wasn't it? In such a short time, this famous strong cultivator in the third heaven instantly lost himself like this. There wasn't much of Lu Yi's flesh and blood left outside at all. It was eaten a couple of bites here, a couple of bites there, and in the blink of an eye, it was all gone. The moment they ate it, they felt immense satisfaction. But after eating, an even stronger sense of emptiness and greed surged into their hearts. Gone. Gone. No. At this moment, everyone's gaze turned towards the Three Valleys' forbidden ground. No, we can't go in. Zhang Dingtian was filled with despair. He had obtained so many great Tao scriptures and so many Taoist arts and divine abilities, but hadn't had time to cultivate them. We can't go in. This Three Valleys' forbidden ground is simply not something that should appear in the third heaven. If we go in, we will definitely die. We will definitely die. Everyone knew they couldn't enter this array, but everyone couldn't control themselves. Finally, enter. Boom. Zhang Dingtian let out a roar of despair. No. His body violently crashed into the Great Array. The triple Great Array, at this moment, fully activated, layers of killing intent completely unfurled. One by one, the Gaia realm cultivators rushed into the Great Array, like dumplings being dropped into a pot. They were desperate, they resisted. But they had no choice. It was as if they had Parkinson's, their consciousness was clear, but they just couldn't control their bodies. They could only watch helplessly as they entered a desperate situation. The intensity of that despair is imaginable. At this moment, besides the roars of despair, everything else was absolutely silent. Numerous strong cultivators watched with solemn expressions as the Jiang family's strong cultivators entered the great array one by one. That great array was like an abyss that devoured everything. As the strong cultivators entered one by one, the light merely became slightly brighter, nothing else, not even a ripple, was stirred up. Not long after, the Jiang family's 3 lives realm strong cultivators arrived. Their faces were filled with terror, and they too jumped into the array. Once inside, there was no more movement. Strong cultivators, one by one, like dumplings being dropped, were clearly terrified to the extreme, yet they had no choice but to do this. The 3 lives realm cultivators could actually easily be stopped by other Gaia realm strong cultivators, but who the heck would dare to stop them? Stopping this thing, are you really not afraid of death? The fate of that Gaia realm strong cultivator just now was still vivid. After the 3 lives realm, came the causality realm. They were slow, but by rushing hard, they finally arrived. Actually, by this time, the yearning in their hearts had weakened a lot. But the key was, their Taoist hearts were also weak. When they returned to the vicinity of the 3 valleys forbidden ground, they lightly sniffed their noses. A more intense fragrance rushed directly into their minds. And so, they went mad. Completely mad. A large number of Jiang family members, along with spirit pets and all sorts of other creatures, all charged towards the 3 valleys forbidden ground. Even though they had seen Gaia realm and 3 lives realm strong cultivators jump in before, the number of those cultivators was too small. Now, this vast crowd, one after another, jumping inside, brought a shock to people's minds that was no less than the scene of the Gaia realm strong cultivators jumping down just now. It was like dropping dumplings. As for the Jiang family members in the Tianming realm, their speed was simply too slow. After a long journey over mountains and rivers, they reached halfway and finally managed to suppress the greed in their hearts. They controlled their bodies bit by bit. This fragrance of Chengdao was not a permanent temptation, but a temporary one. At this moment, the Jiang family members in the Tianming realm had bewildered looks in their eyes. Whether it was Zhang Tianxin or Zhang Yu, they simply didn't know what to do after regaining control of their bodies. First return to the Zhang family and wait for the family head and elders to return, Zhang Tianxin gave the order and said loudly. Zhang Yu frowned tightly. What exactly is the situation? All the living beings of the Zhang family were led out by that single figure, they simply couldn't control their bodies. Is it poison? No, it shouldn't be poison, it was so fragrant. Just by thinking about it for a moment, a strong sense of urgency arose in their hearts again. They didn't even dare to think about it. Hurry back. Go back immediately. Chapter 208 Kirin Arm. The Jiang family is finished. When a Gaia realm expert, lost in thought, muttered these words. It represented the fall of a powerful force in the third heaven. So many experts entered the 3 valleys forbidden ground, yet the formation was still glowing, as if not even a ripple had appeared. How terrifying was this? In fact, many people didn't even know who the Jiang family had offended. The myriad ancient sect and the Wang family had a vague guess. But they didn't dare to believe it. Because it was simply too unbelievable. A guy who had just ascended from the second heaven, now wiped out the Jiang family of the third heaven in one go. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. However, the facts were laid out before them. Sect Master, if it's really him, what should we do? The voice of the myriad ancient sect's vice sect master already carried a hint of fear. This was simply an unbelievable matter. A vice sect master of the myriad ancient sect, a top expert of the Gaia realm, now felt awe towards a young cultivator who had just ascended to the third heaven. Yet, it was this young cultivator who had single-handedly trapped and killed all the experts of a massive force that was completely not weaker than the myriad ancient sect. It made people shiver uncontrollably. Inside the 3 valleys forbidden ground, Lu Yi, who was barely pieced back together, extended his hand which only had 2 fingers left. Sheets of bloody mist surged out from within the formation, swirling before him, finally forming a blood-red medicinal pill. This pill was as big as a basketball. His own flesh and blood were eaten by these people, and now he was just getting his own flesh and blood back. Wasn't that very reasonable? No matter what others thought, Lu Yi felt it was very reasonable. Continuously using the heavenly demon blood transformation escape, with his physical body shattered, if a part of his flesh and blood were to disappear, Lu Yi estimated he would have to pay with his life. Fortunately, the kind people of the Jiang family had sent his flesh and blood back. Lu Yi's mouth suddenly opened wide. In this special period, he couldn't care about anything else. Gulp. The next second, a blinding bloody light erupted from within Lu Yi's body. His physical body grew wildly, his body began to expand, and his depleted vital energy not only recovered but also became even more concentrated. Who the hell put powerful ingredients into my flesh and blood? The body refining technique Lu Yi was currently cultivating was called the Nine Tribulation Undying Body Close Double Angle Bracket, a truly formidable body refining technique, the strongest in the 9 heavens, and it had even been improved by the system. It was unrealistic for him to switch to another body refining technique. But now, if this wild power of flesh and blood wasn't used in time, his body exploding was secondary. The most important thing was that Lu Yi never liked waste. He would eat every single grain of rice in his bowl clean. Then the only option was to strengthen it. A large amount of bloody light suddenly converged towards his arms. The stone sword was startled. Holy crap, it's coming for me. The next second, Lu Yi's arms exploded with a bang, and new flesh and blood began to spread rapidly again. Explode again. Spread again. Explode again. After exploding 9 times in a row and condensing 9 times, Lu Yi's physical body finally stopped expanding. At this moment, his body was tens of meters tall, completely the appearance of a giant. Bloody light continuously surged into Lu Yi's arms, his arms began to grow larger, and his body began to shrink. His arms began to shrink again, and his body began to expand again. This cycle repeated. Finally, both his arms and body returned to normal size, and Lu Yi named these arms the Qilin arms. His arms were greatly strengthened this time. When dealing with enemies, perhaps he could truly achieve his dream with his bare hands. Satisfying. Lu Yi's figure rushed into the formation. Soon, he walked out, carrying the useless human emperor banner, with streams of purple energy emanating from it. I just helped you upgrade last time, and you're already at the level of an innate Dao treasure now. Can you stop being so embarrassing? So embarrassing, Lu Yi said, lamenting its lack of progress. Gurgle. I won't help you again this time, digest it yourself. Gurgle. What are you gurgling about? Do you have an opinion? Gurgle hiss. Seeing this scene, the stone sword felt a sense of trepidation and was extremely relieved. Fortunately, this time Master used a formation to kill people, otherwise, it would have to wipe blood with a rag again, which would be embarrassing for a sword to talk about. Lu Yi originally wanted to go into seclusion. But he looked at the souls inside the human emperor banner. That's not right. Why are all the souls above the causality realm? Where are the Tianming realm souls? Damn it, the roots haven't been removed. How can this be? If the weeds aren't removed from the root, even if Lu Yi cultivates those so-called heavens chosen of the Jiang family, every single one of them will never have the day when they can catch up to him. They will never be able to pose a threat to Lu Yi. But the Jiang family didn't have a grand reunion. Lu Yi felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. He had to go out again. Lu Yi didn't hesitate and rushed out of the 3 valleys forbidden ground immediately. Even though he didn't let his physical body absorb the power of the blood pill to a great extent, that abundant energy couldn't have failed to increase his physical body in the slightest. As a result, his physical body did become stronger, from covering about a mile, to now covering about 10 miles. Lu Yi had to fly a bit higher. It was the same when he lured the Jiang family experts before. The distance of 1 mile was very small, and Lu Yi also circled the Jiang family at the fastest speed and with lightning speed, pulling out all the men, women, old, and young of the Jiang family. With such a massive pursuit and such fast speed, everyone wasn't stupid, who would stay so close. Even when Lu Yi's physical body shattered and the scent spread for 100 miles, no experts were caught. Why? It was because 100 miles was not a safe distance for experts at all. Everyone's distance was at least 300 miles away, and 500 miles was normal. Jiang family. A large number of Tianming realm members of the Jiang family returned to the Jiang family, and to prevent enemies from taking advantage of the situation, the Jiang family's grand formation was fully activated. A scream of extreme terror echoed throughout the entire Jiang family. The sound was so sharp, it felt as if the throat had shattered. Everyone rushed towards the direction of the scream. Ah 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 ah. Everyone who arrived was so shocked their scalps went numb, some sat down on the ground, their eyes wide as if their eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. They saw that on the wooden frame where the soul fires were enshrined, which was originally brightly lit and full of prosperity and flourishing scenes, now, all the lights above had been extinguished. It was all of them. Not a single lamp showed a flame. Only the soul lamps on the bottom 3 rows were still burning. The ancestral hall, which was originally sacred and peaceful, with the great Tao flowing, was now quiet, like a ghost domain, and even a chilling aura appeared. Dead. All dead. All of them are dead. The experts of the Zhang family, the experts of the causality realm, 3 lives realm, and Gai realm, were all dead. Ha ha ha, they're all dead, all of them are dead. A young man sat on the ground, laughing wildly. He had gone mad. His mind was completely shattered by this scene. All dead. Chapter 209 Zhang Dai Escapes from Trouble Part 3. Exclamation mark. Ah! A miserable shriek rang out from Zhang Dai's mouth. Zhang Dai finally broke free from the seal. No matter how powerful a seal was, it would weaken with the user's demise. What's more, Zhang Dingtian had not yet reached the stage where even if the person fell, their Taoist would still exist eternally. Her body was covered in fresh blood. She was utterly exhausted. Zhang Dai knelt on the ground, supporting her body with her hands, trembling incessantly. Recover, she needed to recover. But she didn't dare recover here, because she didn't know when Zhang Dingtian would return. If Zhang Dingtian returned before she left, she would have no hope of escaping again. Forcing herself to rally her spirit, Zhang Dai tapped her fingers on her heavily injured body a few times, and all her potential erupted at this moment. She didn't feel the pain and her combat strength returned to its optimal state. However, this method would definitely have very serious side effects afterward. But Zhang Dai could no longer care about herself. She escaped the secret chamber, her aura weakened to the extreme. Just as she came out, she heard the piercing screams. Exclamations of surprise rose and fell. Elder. Family head. Sounds of wailing were endless, filled with despair. Zhang Dai. Zhang Dai, who was originally preparing to leave directly, stopped her steps, and her expression became uncertain. What's going on? Why were such painful sounds being made? Moreover, aside from these sounds, there was no aura of any strong practitioners throughout the entire Zhang family. The current Zhang family was very abnormal. Zhang Dai gritted her teeth and cautiously snuck towards the place of wailing. The ancestral hall door was opened. Zhang Dai's pupils suddenly contracted. All the younger generation of the Zhang family were wailing towards the ancestral hall, unable to accept this fact, and for a moment, they didn't even notice Zhang Dai. The soul lamps are extinguished. All extinguished. A look of ecstasy immediately appeared on Zhang Dai's face, but halfway through her ecstasy, she suddenly thought that these people seemed to have died at Lu Yi's hands, and she couldn't smile anymore. Forget it, don't worry about it for now. First, go to the Zhang family treasury and sweep it clean before anything else. Zhang Dai quietly left and entered the Zhang family treasury. Originally, the Zhang family treasury was guarded by at least 3 Gai realm strong practitioners, but now there wasn't a single soul. Many treasures did have restrictions, but Zhang Dai broke all the restrictions she could, took everything she could, and then rushed into the pill pavilion at the fastest speed, collecting all the resources she needed. Exclamation mark. Boom. Suddenly, a huge booming sound rang out. A Gai realm strong practitioner completely shrouded in black mist had already appeared and launched an attack on the Zhang family's great formation. It could only be said that his reaction speed was very fast. Upon learning of the Zhang family's strong practitioners' demise, his first thought was to loot the Zhang family clean. But the great formation had already been activated. How could the Zhang family's gate protecting great formation be so easily broken? Even with a Gai realm strong practitioner attacking with full force, it would likely take a long time to break it. Damn it, they reacted so quickly. The Gai realm strong practitioner cursed angrily. However, this didn't affect his continuous bombardment of the great formation. Since the Zhang family had no strong practitioners, he wanted to see how long this great formation could last. The younger generation of the Zhang family heard the booming and didn't even have time to grieve. They wiped away their tears and quickly rushed towards the formation bases to ensure the formation's integrity. They knew that the real test for the Zhang family was yet to come. Whether they could survive depended on how long this formation could last, and the longer it lasted, the greater the chance that the Jiang family would not be completely annihilated. The Jiang family had allies. Myriad Ancient Sect and Wang family were both allies of the Jiang family, although all the Jiang family's strong practitioners in third heaven were dead. In fourth heaven, fifth heaven, and so on, these three families all helped each other. With the Jiang family in third heaven facing disaster, the other two forces wouldn't stand by, otherwise, it wouldn't make sense in fourth heaven. Zhang Dai's expression sank. There are Gaia realm strong practitioners. Then her idea of escaping was likely to be shattered. It seemed like the other people in the Jiang family didn't know she had been imprisoned by Zhang Dingtian, right? Did they know? Whether they knew or not seemed irrelevant, because inside the formation now, she was the strongest. Moreover, her understanding of formations was definitely deeper than others. If she helped the Jiang family overcome this calamity, the position of family head would still be hers. At that time, all the Jiang family's resources could be openly used by her. Recover first. Zhang Dai sat cross-legged, sent precious treasure pills into her mouth, and began to recover from her injuries. Almost just 2 minutes later, a second Gaia realm strong practitioner in red clothes, whose appearance couldn't be clearly seen, arrived. The two Gaia realm strong practitioners exchanged a glance. There was no communication, but they tacitly didn't attack each other and continued to frantically attack the formation. With two Gaia realm practitioners attacking simultaneously, the Zhang family's great formation had already begun to ripple. In this world, there were especially many clever people. At this moment, Lu Yi was on his way. The attack was still continuing. Soon, a third Gaia realm appeared. You are attacking the Zhang family now, aren't you afraid that when you reach fourth heaven, the Zhang family will settle accounts with you? Zhang Tianxin shouted angrily. No one paid attention to her. They had already come here, didn't they think it was possible they would be settled with? Even for settling accounts, they would need to find out who made the move. Once they broke the great formation, would there possibly be any survivors in the Zhang family? Of course not. Therefore, the Zhang family must perish today. The fifth and sixth Gaia realm appeared. They wanted to completely annihilate the Zhang family while Myriad Ancient Sect and Wang family had not yet reacted. Of course, it was also possible that among these 6 Gaia realm strong practitioners, there were strong practitioners from Myriad Ancient Sect and Wang family. Everyone was hiding their identity. Who could say clearly what Yao, demon, ghosts, and monsters they were? Cracks began to appear in the formation bases one after another. The younger generation of the Zhang family simply didn't know what to do. Despair enveloped their hearts. Was the Zhang family really going to be completely destroyed today? I don't want to die, I don't want to die. In the future, I can become a top strong practitioner. In the future, I can prove the Taoist of a great emperor. Someone said, breaking down. Actually, for someone who can say such words, wanting to become a great emperor, unless they are led by Lu Yi. From now on, listen to me. Zhang Dai finally appeared and said loudly. Gazes turned towards Zhang Dai one after another. Now the first thing is to replace the formation bases. I have already found new formation bases from the formation pavilion, fill them with spirit stones, and replace the formation bases. Immediately, everyone who doesn't want to die, get moving for me. The second thing, immediately contact fourth heaven, have the upper realm contact Myriad Ancient Sect and Wang family, and order the Myriad Ancient Sect and Wang family in third heaven to provide rescue. The third thing, please awaken the ancestral artifact. Zhang Tianxin, you immediately take 30 elites and replace the formation bases. All the formation base replacements will be your responsibility with the people you lead. Can you do it? At this moment, Zhang Dai was imposing without being angry, and asked loudly. Zhang Tianxin's lips moved. She also knew this was a time of life and death. Yes. Good. Zhang Qingyan, you go contact the upper realm. Do you know how to contact them? I don't know. Go to the ancestral hall and burn the heaven connecting incense. 3 sticks of incense can connect to the upper realm. Everyone else, follow me to retrieve the ancestral artifact. It was quite organized. Chapter 210. The Master and Disciple Stabbing Each Other, Part 4. Second Heaven. It's already become a rat race now. Shangguan Wanling is making a fortune. It's not that no one wanted to capture her directly and forcibly obtain the celestial silkworm 9 transformations. But Shangguan Wanling immediately used the heavenly demon blood transformation escape to flee. The speed of this skill is particularly fast. Those who tried to capture her would be noted down in her little book, and from then on, she would never teach them the celestial silkworm 9 transformations again. As soon as someone who tried to capture her appeared, she would leave immediately. In this situation, this person could be said to have been abandoned by the era. Everyone else knows secret techniques, and once activated, their strength skyrockets. If you don't, haven't you been abandoned by the era? In this situation, her strength is soaring. She has already reached the Heavenly God Realm 9th level. The most unbelievable thing is that her great Tao is also increasing, becoming more and more fond of Lu Yi. Perhaps in just half a month, Shangguan Wanling might undergo crossing tribulation. Absurd. Capital absurd. Chu Ling also gained many benefits from this, and while she was at it, she challenged all the sword-using sects in the second heaven. Inside a courtyard, Yu Hongling had just returned from a battle, her expression downcast. Daos of fearlessness. Sigh. She really felt a bit desperate. The Daos of fearlessness were gradually leaving her, or rather, beginning to collapse. No matter how she fought, she couldn't stop the collapse of this great Dao. Because Lu Yi went to the third heaven. This was the first time, the most obvious time, that Lu Yi and she were in two different worlds. When Lu Yi was behind her, she was fearless and unafraid. When Lu Yi was not behind her, she. Hongling. Bai Chulin called out to Yu Hongling. Yu Hongling looked at her with lifeless eyes. Are you here to absorb the yin poison again? Come on. No, I want to have a good talk with you, Bai Chulin said. Yu Hongling sat on the stool, took off the wine gourd from her waist, and gulped down the strong mortal wine, but the depression in her heart could not be extinguished by the strong wine. Raising a cup to drown sorrow only makes sorrow grow. Your Daos of fearlessness have a problem, Bai Chulin said. Isn't it all your fault? Yu Hongling said impatiently. Although Bai Chulin was often met with cold words from Yu Hongling, her eyes still dimmed slightly. Although I have some responsibility in this matter, the biggest problem is with your senior brother, Bai Chulin said. A hint of sarcasm appeared on Yu Hongling's lips. What, my senior brother is wrong again. He has already ascended to the third heaven, he's not from the same world as us, and he's still wrong. Every word carried a strong scent of gunpowder. Can't stand it. Yu Hongling wished Bai Chulin couldn't stand it. If she couldn't stand it, she would quickly stay far away from her. What I mean is, the collapse of your Daos of fearlessness is not because of the pain brought by my yin poison, but because Lu Yi is not standing behind you now. You've lost your support, and that's the real reason for the collapse of your Daos of fearlessness. You want to exclude yourself again. Do you know what kind of pain your chaotic yin poison can bring? It can make a person die from the pain. I was a great emperor in my previous life and couldn't bear this kind of pain. How did my senior brother bear it back then? Don't you know? Senior brother endured so much pain for you, yet you still followed us in poisoning him. Even the hardest iron and stone in this world are not as hard as your heart. Yu Hongling used the words that pierced Bai Chulin's heart the most to stab Bai Chulin. Bai Chulin's face was pale. She knew about Lu Yi enduring pain for her. Bai Chulin's emotions also became somewhat out of control. Are you any better than me? Of course I'm better than you, at least I didn't make senior brother suffer that much. But you loved Feng Wuxi. Although physical pain didn't appear, you made Lu Yi's emotions extremely painful. Instantly, Yu Hongling exploded. Now, Feng Wuxi was a taboo in her heart, a painful and regretful memory she least wanted to revisit. How did she know Feng Wuxi was such a person, such a Yao? You are just a hypocritical person. You clearly know that senior brother was in pain when he helped you, yet you used some rule about the teacher-disciple relationship not being able to be crossed to make senior brother feel guilty. You can't live without relying on others. You are just a parasite that lives on others and always brings pain to others. Bai Chulin suddenly raised her hand, and chaotic Taiyan power surged in her palm. Come on, kill me, who will help you absorb the yin poison? Chu Ling has been avoiding you for a long time. Shangguan Wanling is also avoiding you. Everyone thinks you are a vicious snake and avoids you like the plague. If you kill me, you will also die in endless pain. It's good to die together, anyway, I don't want to live anymore. Yu Hongling tilted her face, letting Bai Chulin strike. Bai Chulin's expression was uncertain, her chest heaving violently. Finally, she sighed. Hongling, I'm not here to argue with you. HMPH. Yu Hongling took another big gulp of strong wine. I think your Daos of fearlessness are not collapsing because you fear pain, but because you are getting further and further away from Lu Yi, which is why they are collapsing. Since you regret it, why don't you try your best to catch up with Lu Yi's footsteps, fight alongside him, treat Lu Yi's enemies as your enemies, and exhaust all means to help Lu Yi, letting him feel your true repentance and determination, Bai Chulin said. It's easy to say, what kind of cultivation speed does senior brother have? How can I catch up with his footsteps? So you need to work even harder. Instead of watching the Daos of fearlessness crumble little by little, irreversible, why don't you go all out and make catching up with Lu Yi and winning back Lu Yi's heart your highest goal? You can clearly give up everything to achieve this goal, this is your Daos of fearlessness. It must be said, Bai Chulin still had some wisdom. These few words directly hit the deepest part of Yu Hongling's heart. Yes, to regain senior brother's heart. She could die. If she wasn't afraid of death, what else was there to be afraid of? Tell me, what is your purpose? Yu Hongling stared at Bai Chulin and said. Bai Chulin sighed. Is that how you think of me? Yu Hongling's eyelids didn't even flinch. Bai Chulin. Alright, the Taiyan marrow worm is about to undergo transformation, which will definitely cause a violent surge of chaotic Taiyan power. I need your help. Yu Hongling was too lazy to even show a sarcastic expression. She was still afraid that she couldn't withstand this wave and would be frozen to death. However, it was undeniable that she had some truth in what she said. Senior brother, I will definitely catch up with you. Definitely. Third heaven. Lu Yi resisted the urge to sneeze. Someone must be thinking of him. However, the person thinking of him didn't even have the value to make him sneeze for her. He had to suppress the sneeze even if he had one. That's how heartless he was. Huh. 9 Gai realm auras. Good, good, good. I just wiped out the Zhang family powerhouses, and now people are coming to snatch my spoils of war, right? Chapter 211. Draw a prison on the ground, Part 5. Can't get in. Lu Yi looked at the distribution of this group of Gai realm powerhouses, feeling a slight headache. If he didn't emit the fragrance of Chengdao around him, there was a way to quietly enter the Zhang family, kill all the Zhang family members, plunder everything, and then sneak away. But now, it was obviously impossible to do so. Lu Yi was in a hurry to enter the Zhang family to collect treasures and kill Zhang Dai. As for these 9 Gai realm cultivators, killing them or not didn't have a significant impact. Although they had already found a path to death. However, priorities differed. Killing 9 Gai realm cultivators versus killing 1 Zhang Dai and letting the Zhang family reunite, Lu Yi could still distinguish which was more important. Lu Yi's figure appeared. His aura spread out, belonging to the Tianming realm. Compared to the Gai realm, it could only be described as extremely weak. But in an instant, the eyes of the 9 people all looked towards Lu Yi. Because this didn't conform to common sense. With 9 Gai realm cultivators here, which Tianming realm cultivator would dare to openly emit their aura like this? Weren't they looking for death? When something is abnormal, there must be a Yao. The expressions of 2 Gai realm cultivators changed, and their figures quickly retreated. The Zhang family is my spoils of war. You can leave, Lu Yi said. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the other 7 Gai realm cultivators changed drastically. Simultaneously, they all retreated. It's this person. This is the person who annihilated all the Zhang family powerhouses. With a single sentence, he forced 9 Gai realm cultivators to retreat. Such an unbelievable scene was truly unfolding at this moment. Lu Yi was quite satisfied. This group of people's intelligence was increasingly online. The 9 Gai realm cultivators all left from afar. They didn't dare to approach Lu Yi by a single step. Lu Yi's figure flew towards the Zhang family. In a moment, he had already found the flaw in the Zhang family's great formation. There was nothing he could do. In his previous life, this formation had even been improved by Lu Yi. He could only say he was familiar with this formation to the point where he couldn't be more familiar. Merging into the great formation, Lu Yi's figure disappeared. Seeing this scene, the eyelids of the 9 Gai realm cultivators twitched wildly, and a feeling of relief arose in their hearts. Good thing, thankfully they retreated wisely. This person is too terrifying. That's the Zhang family's great formation, and you enter it as if you're playing. There was even more than 1 Gai realm cultivator whose expression turned pale. If he could enter the Zhang family's great formation so easily, didn't that also mean he could easily enter other great formations? All the sect formations had no effect on him. In fact, they were thinking correctly. It was indeed so. For Lu Yi, formations were sometimes less difficult to break through than a protective aura. Among the 9 heavens, there were basically no formations that could stump Lu Yi. Even if there were, once Lu Yi entered the formation, he could let the system directly deduce it. With his knowledge of formations, deducing a way to break a formation wouldn't take too long. The formation was quickly broken. Zhang Tianxin was leading people, continuously replacing the formation bases that had cracks and replenishing the spiritual stones for the great formation. Lu Yi's figure then appeared within the Zhang family. He happened to encounter Zhang Tianxin. Tianming realm, not a Zhang family member. How did he get in? Zhang Tianxin was startled. As soon as this thought appeared, a fragrance had already entered her nose. Zhang Tianxin's eyes turned red. In an instant, she rushed towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi raised his hand and delivered a sword strike. Boom! Zhang Tianxin's body exploded into a mist of blood. His divine sense spread out, and Lu Yi's figure disappeared. Zhang Dai's aura. Zhang Dai's aura. Zhang Dai, I'm here again. Lu Yi's figure rushed into the Zhang family ancestral land. Kill, kill, kill. The flowing light was astonishing. Zhang Dai's figure had already appeared in Lu Yi's eyes. A group of the younger generation of the Zhang family all had blood-colored mysterious marks in front of them at this time. Zhang Dai looked towards Lu Yi. Her expression was extremely terrified. Please, ancestral artifact, protect us. Boom! Lu Yi's body violently crashed into the golden light barrier. A platinum pendant, at this moment, erupted with an extremely terrifying aura, forming a huge shield that enveloped all the remaining Zhang family members. The speed was too fast. Lu Yi's head was buzzing from the impact. His body was sent flying out. Lu Yi shook his head, clearing his mind. He had hurried along the way, even kindly letting go of the 9 Gai realm cultivators, yet the result was still being one step late. Void Pendant. One of the Zhang family's ancestral artifacts, a treasure used by a Zhang family great emperor in the mid to late stage in the past. Because it was damaged, it was placed back in the Zhang family ancestral land to recover on its own, and incidentally, protect the Zhang family. It could be said to be a very ancient treasure. The sleeping artifact spirit awoke. A childlike figure, looking ancient and haughty, flew out from the void pendant. What's going on? Has the Zhang family declined to the point where people can attack the ancestral land? The Zhang family has dominated for eons, when has it ever been so desolate? No one answered him, because at this time, one by one, the younger generation of the Zhang family, with terrifyingly red eyes, let out strange cries and pounced towards Lu Yi. When facing the fragrance of Chengdao, Gai realm cultivators could still occasionally speak a word or two, but Tianming realm cultivators facing the fragrance of Chengdao truly wouldn't have a shred of independent consciousness. They all pounced towards Lu Yi like madmen. They densely covered the entire golden barrier. The pendant's artifact spirit was startled. What the hell? What is happening? Lu Yi stepped over the crowd and looked at the artifact spirit child. His right arm erupted with blood light, and he fiercely smashed a celestial venerable fist towards it. The barrier was instantly dented by the impact. The figures on the other side spat blood and were repelled, but they rushed towards the barrier again immediately, their blood-red eyes fixed on Lu Yi. They let out roars of unknown meaning. The artifact spirit child quickly changed the barrier's state, making it extremely hard. Lu Yi smashed down with another punch. This time, it almost shattered his fist. Can't break through. Lu Yi pressed against the barrier, looking at Zhang Dai, whose eyes were blood-red and whose face was delicate yet ferocious. Their faces were so close. Lu Yi didn't say any nonsense and immediately left. With his current strength, he couldn't break the protection of the void pendant. No hurry. First, he would search through all the Zhang family's treasures. He could see that many places had been plundered, but treasures guarded by powerful restrictions had not been taken away. They probably couldn't break the restrictions. This wouldn't stump Lu Yi. After confirming that everything had been plundered by him and all the Zhang family members outside the Zhang family ancestral land had been killed, Lu Yi destroyed the Zhang family's great formation. The Zhang family appeared fully within everyone's sight for the first time. The Gai realm cultivators were slightly stunned, one by one. Lu Yi's figure maintained a safe distance from this group of Gai realm cultivators, but this group of Gai realm cultivators were very afraid of Lu Yi. When Lu Yi advanced, they immediately retreated. I'll give you a chance to live, Lu Yi said. Now, go attack that golden barrier. Break it, and you can live. Attack with all your might, otherwise you will die. Lu Yi's words sounded well, this was a threat. The group of Gai realm cultivators. More and more Gaia realm cultivators were gathering around the Zhang family now. Listening to Lu Yi's words, many Gaia realm cultivators felt it was outrageous. Or maybe, don't listen. Chapter 212 I Escape. Update 1. I advise you all to listen to me. Everyone should understand when they are young that disobedience leads to punishment, Lu Yi said calmly. Am I right, fellow Taoist Wang? Lu Yi stared at the cultivator shrouded in black mist and said. Wang Shuihan's face changed. How did he identify him? Damn it, I attack. Wang Shuihan didn't waste words. His Gaia realm strength fully erupted, smashing fiercely against the barrier. When the other Gaia realm experts saw this, just the phrase, fellow Taoist Wang, made them imagine things. Although they didn't know the identity of this fellow Taoist Wang, it was highly likely that he was related to the Wang family. The Wang family had compromised, let alone them. Then attack. There were already 12 Gaia realm experts at this time. The Zhang family experts were all wiped out. Just thinking about it, you could know how much this group of people yearned for the Zhang family's resources. As a result, there was a huge pit here. A Tianming realm. He actually forced a group of Gaia realm experts to attack the ancestral artifact's protection. No one would believe this kind of thing if it were told, but it was happening in reality. How audacious! How audacious! My Zhang family has existed for eons, with a reputation that shakes the past and the present. When have we ever suffered such humiliation? Third heaven, these people, every single one of them, my Zhang family will absolutely not let go. The artifact spirit child's eyes were full of anger. This was no longer a place to stay. Even though it was a source treasure before, it had suffered heavy damage. Spiritual treasures, supreme treasures, Dao treasures, great Dao treasures, source treasures, initial treasures, chaos supreme treasures. These are the almost common levels of various magical treasures. The first three are still divided into innate and acquired, the latter are almost no longer divided into innate and acquired, because the great Dao is imprinted on them, the great Dao derived by themselves, and the great Dao bestowed by others. The difference is no longer particularly large. Of course, there will definitely be some differences. This difference is not enough to divide into two levels. Void pendant. It certainly doesn't just have defensive means. In fact, its strongest method is to escape into the void, but if it takes so many people to escape into the void, it will cause some of the source it has painstakingly recovered to fall into a huge deficit again. Unless it was absolutely necessary, it was unwilling to use it. Using the method of escaping into the void to escape is simply too comfortable. Now that it had reached such a desperate situation, it had to take the last bloodline of the Zhang family in the third heaven and escape. They, the Zhang family, will definitely avenge this hatred. Definitely avenge it. Void, escape. The artifact spirit child roared. The void pendant immediately emitted a bright light, and the void began to ripple slightly. Huh. The artifact spirit's face changed slightly. Why didn't it escape into the void? Escape. The light emitted by the void pendant became even stronger. Finally, the void changed. Lines appeared in the void, like chains, completely locking the void. The moment Lu Yi saw that the ancestral artifact was the void pendant, he had already thought that this thing was very likely to escape into the void, so he specially set up a large formation around it. Lock the space, lock it, and lock it again. It was also fortunate that this was the Zhang family, and they really had many treasures related to the void, otherwise this large formation might not have been able to lock the space so tightly. Lu Yi really did his best to make the Zhang family united. Because Lu Yi's figure was already far away. With a series of roars, Zhang Dai's consciousness woke up the fastest. First, confusion. Then, her face changed dramatically. Seeing that she was protected by the ancestral artifact, Zhang Dai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Senior, can we leave? Zhang Dai asked anxiously. With the ancestral artifact here, leaving shouldn't be a big problem, right? The artifact spirit child immediately began to curse. Leave my ass, the space has been sealed by the large formation. No, this 1,000-chain locking void formation, how can anyone in the third heaven set it up? Not even many people in the fifth heaven can set this up. Zhang Dai's face instantly turned pale. Who could set it up? Obviously, it must have been Lu Yi. Let alone the 1,000-chain locking void formation, he even knew the 10,000-star suppressing heaven formation. Damn it! Is this the pressure brought by being an enemy of Lu Yi? Zhang Dai felt her scalp tingle. Although she had experienced it once in the second heaven, she was very strong and confident at that time. Now that she was weaker and not so confident, facing Lu Yi again, Lu Yi's terror was fully displayed. A Tianming realm, suppressing the entire third heaven until it couldn't breathe. You know, above the Tianming realm, there are also the Causality realm, Three Lives realm, and Gai realm. How did he do it? She finally understood now why in the previous life, any alien race and devil cultivator, hearing Lu Yi's name, or even hearing the word, Ming, felt fear. This sense of oppression. This terrifying feeling of never showing mercy when striking. This sense of despair of having nowhere to escape, whether in the heavens or on earth, and being certain to die. 9 lives Celestial Venerable, is there another meaning? That is, even if you have 9 lives, if you provoke 9 lives Celestial Venerable, he will kill you completely. Don't say that, there is this possibility. Don't worry about them, just take me alone. This way, I can use the greatest strength to erupt and perhaps break through the restraint of the large formation, Jiànjī said. The artifact spirit child glanced at her. If I leave by myself, will the chance of success be greater? I'll tell you the truth, I was a great emperor in my previous life and possess the memory of a great emperor. If I don't die this time, and you follow me in the future, I can make you an emperor artifact, Jiànjī said anxiously. Void pendant. You, great emperor. A reincarnated great emperor would be chased to this extent by others. The void pendant just felt that this woman was crazy. Now it wasn't a question of taking one person or a group, but a question of it not being able to leave even if it went all out. The void pendant kept trying. Try again. The golden barrier became thinner and thinner, weaker and weaker. The other younger generation members of the Jiang family also woke up. At this moment, they were filled with despair. Some cried with their heads in their hands under the pressure of death. What happened? What happened? Such a large Jiang family, such a strong Jiang family, how could it just be gone like this? This sentence, at this moment, aroused everyone's thoughts. Why was the Jiang family destroyed? Obviously, it was because of Lu Yi. Why was the Jiang family an enemy of Lu Yi? It was because of Jiànjī. And they all heard that when Lu Yi was in the first heaven, this Jiànjī forced the myriad ancient sect to kill Lu Yi. Clearly, Lu Yi didn't even know her. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. If you hadn't provoked Lu Yi, how could the Jiang family have fallen to this point? You are the sinner of the Jiang family. The sinner of the Jiang family. Before the Jiang family is destroyed, you must die first. Kill her. Even if I die, I want to kill her with my own hands. At this moment, overwhelming anger poured onto Jiànjī. Chapter 213 Swear to heaven and earth. You're crazy. Jiànjī roared angrily. We are crazy, kill. The Gai realm outside couldn't help but watch this great show. It seems a bit fun, huh? Anyway, they could only hit the barrier repeatedly like this, they might as well watch the show while hitting. It could be seen that this group of the younger generation of the Jiang family harbored extreme hatred towards this young woman with exquisite features, every move aimed at taking her life. This woman with exquisite features was still restraining herself. Still trying to persuade them. But by only defending and dodging, the space was only so big, the woman was already injured, and everyone was attacking her frantically. She's about to lose control. The Gai realm enveloped in black mist said. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiànjī had already begun to counterattack. Her pressure also began to erupt at this moment. Is it all my fault? I told you to believe me, but not a single one of you believed me. If you had all listened to my command, how would the Jiang family have fallen to this state? Every single one of you is trash. That Zhang Tian, sanctimonious, harmed his own clansmen for his personal gain. Under the leadership of such a person, the Jiang family's demise is simply too normal. Jiànjī erupted, she counterattacked. In an instant, someone among the Jiang family's younger generation bled profusely. This blood seemed to stimulate Jiànjī. She turned the fear in her heart into anger, began attacking frantically, her strikes no longer holding back. Wails sounded. Jiànjī's combat power was strong after all. With Zhang Tianxin absent, the other disciples of the Jiang family were completely no match for her. Tisk tisk tisk. The Gai realm couldn't help but let out sounds of emotion. At the end of their rope, cornered beasts still fight. But who they were fighting were their own family members. Somewhat sorrowful, and somewhat pitiful. You've become lax. Lu Yi's voice came. The Gai realm were startled, almost forgetting that they themselves were still trapped. Immediately, the attacks resumed. The golden barrier became increasingly dim. "I'll kill all you trash," Zhang Dai roared. Screams continued to ring out. Zhang Dai had gone mad, frantically killing the Zhang family's disciples, killing them one after another. Blood surged into the ground. She was in a state of madness. Finally, the golden barrier shattered. The many Gai realm experts all paused, looking towards Lu Yi. "Retreat 100 li." Lu Yi spoke. Immediately, the many Gai realm breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly retreated. It seemed they were safe. Lu Yi walked towards Zhang Dai. Zhang Dai stood among a large pile of corpses, her eyes vacant. She had killed a pile of the last remaining people of the Zhang family. Further away, there were even weaker ones, huddled in the back, trembling. "Did you win?" Zhang Dai suddenly spoke. Lu Yi's footsteps paused. His figure had already reached the critical point 10 li away from Zhang Dai. Actually, even now, Zhang Dai had never regretted it. She didn't regret what she had done. If she were to say she regretted something, she could only regret not succeeding. "Could it be that you won?" Lu Yi was actually very unaccustomed to talking nonsense with people before killing them. The matter of villains dying because they talk too much happened far too often. "If you don't believe me, ask Li Jian Shangren." But, this was Zhang Dai. She was worth it. Simply killing her, Lu Yi felt it was a bit regrettable, not enough. "I didn't win, but I didn't lose either. Ha ha ha." Zhang Dai laughed maniacally. "Even if I die today, you loved me back then, and you loved me so deeply. My betrayal to you will make you suffer emotional wounds for a lifetime. In the future, no matter how strong you become, no matter if you reach the most powerful realm, you will never be able to forget these emotional wounds. Lu Yi, you lack love, yet you were hurt by love. All 8 people you loved hurt you, and they all planted the yin-yang devouring Gu on you when you were most affectionate. In the future, you will not only lack love, but you will also fear love. Even if I die, every time you receive love in the future, you will think of me. I am the biggest stumbling block to your yearning for love. Ha ha ha, Lu Yi, husband, my dear husband, I didn't lose. I didn't lose. Ha ha ha. Oh, is that so?" Suddenly, multicolored light filled the air. Shen Zitong, who hadn't appeared for a very, very long time, materialized beside Lu Yi at this moment. As soon as she appeared, she hugged Lu Yi's arm. Exquisitely flawless, causing all living beings to be stunned, as soon as Shen Zitong appeared, the wind between heaven and earth seemed to quiet down at this moment. Perhaps, Shen Zitong's beauty was no longer limited to attracting living beings. "Brother, you're talking so much with your ex-wife again. Don't you care about Zitong's feelings?" Shen Zitong hugged Lu Yi's arm, speaking in a coquettish manner like a little girl. Lu Yi. Zhang Dai was stunned. She looked at Shen Zitong, then looked at Lu Yi, then looked at Shen Zitong hugging Lu Yi's arm, her chest completely wrapped around his arm. "Are you Sister Zhang Dai?" "Probably. I'm sorry, don't blame me if I got it wrong. When brother talked about his ex-wives with me, he talked about you the least. I'm really not very familiar with you." Shen Zitong apologized obediently. "Who is she?" Zhang Dai's voice suddenly became sharp. "I am brother's current Dao companion, ex-wife's sister, let's get acquainted. My name is Shen Zitong." "Oh, wait, it doesn't matter if we get acquainted or not, after all, sister is about to die." "What sister said? I don't agree with it." "Oh. Who says brother isn't loved now? The harm you caused him has long been smoothed over by my tenderness and love. Otherwise, how could he possibly find a Dao companion again? Moreover, this time, he only found me. Oh, unlike before when he found you guys, he found 8 at once. 8. So, you don't have to worry about brother anymore. He will cultivate well from now on, love and be loved well, and happily return to the peak." "I don't believe it." Zhang Dai was practically going mad. Her hair was disheveled, her face contorted. Absolutely impossible. She knew Lu Yi lacked love, because Lu Yi's behavior was a standard manifestation of lacking love. As long as he fell in love with someone, he would desperately treat her well. That's why she knew how to hurt Lu Yi. Even if she died in the process of contending for the Dao, she hadn't absolutely failed. Because she had left an indelible wound on Lu Yi. "I don't believe he can walk out of emotional wounds. This is just a performance by you, I don't believe it." "Then how can you believe it?" Shen Zitong asked curiously. Unless Lu Yi admits it himself, unless Lu Yi swears to heaven and earth, otherwise I won't believe your nonsense at all." You're all lying to me, don't think you can fool me. Shen Zitong smiled. Ding ha ha ha, she laughed so happily. Lu Yi also smiled. Swear to heaven and earth. Chapter 214 Zhang Dai's death. 3 more chapters. I, Lu Yi, swear to heaven and earth that Shen Zitong is my Dao companion. If this is false, heaven and earth will perish together. The calm and steady oath was spoken by Lu Yi. Heaven and earth rumbled, giving their response and approval. The oath was complete. Zhang Dai's mind suffered a terrifying blow at this moment. She couldn't even control her body, retreating several steps in a row. She was shaking her head. No. Impossible. It's not like this. How could he possibly fall in love with someone else again? He wouldn't dare to fall in love with someone else again. How could you fall in love with someone else again? At this moment, Zhang Dai completely broke down, roaring hysterically. Lu Yi had fallen in love with someone else, which meant she had lost, completely and utterly lost. Lu Yi looked at Zhang Dai's current state of madness and shook his head gently. All right, it's over. He took a step forward. The fragrance of Chengdao instantly enveloped Zhang Dai. Zhang Dai's already blood-red eyes became even redder. She forgot everything, only having the desire to devour Lu Yi. And Lu Yi was also flying towards her. The light of the setting sun enveloped the world. Under the setting sun, 2 silhouettes, like 2 figures rushing towards each other, were breathtakingly beautiful. But the 2 silhouettes did not embrace under the setting sun. Instead, they flashed past each other. The world seemed to have frozen at this moment. The 2 figures also froze. Suddenly, one silhouette silently turned into dust. At this moment, Zhang Dai had fallen. The group of Gai realm experts watched this scene, feeling a strange sense of tragedy. Why did 2 little weak chickens in the Tianming realm make them feel like a world-shattering great power had fallen? It was truly inexplicable. The human emperor banner appeared in Lu Yi's hand. Zhang Dai was dead now, but her soul couldn't be shattered like vermilion birds. At most, only an insignificant true spirit remained. The main reason was that Lu Yi, at the realm where he killed Vermilion Bird, couldn't destroy the true spirit. Well, he still couldn't now. The level of the true spirit was truly something that low-level realms couldn't capture, or even discover. The human emperor banner waved. Zhang Dai's soul was directly collected into the human emperor banner. A 2-colored GU worm appeared in his hand. The GU worm had fallen into slumber and couldn't help Zhang Dai this time. Actually, even now, Zhang Dai hadn't regretted it. She probably would never regret it. Lu Yi was indifferent to this. What was the point of regretting or not regretting? It was better to let her be a main soul in the human emperor banner, enduring pain forever. To maintain its power, the souls within the human emperor banner usually suffered torment day and night, and the torment was varied. Because the human emperor banner required a large number of souls to work together, the souls inside would become more resolute under torment. As for whether torment would increase the soul's resentment, that was how the 10,000 soul banner worked. It had nothing to do with the human emperor banner. The human emperor banner made every soul feel welcome. Who would say the human emperor banner tormented souls? That was slander. That was pure, unadulterated slander. It must be said that Zhang Dai's soul was truly powerful. Just the memories of a great emperor required a very strong soul to bear, not to mention the Dao heart. Without Lu Yi's control, the soul juice in the human emperor banner surged into Zhang Dai's soul. Zhang Dai let out a piercing scream. Her eyes were filled with resentment and unwillingness, and she still possessed her own consciousness. But she was also like the most loyal puppet, forever subservient to Lu Yi's control. Clearly, she was supposed to be superior to Lu Yi. This contrast was absolutely a huge mental torment for an ambitious person. He violently swung the human emperor banner. Rolling purple energy surged towards the remaining members of the Zhang family. The group of Gai realm experts looked at the purple mist and the golden banner, their brows furrowed so tightly they could kill a fly. This was 10,000 soul banner. No, that's not right. Whose 10,000 soul banner was golden? Whose 10,000 soul banner, when waved, released vast purple energy? A normal 10,000 soul banner should be emitting black smoke. How could your family's 10,000 soul banner emit purple smoke? This is outrageous, simply outrageous. The third heaven, the Zhang family, with the last remaining member of the Zhang family collapsing to the ground, undoubtedly meant its complete destruction. Lu Yi had essentially uprooted the Zhang family. It didn't matter. Anyway, he and the Zhang family were already absolute mortal enemies. Lu Yi's gaze swept over the other Gaia realm experts. These Gaia realm experts had truly run far away, their eyes filled with vigilance and goodwill. In short, none of them had any hostility. Given their good performance this time, Lu Yi waved his hand. You may leave. As soon as he spoke, the group of Gaia realm experts ran faster than the last. Lu Yi didn't know if this matter would end, or what kind of thoughts this group of Gaia realm experts would have about him. But it didn't matter. As long as the Three Valleys Forbidden Ground formation wasn't broken, there was no one in the third heaven he couldn't kill. Fishing and setting bait was simply too satisfying. Lu Yi threw a fire into the Zhang family. Vermilion Bird's figure flew gently past, and the entire Zhang family began to burn. Next, he could settle down for a while. Having obtained all the Zhang family's resources to aid his cultivation, Lu Yi hadn't yet estimated what realm it could help him cultivate to. He actually had a point of contention now. That is, whether to make a move against the Wang family and the myriad ancient sect. They had been quite well behaved this time. Forget it, based on Lu Yi's understanding of them, this matter was definitely not over. The Zhang family of the fourth heaven, and even the Zhang family of the fifth heaven and sixth heaven, would not let it go. Cultivate first. Lu Yi's figure returned to the Three Valleys Forbidden Ground and immediately entered a state of secluded cultivation. Fourth heaven. Upon receiving the message from the Tongtian incense, the Zhang family was immediately enraged. They couldn't even believe what they were hearing. What did it mean that the strong were all dead? What the hell did it mean that the strong were all dead? So many Gaia realm experts, so many Three Lives realm experts, and now you're telling us that the strong are all dead. The entire Zhang family in the third heaven, only some Tianming realm experts were left. These Tianming realm experts were only spared because they ran slowly. The bad news of the destruction of the second heaven Zhang family hadn't even been digested, and now bad news came again from the third heaven Zhang family. Tell the myriad ancient sect, tell the Wang family, tell all the strong experts who are friendly with the Zhang family to go and save the Zhang family. Quick, tell them immediately to save the remaining people of the Zhang family. Then, they received the news. Not a single person from the Zhang family in the third heaven survived. The Zhang family's ancestral land was burned to ashes by a single fire. Now this news, let alone the third heaven, even the fourth heaven was greatly shaken. The Zhang family, such a colossal family, yet now it was annihilated. They heard that even the ancestral artifact was used, and it was actually shattered. How outrageous was this? Even if the void pendant was damaged again, it was still a treasure of origin. This kind of treasure, in the third heaven, could clearly be called an invincible existence. Even if its defense wasn't strong, it could still run away. Chapter 215 I have a solution. Kill him. He must be killed. The family head of the Zhang family in the fourth heaven, named Zhang Tianming, had bloodshot eyes at this moment and roared. This matter was simply unacceptable to the Zhang family. The Zhang family had been passed down for such a long time, when had they ever suffered such devastating damage? This momentum was very bad. This matter was sending a signal to others. Oh, so even these long-standing forces can be annihilated. If others can be annihilated, there's no reason I can't. Therefore, Lu Yi must be killed, no matter how great the price, he must be killed. But, we can't descend to the lower realms. A Zhang family elder pointed out the most distressing issue at present. At this moment, many people in the Zhang family even missed the years before the nine heavens were formed. If the nine heavens had not been formed, this damned Lu Yi, the moment he killed the first person from the Zhang family, a finger descending from the sky would have pressed him to death with a single tap. Of course, they wouldn't think that if the nine heavens hadn't appeared, their Zhang family might also have been directly pressed out of existence by a finger descending from the sky. If we can't descend to the lower realms, then notify those above. If the Zhang family in the fifth heaven can't handle it, then notify the sixth heaven. If the sixth heaven can't handle it, then notify the seventh heaven. If the seventh heaven can't handle it, then let the emperor of the eighth heaven take action. Tell them, if they still consider themselves members of the Zhang family, they must kill Lu Yi at all costs. He must be killed. He must be killed. Yes. Being unable to descend to the lower realms, this was a rule set by the nine heavens great sage, and it was the most severe rule. No matter what kind of immortal, god, Yao, or ghost you are, or what kind of emperor or great emperor, you must all obey me. Great emperors might have the strength to violate it, but that would require a real confrontation with the remaining Saint Dao of the Nine Heavens Great Sage. Only if you defeat the Saint Dao can you violate it. If you lose, sorry, even your great Emperor Dao fruit will be shattered. It is imaginable how deeply the Nine Heavens Great Sage detested the matter of rampant cross-realm travel and the strong killing the weak when he established this rule. The news reached the fifth heaven, and the Zhang family there shook their heads, saying there was nothing they could do. Even if they asked the various major forces, the answer they received was still that there was nothing they could do. So they continued to call for help from above. Sixth heaven. The Zhang family had no choice but to continue asking other forces, but the reply they received was still that there was nothing they could do. However, they did receive a piece of news. If Yin Qingcheng hadn't ascended yet, she might have a way. But now that she has ascended, if you want to descend to the lower realms to kill someone, perhaps you can ask Yin Qingcheng in the seventh heaven, she might have a way. Who is this Yin Qingcheng? The master of the allure immortal realm, with cultivation that reaches the heavens and earth, and methods that are astonishingly numerous. Not only is she invincible among those of the same level, but crossing realms is as common as eating and drinking. The most crucial thing is, she possesses an immortal face and keeps strangers away. The Zhang family in the sixth heaven quickly reported to the Zhang family in the seventh heaven. Emperors had already appeared in the seventh heaven. So-called emperors are existences who can be called emperor on a great Dao. Within this great Dao, any practitioner of this great Dao will feel an urge to bow down and submit upon seeing an emperor. And a great emperor is the emperor of 10,000 Daos. As long as they are practitioners of the great Dao, upon seeing a great emperor, they cannot help but prostrate and worship. As for celestial venerables, they are the masters of heaven and earth. Where is Yin Qingcheng? The emperor of the seventh heaven, Zhang Tianming, began searching for Yin Qingcheng's whereabouts. Finally, in a forbidden area, he found Yin Qingcheng. This forbidden area is called the primordial mist heaven. Zhang Tianming received the news about Yin Qingcheng and heard about her location. Even though he was an emperor, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle slightly. No, that's the primordial mist heaven. Who goes exploring in the primordial mist heaven? That thing is not something living beings can approach. But Yin Qingcheng was there. Zhang Tianming braced himself, with layers of defense, and entered the primordial mist heaven to begin searching for Yin Qingcheng's trace. All around were swirling white mists. They looked harmless, even quite beautiful, like being in an immortal court. However, this stuff can truly cause the death of emperors, and not just emperors, even great emperors might be pained to death. Yes, pained to death. Extreme pain. When Zhang Tianming found Yin Qingcheng, his expression froze on the spot. It wasn't because Yin Qingcheng was too beautiful. Having reached his realm, he had seen far too many beautiful women, of every type. Although Yin Qingcheng was also stunningly beautiful, it wasn't enough to change Zhang Tianming's demeanor. It was purely because the current Yin Qingcheng was actively exposing herself to the primordial morning mist. That's the primordial morning mist. A terrifying existence that can pain even great emperors to death. Yin Qingcheng's current strength was only at the great Dao realm, still some distance from becoming an emperor, but with such little strength, how dare she expose herself to the primordial morning mist? Yin Qingcheng carefully felt the pain, her face filled with heartache. It's too painful, how could they bear to put this kind of thing on you? Husband, this you Hongling deserves to die, right? She should die. Qingcheng can't even imagine how much pain you were in when the primordial morning mist erupted. Qingcheng wasn't by your side, otherwise I could have held you, even if it meant enduring the pain for you, I would be willing. You Hongling, you truly deserve to die, truly deserve to die. And by Chulin, making husband endure so much freezing cold, you also deserve to die. Shangguan Wanling, I won't allow such a foolish person to appear by husband's side, you also deserve to die. Chu Ling, you, a mere maid, actually dared to harm your own master, you also deserve to die. Zhang Dai, actively climbing into husband's bed, shameless. Deserve to die, deserve to die, deserve to die. Vermilion bird, a creature that isn't human, becoming husband's mount is one thing, but why can she become husband's woman? You also deserve to die. I also deserve to die. I actually didn't kill all these women, I also deserve to die. And one more. Yin Qingcheng's eyes revealed madness, yet there was also a hint of fear that she herself was unwilling to admit. Jiang Tianming looked at Yin Qingcheng's appearance, sometimes ferocious, sometimes pained, sometimes smiling, sometimes calm, and sometimes heartbroken, and he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. No, what is this thing? He composed himself and walked forward. Threads of primordial morning mist continuously entered Yin Qingcheng's body. My name is Jiang Tianming, greetings, fellow Taoist. Yin Qingcheng calmly glanced at Jiang Tianming and didn't speak. Her attitude was even somewhat dismissive. Jiang Tianming wasn't angry. Dismissiveness didn't matter, as long as Yin Qingcheng had no way, he could just kill her later. I wonder if fellow Taoist has a way to descend to the lower realms. We want to kill a small cultivator in the third heaven, but we are troubled by being unable to descend. If fellow Taoist has a method, I, Jiang, will be eternally grateful. Yin Qingcheng spoke. Third heaven. Kill who? What's his name? The person to be killed is named Lu Yi. Yin Qingcheng's eyes suddenly burned with intensity. Killing others, she had no interest, but killing Lu Yi. Then her interest was too great. Kill Lu Yi. I have a way. Chapter 216 Transaction Update 1. Yin Qingcheng had not expected it. Someone actually came to her to kill Lu Yi. She was already so heartbroken at the thought of Lu Yi enduring suffering that she could barely breathe. Make her kill Lu Yi, make her kill Lu Yi. Ha ha ha. Of course, she had to help them properly. You can kill Lu Yi for you, but what price can you pay? Yin Qingcheng stared at Jiang Tianming and asked. What do you want? Jiang Tianming countered. She wanted Lu Yi. But she couldn't say that. She wanted all of Lu Yi's enemies and friends to die. She couldn't say that either. I want the Sansheng stone. Yin Qingcheng stated what she wanted. Husband should be close to reaching the three lives realm, right? After possessing the Sansheng stone, she could use its power to forcibly enter Lu Yi's past life, present life, and future life. She wanted to deeply brand herself into every day, every moment, every inch of flesh and blood, and every wisp of soul of Lu Yi. Sansheng stone. Jiang Tianming's expression became a little difficult. This was the Three Lives River Master's innate object, wanting to exchange for it was almost impossible. Then the only way was to kill the Three Lives River Master. The Three Lives River Master was also an Emperor realm expert. Wanting to kill such an existence, the Jiang family would likely have to pay a huge price. No choice. The family was like this. Even if your strength was high, few people could break free from the shackles of bloodline. Your memories from youth, the warmth of bloodline, and the family's sacrifices for you would become your aid, but also the chains that bind you. Then may I ask what method you have to eliminate Lu Yi? Jiang Tianming asked. I can open the chaotic dojo. Yin Qingcheng said in a calm voice. A terrifying divine light suddenly appeared in Jiang Tianming's eyes. Chaotic dojo. That's right. At that time, if you wish to enter, you can also personally go and kill Lu Yi. Yin Qingcheng stared at Jiang Tianming and said. How can you be sure he will enter the chaotic dojo? Jiang Tianming hurriedly asked. Yin Qingcheng's lips curled up slightly. If you were the number one heaven's chosen of all time, and the chaotic dojo, such a vast opportunity, opened, would you not go? Jiang Tianming pondered. He quickly got the answer. He would definitely go. The chaotic dojo was an extremely special place nurtured in the boundless chaos outside the nine heavens. It was like a new world was about to open, filled with newly born great Tao everywhere. In a normal great Tao, after you possess it, many parts of the great Tao are integrated into the mist, requiring you to painstakingly search for the full picture of the great Tao. In the chaotic dojo, the great Tao was like bean poles, appearing in the air without any concealment, allowing you to observe them to your heart's content. Furthermore, there were even some great Tao that had not yet been nurtured, merely pure great Tao Qi. If absorbed, it would enlighten the mind and see one's nature, greatly improving one's great Tao. Once the chaotic dojo opened, it was impossible to imagine how lively it would be. However, one did not enter the chaotic dojo with their physical body, but rather as a manifestation of their great Tao. At this time, whoever had a stronger great Tao and was more skilled in using their great Tao would gain an advantage within it. Of course, if one perished within, it would inevitably cause extremely severe damage to one's own great Tao, and it was even possible for the physical body to die along with the great Tao. For cultivators, was there anything more painful than the collapse of their great Tao? Oh, Shangguan Wanling was an exception. Can we make a contract? Jiang Tianming asked. Yin Qingcheng nodded. Yes. The two made a contract. Jiang Tianming left, and began to prepare for obtaining the Sansheng stone. Yin Qingcheng closed her eyes, and wisps of primordial morning mist continuously entered her fingertips, making her tremble in pain. However, her exquisite face was filled with excitement. Although she had ascended to the 7th heaven, husband was still in the 3rd heaven. So what? No one could stop her from seeing her husband all the same. Everyone who tried to stop her must die. Lu Yi paused his cultivation at this time. He looked at Zhang Dai in the 10,000 soul banner. So strong. Having endured the injection of so much soul essence, Zhang Dai's soul was so powerful that it reached a rather terrifying level. A normal soul, let alone a normal soul, even the soul of an expert would likely collapse after enduring so much soul essence. Why could Zhang Dai endure it? Was it because in her previous life, Zhang Dai had once carried the Dao fruit of a great emperor? That was truly possible. Even if she achieved great emperor with his help, she was still a great emperor. Even if the great emperor Dao fruit was weak, it was still a great emperor Dao fruit. According to what Lu Yi knew, even in his previous life, among the beings in the 10,000 soul banner who possessed the soul of a great emperor, there was only one, and that was the demon ancestor's 10,000 soul banner. Great emperors could perish, even celestial venerables could perish. But wanting to capture, wanting to seize the other party's soul, it was almost impossible. As a result, besides the demon ancestor, no one knew how terrifying and profound the 10,000 soul banner was when a great emperor was the main soul. Now, Lu Yi had won. If only I had known. Lu Yi murmured these 3 words. If only he had known, he wouldn't have destroyed the soul of the vermilion bird. That way, the human emperor banner would have had 2 great emperor main souls. Never mind, never mind. If there's a chance in the future, he'll seize the demon ancestor's 10,000 soul banner, that can also make up for the lack of 8 main souls. As for you Hongling and the others, they wouldn't die in a short time. Lu Yi wasn't planning to kill them himself either, because in this life, they hadn't attacked him. As for the troubles of the previous life, he had responsibility, so let it return to dust. But when the darkness upheaval came, Yu Hongling and this group would most likely not be able to hold on. He just needed to keep an eye on them at that time. Once they died, he would collect their souls immediately, and that would be enough. Zhang Dai's soul appeared outside the human emperor banner. Her black dress turned into a purple dress, her face was still as exquisite, her eyes also turned purple, and she was expressionless, like a porcelain doll. Shen Zitong also ran out, curiously circling Zhang Dai. Ding, brother, she's so angry now. Lu Yi could naturally also feel Zhang Dai's anger, but he didn't care. She still doesn't seem to know that you sacrificed a life for her. She just died, without any regret. It's all your fault for killing too quickly, Shen Zitong said with some dissatisfaction. Lu Yi was also helpless when he heard this. He actually hadn't expected that Zhang Dai would be so bold, directly jumping in front of him and continuously unleashing her big moves on him. Yu Hongling and her group of people, not one of them dared to be so reckless. Having been reborn, they didn't dare to show even a hint of hostility towards him. But Zhang Dai did. How could Lu Yi endure it? He immediately went for the kill. When Lu Yi targeted someone for certain death, one could imagine how terrifying it would be. The expressionless Zhang Dai's face froze slightly. Lu Yi once died a life for her. How could she not know? Chapter 217. Souls Can Cry 2, Part 2. It's fine, and unnecessary. Lu Yi's voice was calm. His life in the previous life was one he willingly sacrificed, there was no need to force this matter onto others. Shen Zitong quietly rolled her eyes. See, this dog Lu Yi is just like this, his desire for revenge is too weak. If she hadn't transformed into human form, it's estimated Lu Yi would just find a place to cultivate frantically and borrow some resources if he lacked them. How boring. Fortunately, Shen Zitong is here. He died one life for me. When? Why didn't I know? This question kept echoing in Zhang Dai's mind. She truly didn't know that Lu Yi had once sacrificed a life for her. He was willing to give his life for her. Why was Zhang Dai so ambitious? Because she was too clear-headed. From the moment she first willingly offered herself, she understood that Lu Yi's feelings for her were not love. It was responsibility, it was taking charge. She saw Lu Yi's interactions with his other women, they were so natural, so affectionate. Yu Hongling could fuss and ask Lu Yi to carry her, Chuling could mischievously pull Lu Yi's hair, Bai Chulin could calmly accept Lu Yi massaging her shoulders and legs, Shangguan Wanling could chatter endlessly around Lu Yi, and Vermilion Bird could transform into her true form and stand on Lu Yi's shoulder. It was harmonious and joyful. And she was out of place. At first, she also calmly accepted these things, thinking that they had been with Lu Yi for hundreds of years. She had only just arrived, and had even joined using means. But later, she still found it difficult to integrate, because this small group of 5 people seemed too close-knit. Why was it like this? Gradually, Zhang Dai understood. The reason it was like this was because Lu Yi didn't love her. After spending so long together, even though Lu Yi was very good to her, he still didn't love her. She also gradually began to understand that relying on others would never be as good as relying on herself. Especially after Shangguan Wanling's path of sentience was destroyed. Zhang Dai understood even more clearly. Love itself is not eternal, so what else is there to say? Rather than watching her man become a saint, it would be better for her to become a saint herself. Especially since those 1 or 2 people whom Lu Yi loved all chose to betray Lu Yi, wasn't it normal for her, someone not loved by Lu Yi, to betray him? But now, she heard that Lu Yi had died one life for her. Zhang Dai began to ponder, when exactly was it? When did Lu Yi die a life for her? The intense pain made it impossible for Zhang Dai to focus her thoughts, countless fragmented memories kept appearing in her recollection. Lu Yi gave her the most beautiful flowers in the world. Lu Yi took her to roam the starry sky. Lu Yi remembered her birthday and gave her a surprise. Lu Yi remembered the day they got together. He spent the entire day with her, fulfilling all her requests. In Lu Yi's eyes when he looked at her, there was a smile, there was gentleness. Memories had never been this clear until this moment. Because before, Zhang Dai's eyes had always been blinded by ambition. In her eyes, there was only becoming stronger, only surpassing Lu Yi, only how to steal all of Lu Yi's achievements. And now, she had completely failed. Although she was in infinite pain, her memories were clearer than ever before. Lu Yi was very good to her. He was good to her at all times. Could responsibility and protection reach this level? Was there truly no love in it? Zhang Dai's face twisted. One scene after another kept appearing in her mind, and her soul was in intense pain. No, she couldn't remember, she absolutely couldn't remember when Lu Yi died for her. This woman was lying to her, she wouldn't be fooled. Unless she saw with her own eyes the scene where Lu Yi died for her, unless she saw what kind of crisis he died for her in. 2 drops of tears fell from the corner of Zhang Dai's eyes. So, the soul could also weep. Lu Yi waved his hand, and Zhang Dai disappeared into the human emperor banner. After absorbing so much soul fluid from Zhang Dai, the entire human emperor banner finally became empty. The banner fluttered lightly with pride, the unprecedented lightness made it exceptionally satisfied. Now, the power of the human emperor banner, after absorbing Zhang Dai's soul, could render a 3 lives realm expert opponentless with a full force attack, and even Gai realm experts would experience extreme pain if they encountered it. It could be said to be one of Lu Yi's relatively powerful combat methods. He himself is currently at Tianming realm 5th heaven, his strength is progressing quickly, and with the Qilin arm and celestial venerable fist, causality realm is out of the question, and he can also move unhindered among 3 lives realm experts. Not enough. Continue cultivating. 2nd heaven. Shangguan Wanling has finally reached the peak of heavenly god realm. I'm exhausted. Shangguan Wanling spoke, realizing how tiring doing business was, and how tiring it was to acquire spiritual treasures. This was still under Chu Ling's constant guidance, and running a monopoly business was still this tiring. How much effort did Lu Yi Gerger in the previous life actually spend to find so many treasures? Just as she was thinking about this, Shangguan Wanling's great Dao aura kept growing. Chu Ling's figure appeared. Now, her connection with Chu Ling was the closest. Are you crossing tribulation? Chu Ling asked. Shangguan Wanling nodded vigorously. Chu Ling's sister, I'm going to find Lu Yi Gerger now, please take care of yourself, Shangguan Wanling said with a smile. Chu Ling couldn't help but feel a little envious. Although Shangguan Wanling's cultivation technique was like a vase for show, her promotion speed was truly too fast. She is currently only at Heavenly God Realm 4th layer, and she could crossing tribulation if she wanted to, but she didn't want to. Even though her longing for Gongzi young master had reached its peak, she could only coldly understand that if she crossing tribulation now, her cultivation path would completely be unable to keep up with Lu Yi. Therefore, she must persevere. Third heaven has 4 major realms, Lu Yi won't ascend so quickly. She has time. Go ahead, if you see Gongzi, young master, please tell him that Ling misses him, very, very much. Shangguan Wanling nodded, full of ambition. I miss him too, very, very much. Oh right, Ling sister, these are treasures with sword Dao that I exchanged for you. Your sword Dao is meant to learn from the strengths of various schools. After you reach third heaven, I will continue to help you find treasures with sword Dao, Shangguan Wanling said, taking out a pile of treasures. Chu Ling looked at the pile of broken copper and scrap iron that Shangguan Wanling had taken out. The sword intent on them was only superficial and lacked depth, and her eyes couldn't help but redden slightly. You were deceived again, Chu Ling said with a sigh. Ah, these things are useless to you. Chu Ling took the pile of junk. They are useful, but don't help me find them again next time. You should take care of yourself first. Oh, okay. Shangguan Wanling understood that she had been deceived again. No wonder more and more people were willing to exchange these treasures with sword Dao for her celestial silkworm 9 transformations later on. Alright, then I'm crossing tribulation. Okay, be careful. It's fine, my heavenly tribulation is weak. Chapter 218, Phantom Spirit Ascension Part 3. Today, I, Shangguan Wanling, am crossing tribulation and ascending. Lu Yi Gerger, I'm coming. Shangguan Wanling let out a loud shout. The aura around her completely erupted, drawing in the heaven and earth tribulation chi. The sky was clear. Shangguan Wanling. Chu Ling was also confused. I want to cross tribulation. Shangguan Wanling let out a loud shout. The sky was clear. Shangguan Wanling was dumbfounded. What was going on? Didn't they say that once your cultivation reached a certain point, you could cross tribulation? Her cultivation had reached that point now. To be honest, this was also the first time Chu Ling had seen this situation. Wait, if you can't cross tribulation, how can you ascend? Shangguan Wanling didn't know what to do. How about you try activating the celestial silkworm 9 transformations, Chu Ling reminded her, suggesting. She was actually a little suspicious, wondering if it was because Shangguan Wanling was too weak. Shangguan Wanling frowned. What did that mean? Was she saying that her strength wasn't sufficient? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The reason the heavenly tribulation hadn't appeared must be because there was an issue with the heavenly tribulation itself. What use would her using the celestial silkworm 9 transformations be? Shangguan Wanling wanted to prove to Chu Ling that even with the celestial silkworm 9 transformations, the heavenly tribulation wouldn't appear if it wasn't going to. Celestial silkworm 9 transformations. Boom. A roar sounded. Tribulation clouds filled the sky. Shangguan Wanling. Wait, what is the meaning of this? This is so annoying. Chu Ling, however, breathed a sigh of relief. It was stable now, completely stable. Barring any accidents, this time, Shangguan Wanling should be able to reach the lower limit for the heavenly tribulation. When a heavenly god realm expert crosses tribulation, Lu Yi had once drawn in 10,000 miles of tribulation clouds in one go. Although that was because the system had added something, it was enough to show how terrifyingly strong Lu Yi's foundation was. And now, it could be seen that Shangguan Wanling had also become stronger. The area of the tribulation clouds quickly spread, eventually reaching a full 500 miles. The process was also very easy. Shangguan Wanling successfully crossed tribulation and ascended with ease. Ding ding ding, Shangguan Shazi has successfully crossed tribulation. Laughing my system off, she actually couldn't draw in the heavenly tribulation when she didn't activate the celestial silkworm 9 transformations. The system's cheerful voice rang out in Lu Yi's mind. Lu Yi didn't even lift an eyelid. What did that have to do with him? Ding, I didn't expect it would actually be Shangguan Shazi who crossed tribulation and ascended first. How truly miraculous. The origin devouring heaven scripture is just that powerful. Lu Yi said. Aside from the true essence cultivated having no power, this cultivation technique is absolutely rapid for increasing realms. However, the true essence is also truly powerless. In fact, normally speaking, weak true essence wouldn't even have the possibility of increasing realms because it would have lost its momentum. Yet, such a foolproof cultivation technique appeared. Cultivation itself carries a bit of the meaning of defying heaven. The heavenly tribulation is the ordeal given to cultivators by heaven and earth. Shangguan Wanling's cultivation was even so weak that heaven and earth were hesitating whether she was a person defying heaven or not. One can imagine how weak Shangguan Wanling was. Ding, then she should be coming to find you. She can find me. Ding, I suspect she can find you. After Shangguan Wanling ascended, as expected, no one was waiting to ambush her. She was certainly no stranger to ascending, she had ascended many times in her previous life. But this ascent felt a bit lost. Because all her previous ascents were led by Lu Yi, she didn't have to worry about anything at all. Wherever Lu Yi said to go, she would just follow. Even without Lu Yi leading, there was Bai Chulin leading, without Bai Chulin leading, there was Chu Ling leading, without. In short, she didn't have to use her brain. She wasn't lost in the second heaven either, because she was captured as soon as she went up. Now, having arrived at the third heaven, no one was managing her, and no one was asking about her. She wanted to find Lu Yi. Well, she should find someone to ask. Shangguan Wanling rose into the air, searching aimlessly, and eventually arrived at a city. Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. I want to find the whereabouts of a cultivator who just ascended not long ago, his name is Lu Yi. How many spirit stones? Shangguan Wanling asked. Immediately, pairs of eyes looked towards Shangguan Wanling. Just ascended. Lu Yi. Yes, about half a year ago he ascended. Please come with me, please come with me. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's heart sounded a warning bell at this moment, and they quickly pulled Shangguan Wanling aside. Shangguan Wanling. Something wasn't right. Heavenly Demon Blood Transformation Escape. Boom. Shangguan Wanling transformed into a streak of blood light and disappeared. The people of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. At this moment, they couldn't help but feel a bit lost. Wait, why are you running? If they weren't sure before whether the Lu Yi Shangguan Wanling mentioned was the real Lu Yi, now, when this blood light appeared, everyone understood in their hearts. This woman must have a very close relationship with Lu Yi, either they were from the same sector, they were Dao companions. Because this blood light was exactly the same. Before long, Shangguan Wanling reappeared, and she couldn't help but scratch her head. It seemed everyone knew Lu Yi. When she said his name, everyone's eyes were focused on her, so she couldn't say Lu Yi's name. But then how would she find him? As Shangguan Wanling thought and thought, her path of sentience suddenly stirred. She looked in the direction of the Three Valleys' forbidden ground. Lu Yi seemed to be in that direction. Lu Yi clearly saw the formation of a karmic line at this moment. He knew that Shangguan Wanling should be coming to find him. System, tell me, will she directly jump into the formation of the Three Valleys' forbidden ground? Ding, I think, it's very likely. Then let's wait and see. Lu Yi once again entered a state of cultivation. Actually, even if Shangguan Wanling came, she wouldn't be able to see Lu Yi. If she entered the Great Formation, that would only mean death. Lu Yi wouldn't actively kill them, nor would he save them. His mindset was simply that bridges were bridges and roads were roads. Heaven's Mandate 6th level. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Lu Yi Gerger, I'm Wanling, I miss you. I miss you. Miss you. The enormous sound echoed throughout the Three Valleys. Lu Yi, I will always follow you. I know I was wrong, I will never listen to others' instigation again. Shen Zitong's figure appeared. At this moment, she presented a posture of eagerness mixed with considerable hesitation. Shangguan Shazi will never listen to others' instigation again. Why didn't she quite believe that sentence? She really wanted to try instigating her, but she was also afraid of being infected by Shangguan Wanling. This guy was truly a difficult character to deal with. Sister Chu Ling also said she knows she was wrong. Lu Yi Gerger, did you hear? Both of us know we were wrong. The huge sound echoed. Shen Zitong ultimately didn't dare to rush out. This stuff still sounded a bit silly. She would have to wait until she was more normal before going out to meet her. Shangguan Wanling shouted a few times with all her might. In the end, there was no response. She couldn't help but mutter to herself. Is he not here? Then was I a bit silly shouting this loud. Chapter 219. On the Great Dao. Shangguan Wanling left. Lu Yi didn't mind and continued cultivating. Time slowly passed, and Lu Yi's cultivation, supported by the resources of the Zhang family, also grew rapidly and steadily. The entire Zhang family in the third heaven, which could support even 21 Gai realm cultivators and over 103 lives realm cultivators, was now completely plundered by Lu Yi. Tianming realm 7th layer. Tianming realm 8th layer. Tianming realm 9th layer. Will a new poison appear? This thought flashed through Lu Yi's mind, but it no longer mattered. Breakthrough. Causality realm 1st layer. Lu Yi waited quietly, and this time, he did not wait for the appearance of the potent poison. He was actually quite curious, what kind of poison did that woman, whose methods reached the heavens and whose intelligence was almost like a Yao, give him? Were these 8 poisons found with the help of Yin Qingcheng, or with the help of that woman? That last woman, she wasn't the strongest in terms of power, but she was definitely the most terrifying. Lu Yi lightly sighed. Why think so much? I'll just cultivate, cultivate, cultivate. Once I rush up there, anyone who dares to make a move on me will be killed and thrown into the human emperor banner. 7th Heaven. In recent days, a major event occurred. That was the Zhang family emperor and the invincible sword sect emperor joining forces to fiercely kill the Three Lives River Master. Then, they did not succeed in killing her. The Three Lives River Master was furious. She had no grudges with these 2 major powers, neither in the distant past nor recently. What was the meaning of this sudden attack? So she began to retaliate. Both the Zhang family and the invincible sword sect suffered severe blows, with dozens of their strong cultivators who were traveling outside being killed in one go. One can imagine how precious those who can be called strong in the 7th heaven are. A chase and escape began in the 7th heaven, and later extended into the void, causing a huge commotion. In the end, the Zhang family couldn't hold on and simply brought out an emperor artifact. The Void Emperor mirror illuminated the heavens, severely injuring the Three Lives River Master. The Three Lives River Master was almost angered to death. This was going too far, truly too far. So she directly defected to the Dark Demon Emperor race in the void. The Zhang family was already numb. They never expected that the Three Lives River Master's strength was so great that she could escape even when surrounded and attacked by 3 emperors. What to do? The situation was what it was, they could only brace themselves and fight. With 2 Emperor artifacts fully deployed, the Dark Demon Emperor race only had 1 Emperor artifact to resist. The void was turned into chaos, and the boundless terrifying power caused the entire 7th heaven to tremble. The Three Lives River Master still did not die. One can only say that at this realm, there are simply too many means of escape. Every Emperor likely possesses no less than 5 methods of escape. It's a joke, those who couldn't escape would have died long ago. Although the Three Lives River Master did not die, she did abandon the Sansheng Stone to escape. The Zhang family finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the process was convoluted, they finally got their hands on the Sansheng Stone. Zhang Tianming immediately rushed to the primordial mist heaven without stopping. As a result, he found that Yin Qingcheng was no longer in the primordial mist heaven, but had run to the Taiyan star. Are you crazy? Zhang Tianming couldn't help but curse. The Taiyan star is the place of the strongest power between heaven and earth, where a vast amount of Taiyan power is stored, converging into a massive planet called Taiyan. The moons in the heavens are actually all part of the Taiyan star. When Zhang Tianming arrived at the Taiyan star, he felt as if he was constantly on the verge of being frozen to death. He finally found the frozen and solidified Yin Qingcheng. Yin Qingcheng felt someone arrive and opened her eyes. So cold. It's really so cold, so cold. So, the cold that husband endures is this kind of cold. Bai Chulin, you really deserve to die. She hated herself for not meeting Lu Yi earlier. If she had met him earlier, she could have helped Lu Yi kill Bai Chulin, saving Lu Yi from enduring such pain. Creak creak creak. Yin Qingcheng escaped from the freezing. At this moment, Zhang Tianming suddenly seemed to understand something. This Yin Qingcheng seems to be someone who enjoys being abused. Otherwise, there's no way to explain why she inexplicably ran to the primordial mist heaven to absorb the primordial morning mist. That primordial morning mist can make people doubt their lives from the pain. To be honest, even though Zhang Tianming is an emperor, he has never heard of anyone voluntarily absorbing that stuff. Now she has started coming to the Taiyan star to be frozen. The freezing of the Taiyan star is also an extreme kind of pain. Fellow Taoist, the Sansheng Stone has been obtained. Please fulfill your promise and open the chaotic dojo. Zhang Tianming spread his hand, and in his hand was indeed the Sansheng Stone with 3 colors. The colors represented, respectively, past life, present life, and future life. Yin Qingcheng was quite satisfied. With the Sansheng Stone in hand, she could use its power to interfere with Lu Yi's 3 lives tribulation. Give it to me. Zhang Tianming withdrew his hand. I think fellow Taoist should open the chaotic dojo first. At that time, the Sansheng Stone will definitely be offered with both hands. Yin Qingcheng did not get angry either. A stone appeared in her hand. If Lu Yi were here, he would recognize it at a glance. It was the key to chaos. Yin Qingcheng definitely got her hands on many treasures that Lu Yi obtained in the 6th heaven and 7th heaven in his previous life. The key to chaos suddenly emitted a wisp of chaotic energy. At this moment, the stone in a distant area of chaos produced a very mysterious resonance. Boom! A huge roar echoed throughout the 9 heavens. Countless strong cultivators suddenly looked up, looking towards the depths of the void, while the weaker ones looked up at the sky. The heaven and earth great Tao of the 9 heavens produced ripples at this time. Countless great Tao emitted lights of various colors, and the entire 9 heavens turned into a colorful spectacle at this moment. The great Tao were appearing. However, these great Tao only appeared for a moment before returning to heaven and earth. A strong palpitation appeared in the hearts of almost all strong cultivators who had embarked on the path of great Tao cultivation. In the 9th heaven and the 8th heaven, terrifying existences were awakened, their eyes terrifying, as if they could pierce through myriad realms. But they only took one look, found that it was just the opening of the chaotic dojo, and lost interest. Because the chaotic dojo is useless to existences like them who have pushed the great Tao to its limit, or even broken through the limit. Even if they entered, it would cause the chaotic dojo to collapse. The current chaotic dojo is still too weak, not yet ready for harvesting. This change was indeed earth-shattering. However, the opening of the chaotic dojo still required some time. Lu Yi also opened his eyes, and a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. The chaotic dojo is opening now. Who opened it? Lu Yi quickly understood that it was Yin Qingcheng. In other words, Yin Qingcheng was helping him. This is the chaotic dojo. In terms of cultivation, he was still a junior brother now, merely in the causality realm. But in terms of the great Tao, Lu Yi could call himself invincible. Even though he gave his strongest guardian great Tao to the enlightenment tree, his other auxiliary great Tao were still there. Chapter 220 Chaos Dojo Part 5. However, Yin Qingcheng doing this must have her own purpose. What does she want to do? Lu Yi thought for a while, but he didn't have any particularly good ideas. It doesn't matter. As long as Yin Qingcheng doesn't run down from the 7th heaven and appear in front of him, slapping him to death. Lu Yi wasn't afraid of any other methods. Cultivate, cultivate. Causality realm 3rd layer. Causality realm 4th layer. After cultivating for so long, the cultivation resources Lu Yi obtained still showed no sign of being depleted. He could only say that the Zhang family was truly wealthy. Time passed by, second by second. 2nd heaven. Yu Hongling endured. Although Bai Chulin's words were aimed at making Yu Hongling help her absorb a large amount of yin poison. But it also solidified Yu Hongling's Tao heart. Since her Taos of fearlessness were attached to senior brother, she would do everything she could to find him. But, it really hurt. Yu Hongling felt like she was constantly cycling between life and death. Even if she collapsed, she couldn't show a collapsing expression because she was completely frozen. It hurt too much. Senior brother, senior brother. Hongling was truly wrong, I really can't be without you. Under this kind of torment, Yu Hongling still endured, and it took her a full half a year to catch her breath. Bai Chulin was also in a lot of pain. She wanted to transfer all the chaotic yin poison to Yu Hongling, but this time the Taiyan marrow worm's advancement attracted too much yin poison, so much so that Yu Hongling was almost drowned. There was nothing she could do, she could only bear the excess herself. Sometimes, Yu Hongling truly wanted to hate Shen Zitong to death. If it weren't for Shen Zitong giving the charming girl extreme yin scripture to Sun Ruowei, how would she have learned this cultivation technique? If she hadn't learned this cultivation technique, she wouldn't have been able to save Bai Chulin even if she wanted to, and in the end, she could only watch Bai Chulin fall with tears in her eyes. Now Yu Hongling felt that she would die before Bai Chulin. Not maybe, but certainly. After a great ordeal, both of them finally reached the peak of the heavenly god realm. Without much hesitation, crossing tribulation, Chu Ling watched from afar. Her cultivation had already reached the peak of the heavenly god 8th heaven. She was only one step away from the 9th heaven. She actually wanted to compress her realm or break through the shackles to enter the heavenly god realm 10th layer, but as she cultivated, this thought became weaker and weaker, finally disappearing into nothingness. It was already very remarkable to reach the heavenly god realm 9th heaven in such a short time. It was better to quickly catch up with Gongzi, young master's footsteps first. Boom! Tribulation clouds gathered, and lightning flashed. The two of them underwent their respective tribulations, facing the tribulation lightning. With their strength, crossing the tribulation was naturally not a problem. In fact, in the early stages of the heavenly tribulation, those who were relatively strong and those who were particularly weak could easily succeed in crossing the tribulation. What was most feared were those ordinary tribulation crossers. They weren't strong, but they weren't too weak either. These people were the most likely to perish in the heavenly tribulation. A very obvious example was Sun Ruowei. Sun Ruowei had only recently arrived at the second heaven and was already unable to keep up with the main group, nor did she have the freshest gossip to hear. Sun Ruowei, however, didn't really care. Because she already knew that whether it was Bai Chulin, Yu Hongling, or Shangguan Wanling, Chuling, Shen Zitong, they were all Lu Yi's Dao companions. What kind of relationship was this? Sun Ruowei felt that she wouldn't need to hear gossip for at least 10 years, no, at least 50 years. She was truly stuffed. She was actually still very curious about something, which was that this group of people, including Lu Yi, seemed to. She couldn't accurately describe it. It was just like it felt like they were reincarnated and cultivating again. If she could get the full story of this gossip, she felt that she wouldn't need to hear gossip for the rest of her life. Bai Chulin and Yu Hongling successfully crossed the tribulation. Both ascended. Their eyes were filled with anticipation and longing. Senior brother, husband were here. After entering the third heaven, they naturally searched for Lu Yi's whereabouts just like Shangguan Wanling. However, they were much smarter and knew to go to teahouses, taverns, and bustling markets to gather information. Although it had been more than 10 years since that event, it was still a topic of conversation among the people. The Zhang family. How many years had it been since such a powerful family was destroyed in the third heaven? First, the Gai realm of the Zhang family died, then the Three Lives realm died, and the Causality realm died. Finally, that Lu Yi, driving over 50 Gai realm experts, jointly broke through the defense of the Zhang family's ancestral artifact. There was a woman named Zhang Dai who offended Lu Yi in the second heaven, and she was also the fuse that ignited the hatred between Lu Yi and the Zhang family. When the defense of the ancestral artifact was broken, Lu Yi and Zhang Dai stood facing each other, expressing their true feelings for each other. In the end, this Lu Yi, already a Shura, a god of slaughter, with one strike, Zhang Dai turned into dust. Crack! Yu Hongling's wine bowl fell to the ground and shattered. You mean, Zhang Dai also died? Yu Hongling stared at the storyteller and asked. Naturally, all grievances originated from that Zhang Dai, so all grievances naturally ended with Zhang Dai. This is, good and evil will eventually be repaid. The Heavenly Dao has reincarnation. If you don't believe it, look up, the heavens spare no one. Good. A crowd of listeners applauded one after another. Yu Hongling's eyes were blank, and her heart was once again strongly impacted. Vermilion Bird died. Now Zhang Dai also died. Senior brother was really too ruthless now. Did he want to kill all 8 of them? Was there really such great hatred? Husbands and wives quarrel at the head of the bed and reconcile at the foot of the bed, why? Yu Hongling suddenly slapped herself hard across the face. The crisp sound immediately attracted the attention of others. What's wrong? At this moment, Yu Hongling hated herself. Why? Why did she start blaming senior brother again? Zhang Dai had already launched a siege against senior brother. Was there anything wrong with senior brother killing Zhang Dai in return? There was nothing wrong. But why was she still blaming senior brother in her heart? Was she crazy? Bai Chulin also felt sad in her heart. Every time Lu Yi killed a woman, it meant he was letting go a bit. Now that he had killed 2, how much lingering affection did he still have in his heart? Boom! At this moment, there was another loud noise in the sky. At this moment, an unspoken realization appeared in the hearts of countless people. Great Dao. The nascent Great Dao. A pure clash of Daos, a great Dao struggle spanning the 9 heavens. The chaotic dojo was officially opened. All cultivators had a feeling that as long as they were willing, their great Dao could instantly leave their bodies and go to that tempting world. There was a type of person who, the moment this situation appeared, immediately returned to their place of seclusion, closed their eyes, their great Dao merged into the void, and they were guided away. This type of person walked the invincible great path. Lu Yi stopped cultivating. The cultivation of the Dao was still weak and needed nourishment, and the chaotic dojo could also provide that. Just in time, he could also get in touch with those experts of the Zhang family in advance and shatter their Dao hearts. In an instant, countless rays of light erupted from Lu Yi's body. The colors that appeared from the great Tao of heaven and earth, couldn't be said to be completely similar, only exactly the same. Chaotic Dojo, I'm coming. Chapter 221 The Emperor's Pursuit. It's the Chaotic Dojo. Moon Hongling's eyes suddenly burst with brilliant light. Bai Chulin was also overjoyed. In the previous life, Lu Yi opened the Chaotic Dojo, and several women gained immense benefits, causing their great Taos to grow rapidly. Now, Lu Yi clearly hasn't reached the 7th heaven yet, but the Chaotic Dojo has already opened. Who obtained the Chaotic Key? Master, let's go, Moon Hongling said impatiently. Bai Chulin, however, hesitated at this moment. Lu Yi clearly hasn't obtained the Chaotic Key yet. According to the trajectory of the previous life, this Chaotic Key wouldn't have been discovered, but now it has been discovered in advance. It should be Yin Qingcheng who opened it, Bai Chulin said. What if she opened it? This Chaotic Dojo only looks at the strength of the Great Tao. My Taos of fearlessness are absolutely not weaker than her immortal Tao of forgetfulness. It's still better to be careful. I'm not afraid of her. In an instant, a divine light separated from Moon Hongling's body and instantly disappeared into the void. Bai Chulin's brows were still slightly furrowed, but she couldn't let Moon Hongling go alone. After confirming that the surrounding formations were fine, a divine light also separated from her body and headed towards the Chaotic Dojo. Myriad great Taos, for those who were confident, all rushed towards the Chaotic Dojo. The Great Tao is something that cannot be clearly explained. If you understand your Great Tao, if you know your Great Tao, then your Tao is complete, it is powerful. If you don't understand, if you don't know, then it is weak. Even with reincarnation, everyone's Tao doesn't need to be cultivated again, it inherently exists. It's just that because your strength is insufficient, you cannot fully unleash the entirety of your Tao. This is like your memories, like your knowledge. As long as your memories exist, your knowledge exists, your insights and thoughts exist, then it will not disappear. This is the Tao, and this Chaotic Dojo is the place where your Tao can manifest. Therefore, within the Chaotic Dojo, Moon Hongling will be very strong, Bai Chulin will also be very strong, and these 8 women, except for Shangguan Wanling, and the deceased Zhang Dai and Vermilion Bird, will all be very strong. Of course, Lu Yi is the strongest. This Chaotic Dojo was practically tailor-made for Lu Yi. All of Lu Yi's great Taos converged into his form, and the light around him dissipated. He had already arrived within the Chaotic Dojo. This was a world of gray, with infinite space and constant rotation. You might take one step and a completely new void would appear before you, or you might take one step and simply take a step. Looking up, streaks of nascent great Taos of various colors twisted and turned in the void. One by one, Lu Yi, although they were of various colors and emitted numerous profound and mysterious auras, and he wasn't seeing them for the first time, these nascent great Taos really looked like bean pods. Why did Lu Yi have such a deep memory of bean pods? Because when he was in the orphanage on Earth, it was bean pods every day, noodles with bean pods, stir-fried bean pods, cold bean pods, braised bean pods. He had eaten so many that he looked like a bean pod himself. Another stream of light appeared, transforming into human forms. However, their bodies were covered in various colors, unlike Lu Yi, whose entire body was integrated and unified, without any light emerging. These people recognized each other and all looked at Lu Yi. Hey, fellow Taoist, why is your body not emitting light? What great Tao are you cultivating? One cultivator asked curiously. Lu Yi looked at the appearance of these cultivators, not recognizing them. He nodded slightly and smiled, his figure disappearing. Can't even speak. Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended. An incomparably massive figure, almost spanning the entire Chaotic Dojo, appeared like a divine dragon. All the great Taos similar to this one felt a sense of reverence and worship at this moment. It's an emperor. An emperor has appeared, everyone exclaimed, not expecting that an emperor would actually come to this Chaotic Dojo. That was an emperor, a being who had cultivated their great Tao to the extreme. In fact, there wasn't much significance for an emperor to come to the Chaotic Dojo, as their great Taos had already been cultivated to the peak. Even absorbing the purest Tao intent wouldn't bring them significant progress. But an emperor still came. The one who came was the emperor of the Zhang family. Lu Yi's image appeared in the chaos, and Zhang Tianming spoke coldly. Find this person and contact me. My Zhang family will heavily reward you. The group of people who had just seen Lu Yi looked at the enormous image. This. Wasn't the person in the image the same impolite person from just now? We sniffle sniffle sniffle. A young man was about to shout loudly, but was quickly covered by the mouth by another person beside him. Are you crazy? A being who can be pursued by an emperor is someone you can provoke. Keep quiet. The young man was startled, and only then did he react. Thank you, senior brother, I was impulsive just now. Develop stealthily. Absolutely do not participate in the struggles of such powerhouses. Regardless of who wins or loses, the karma is not something you can bear. The two were still conversing, but a loud shout had already come from the void. He's here. Boom. The great Dao roared, and Jiang Tianming had already crossed the void, broken through the chaos, and rushed towards the direction of the person who spoke. That person had indeed seen Lu Yi. Lu Yi's expression remained unchanged, his figure disappearing again, the void constantly twisting. I finally found you. Jiang Tianming was ecstatic. This mortal enemy of the Jiang family. A fellow from the third heaven actually provoked an emperor from the seventh heaven to pursue him. In terms of major realms alone, the difference between the two was nearly 20. How terrifying was this gap? It could be said that the Jiang family was truly going all out to kill Lu Yi. Compared to Jiang Tianming, Lu Yi's strength was no different from a firefly contending with the bright moon, or a water strider battling a divine dragon. Many powerhouses looked on with side glances. Some people muttered to themselves that Jiang Tianming's current actions were truly beneath his status. How could this be? An emperor chasing down a small cultivator whose realm they almost couldn't remember, because the causality realm was too distant for many powerful cultivators. They had already surpassed this realm hundreds or thousands of years ago. Others felt a chill run down their spines. Good heavens, this Jiang family is truly not to be provoked. If such a weak cultivator provoked them and drew the pursuit of an emperor, if a slightly stronger cultivator provoked them, would they have to bring out the Jiang family's emperor artifact? This was a bit excessive. But it also made many people unable to stop feeling envious. If only their own forces were so protective of their own. I'll go kill him. As soon as Moon Hongling and Bai Chulin entered, they saw Jiang Tianming chasing Lu Yi. They were furious and immediately wanted to rush forward and shatter Jiang Tianming's Dao heart. Bai Chulin grabbed her. Don't be anxious. Don't you know what Lu Yi's great Dao is like? How can a mere emperor possibly chase him? He is fleeing now, he definitely has his own plans. Chapter 222 Gathering. Lu Yi indeed had his own plans. After being reborn, Lu Yi felt incredibly stifled. To kill a Jiang family, he actually had to borrow a formation. Now that he had finally arrived at this chaotic dojo, it was completely a clash of great Daos. Which meant he had arrived at Lu Yi's home ground. Lu Yi had to enjoy himself thoroughly, and clearly, one emperor couldn't satisfy him. Let's slip away for a bit. Lu Yi's figure flickered, shuttling rapidly through layer upon layer of void. His speed wasn't very fast, but the void twisted too quickly. Chaos itself was a world with no up or down, no left or right. Tens of millions of spatial layers constantly shifted, and Jiang Tianming wanted to chase, but he couldn't catch up no matter what. Jiang Tianming felt it was incredible. What great Dao did this guy cultivate? Could it be the great Dao of escaping? Impossible. Even if it was the great Dao of escaping, how could he run so fast, so smoothly? This chaotic dojo was like his home. His speed wasn't fast, yet he easily opened door after door, making it impossible for the fast-moving him to ever catch the other party. He was an emperor. In the chaotic dojo, he was an invincible existence. How could he not catch up to a little shrimp? Jiang Tianming's heart sank. Could it be that this Lu Yi was the reincarnation of some ancient almighty? But even if he was the reincarnation of an ancient almighty, he wasn't afraid, because he was an almighty of this generation, he was an emperor. Continue the pursuit. Those old things from ancient times should have already returned to dust. He didn't believe he couldn't catch up to this damned Lu Yi. This time, he had offended the Three Lives River Master, offended the Dark Demon Emperor clan, and even Emperor artifacts were mobilized. The destruction of the Third Heaven Jiang family ancestral land made the entire Jiang family extremely angry, and at the same time, the Fourth Heaven Jiang family also became extremely panicked. Third Heaven, was the Jiang family's pursuit of Lu Yi the type where the Calabash brothers rescue their grandfather? Of course not. Because the Jiang family's killing intent towards Lu Yi, if following the Calabash brothers' plot, was the type where the seven brothers combined, even stuffing the Calabash vine into their stomachs to kill the snake Yao. Which family's main branch in the third heaven was destroyed, triggering an emperor from the seventh heaven to act with an emperor artifact. He was too good at dodging. Many times it was just a little bit off, and the storm caused by Zhang Tianming's attack had already made Lu Yi's clothes flutter. But it was just that little bit off. Yin Qingcheng also entered the chaotic dojo. She stood there blankly, feeling the fluctuations of Lu Yi's aura. She was truly very satisfied. After being satisfied for a full half day, her gaze turned cold. The chaotic dojo had opened, presumably those women had also entered. The good things she had painstakingly collected, she could also let those women taste the pain her husband had suffered. She couldn't bear for Lu Yi to suffer pain. She just wanted Lu Yi to emit the fragrance of Chengdao, attracting everyone in the world to siege Lu Yi, and then be killed by Lu Yi. Lu Yi wouldn't feel any pain at all. Yin Qingcheng's figure disappeared. Can't catch up, can't catch up. Lu Yi's figure was too elusive. Zhang Tianming couldn't catch up by himself. His eyes were terrifying, suppressing his impatient temper. Since he couldn't catch up by himself, then he would call a few more people. Seventh heaven, Zhang Tianming's physical body spoke. He was an emperor, so naturally he couldn't put all of his great Dao into the chaotic dojo, the risk was too great. However, 80% of his great Dao still entered the chaotic dojo. Order, Zhang family powerful in great Dao, enter the chaotic dojo and pursue Lu Yi with me. The Zhang family multitude. Zhang Tianming entered the chaotic dojo, and actually didn't kill Lu Yi. And even requested support. What's going on? It's not that his great Dao is too strong, but that his escaping ability is too outstanding, so we need to intercept him. Zhang Tianming gave the answer. Yes. Instantly, one by one, brand new great Daos entered the chaotic dojo. Fellow Taoist Zhang, I will lend you a hand. Ha ha ha, good, thank you fellow Taoist Feng, after you and I deal with this ant, we will drink together when we leave. Excellent. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist Zhang, I'll also join in the fun, you won't mind, right? Naturally, I won't mind, fellow Taoist Shen is willing to lend a hand, Zhang is infinitely grateful. Anyone who is willing to help is a friend of my Zhang family. For a time, countless streams of light rushed towards Lu Yi. However, this was only a minority, most people were still relatively calm. Although an emperor was almost invincible in the chaotic dojo, they weren't truly invincible after all. If they were truly invincible, then why would they need others to help? What did this indicate? It indicated that the opponent was also a tough nut to crack. Without a good relationship, it was better not to get involved in karma for no reason. These people acted simply to have more friends and more paths, or they were already on good terms with the Zhang family. More and more people arrived. Lu Yi's figure was too ethereal. Describing Lu Yi as a loach was not quite right, because Lu Yi was even more slippery than a loach. He was like the most precise machine, accurately calculating every possible escape route. Almost everyone in the chaotic dojo was watching this chase. Streams of light filled the sky, shuttling through the void in the great Dao. Dao intent flowed and permeated. The vast majority of cultivators were honestly waiting for the end of this chase, not daring to act rashly, fearing they would be killed by mistake. Only one type of person was restless. That was the cultivators of the invincible Great Path. Some cultivators of the invincible Great Path happened to be in a certain space. Despite the Emperor's actions above, two cultivators of the invincible Great Path were still staring at each other. What are you looking at? One cultivator of the invincible Great Path said. What about it if I'm looking at you? Another cultivator of the invincible Great Path said. Try looking again. Try it then. The two of them fell silent for a moment. Soon. What are you looking at? What about it if I'm looking at you? Try looking again. Try it then. They just couldn't get into a fight. There was nothing they could do, the commotion above was too terrifying. If they caused some commotion here and were noticed by the big shots, who might just sweep a glance over them and give them a blowout of impatience. Their invincible Great Path would collapse. Stop chasing. Suddenly, Zhang Tianming spoke. Something is not right. Zhang Tianming frowned tightly. Something was indeed not right. With so many powerhouses siege Lu Yi, and Lu Yi still able to keep escaping, this was no longer about whether Lu Yi was good at escaping. It was that the opponent might be stronger than them. When Zhang Tianming had this thought, he himself was startled. Impossible, right? Ancestor, what's wrong? Suddenly, Zhang Tianming's face changed drastically. Not good, have Zhang Li bring the Emperor artifact into the chaotic dojo. Jiang Tianming roared, his eyes already closed. Because, Lu Yi, who had been constantly fleeing, had stopped his steps. From all directions, powerhouses condensed from countless great Daos surrounded Lu Yi. Lu Yi looked at the figures from all directions, a smile on his face. This time, the Zhang family could decline. Kill him. A Zhang family Great Dao Realm powerhouse instantly attacked, a divine light fiercely impacting Lu Yi's body. Lu Yi did not dodge or evade, taking the blow head-on. The terrifying Great Dao attack did not even make Lu Yi's body tremble. At this scene, everyone was instantly stunned. Chapter 223, Explosion, Part 3. How is that possible? Someone gasped in surprise. The Great Dao Realm, that was a realm second only to emperors. Although it wasn't enough to make those of the same Dao submit, it was still an existence that had reached the peak of this Great Dao. Such a Great Dao attack, yet it didn't even make this Lu Yi move a single inch. Jiang Tianming's pupils suddenly contracted. His uneasy premonition grew stronger. How could this be? He was just a little guy at most in the Three Lives realm, how strong could his Great Dao be? Die for me! Jiang Tianming roared furiously. A massive void vortex was born from the chaos and slammed fiercely towards Lu Yi. The others also made their moves. In an instant, countless Great Daos formed a terrifying Great Dao storm, all smashing towards Lu Yi. Around Lu Yi, a wisp of light emerged. A colossal black tortoise phantom shielded Lu Yi within its body, its cold eyes looking at the charging Great Dao storm with undisguised disdain. Boom boom boom. Countless explosions rang out. The Great Dao attacks all poured onto the black tortoise, but the black tortoise remained motionless within the storm, as stable as a divine mountain. Impossible. This scene caused countless people to exclaim in shock. Even emperors couldn't withstand this insane attack, because there were emperors among the attackers. But this black tortoise? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Were they perhaps dreaming? The Tengshi hissed, flashing like lightning through the Great Dao storm, biting down on the Great Dao avatar of a Great Dao realm expert. Fast, accurate, ruthless. No, save me. This Great Dao realm expert let out a terrified wail. The Tengshi exerted force, and the Great Dao avatar in its mouth instantly turned into a blur of flesh and blood, rapidly being devoured. Outside the chaotic dojo, a Great Dao realm expert suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with terror. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood, his aura plummeting wildly. At this moment, a crack appeared in his Dao heart. He began to doubt his own Dao, and his original Dao began to intensely shatter. No! He let out a mournful scream. Boom! His body exploded, his realm plummeting. Uncontrollable immense power scattered in all directions. The other experts in the chaotic dojo were stunned. No, a Great Dao avatar of a Great Dao realm expert was just bitten to pieces like that. What kind of strength is this? What kind of Great Dao is this? Run! Seeing that the situation was bad, someone immediately wanted to escape. But as he turned, he found a Lu Yi staring at him with cold eyes. He looked back, and a Lu Yi was still in his original spot. The others were also the same. As soon as they turned to run, a Lu Yi appeared before them. 1 Lu Yi, 10 Lu Yes, 100 Lu Yes. In this space, at some unknown point, it had become filled with Lu Yi's figures. None of the Lu Yes had previously shown any light, but at this moment, they began to bloom. Immense light, supreme light, an aura that made everyone prostrate in worship, simultaneously appeared from Lu Yi's body. Emperor. The peak of the Great Dao. No, it was even more terrifying than that. Any single Great Dao could make all other Great Daos submit. When all the Lu Yes, with their various colored lights, all erupted with the aura of the peak of the Great Dao, that colorful light, that suffocating pressure, that terror that shocked everyone's hearts. All of them were the most supreme Great Daos. All of them. The weakest Great Dao was at least at the Emperor level, and now, so many Great Daos, all at the Emperor level and above. Impossible. Lu Yi looked at everyone, looking at their despair. It could be said, it was true despair. The Great Dao of one Emperor was enough to cause despair, and now, hundreds of Emperor Great Daos were simply unheard of and unseen throughout history. It wasn't just this group of people surrounded by Lu Yi who were stunned. At this moment, everyone who had entered the chaotic dojo was stunned. No, what's going on? An uncontrollable feeling of submission arose in their hearts. It was also at this moment that countless old monsters in the 8th heaven and 9th heaven opened their eyes. Their gazes, filled with shock, looked towards the direction of the chaotic dojo. Who is it? Whose great Dao? Who can cultivate hundreds of great Daos? Who can cultivate all great Daos to the peak? One person cultivating one great Dao already exhausts a lifetime's effort, and still cannot cultivate the great Dao to the peak, but those who cultivate to the peak are dragons among men. Now, someone has appeared who has cultivated 100 great Daos to the peak by himself. Most of the experts in the world felt a chill in their hearts and their scalps tingled. Hundreds of dazzling lights, above Lu Yi's head, transformed into pythons that seemed to connect to the heavens, enveloping everyone who had chased him this time. Everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. I was wrong. Fellow Taoist, no, senior, I was wrong. I was blinded by greed. Spare me, as long as you spare me, I am willing to be your slave. Someone was scared out of their wits, directly kneeling in the void and frantically kowtowing to Lu Yi. Some were trembling, unable to speak clearly. This scene completely exceeded their understanding. The fear of the great Dao made them completely unable to remain calm. All the great Daos, at this moment, all pointed towards the center, locking onto everyone. No, 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 no. Zhang Tianming closed his eyes in pain. At this moment, he had only one thought in his heart. That is, the Zhang family is finished. Boom. All the great Daos rushed towards the center. In an instant, the void turned into a colorful ocean. What emperors, what great Dao realm experts, at this moment, all turned into dust. Outside the chaotic dojo, screams rose and fell. They were all the ancestors of various families, who thought they could climb the Zhang family this time, unaware that they would drag themselves down. Zhang Tianming, in his closed-door cultivation location, vomited blood wildly. Rumbling sounds constantly echoed within his body. The violent energy was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. The Great Dao was originally the reins that controlled the wild horse, and now that the Great Dao had shattered, what awaited him was the most insane destruction. Boom! It exploded, just like when the myriad spirits demon emperor wanted to contend for the Dao with Lu Yi. His Dao heart shattered, completely unable to control himself. The explosion of an emperor. In the seventh heaven, the largest sun appeared, illuminating everything. The emperor artifact left behind by the Zhang family immediately revived, wanting to suppress it. But this explosion came too quickly. The entire Zhang family was torn apart by the most insane storm, with incredibly hot light and incredibly violent wind. Countless Zhang family members, with terrified expressions, were frozen in the pale light, and then turned into ashes. It's over. It's all over. The emperor artifact was constantly trembling. It had revived on its own, not driven by anyone, and suppressing the explosion of an emperor was also incredibly difficult. Boom! Another explosion rang out. The entire Zhang family, at this moment, was like New Year. Crazy explosions. Chapter 224, Revenge for the Husband. It's over. The Zhang family is finished. Not only was the Zhang family in the seventh heaven exploding, but also the Zhang family in the sixth heaven and even the fifth heaven. Killing Lu Yi had become an obsession for the entire Zhang family, to the extent that a great many Taoists from the Zhang family were chasing after Lu Yi. Now, Lu Yi annihilated them all in one go. As roars echoed, many people immediately felt fortunate that they hadn't followed the Zhang family to chase after Lu Yi. Their second thought was that the Zhang family was finished. Even if they weren't completely wiped out, they would definitely decline. Ha 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 ha. Mad laughter resounded through the void. A silver-haired woman, stepping on waves, came forth. The Three Lives River surged. Who else could it be but the Three Lives River Master? She looked about 60 or 70 years old. In the cultivation world, very few people were willing to appear old. Even 40 or 50 was hard to accept, let alone 60 or 70. However, the Three Lives River Master was born from the Three Lives River itself, a natural-born being, and had no interest in youth or beauty. Before, she had no enmity with the Zhang family, yet they inexplicably ambushed and surrounded her. Now, it was good. The Zhang family exploded. Then, it was time for her revenge. The Three Lives River surged forward, rushing towards the devastated Zhang family, her emperor aura fully erupting. Good and evil have their time, the Heavenly Dao has reincarnation. The Zhang family had chased her so miserably before, and today, it was her turn to return the favor. Lu Yi destroyed the great Dao of all those who were chasing him in one fell swoop. He felt refreshed. Yin Qingcheng did a good job on this matter. When there's a chance to kill her, give her a quick one. With this, the Zhang family would be severely weakened at the very least. However, completely annihilating the Zhang family might still be difficult. After all, they had an emperor artifact. Even if he couldn't annihilate them, it was still very satisfying. The task was complete. Next, it was time to cultivate his cultivation of the Tao. The cultivation of the Tao improved very quickly through continuous enlightenment. However, being nourished by pure great Tao energy would make the cultivation of the Tao improve even faster. Lu Yi's figure disappeared. The chaotic dojo was only open for 1 month, he had to hurry. On the other side, suddenly, 3 terrifying auras began to rise again. Lu Yi felt it was the aura of the Taiyan Great Tao, the Taos of fearlessness, and the immortal Tao of forgetfulness. 2 against 1. Lu Yi didn't pay attention and continued to cultivate his great Tao. Yin Qingcheng, you vicious woman, it's all you. If it weren't for your instigation, how could we have poisoned senior brother? You deserve to die, Yu Hongling roared in anger. The fearless seal erupted with terrifying power and smashed towards Yin Qingcheng. Yin Qingcheng waved her palm and pushed the fearless seal aside. If I instigate you, you'll poison husband. If I were to instigate you to die, would you go and die? Yin Qingcheng asked with a smile on her face. Killing you, I can naturally atone to senior brother. Is that so? Why do I feel like you've become weaker? Yin Qingcheng waved an immortal light, directly forcing Yu Hongling back. Taiyan power surged forward. Yin Qingcheng was instantly frozen, but in the next second, a new Yin Qingcheng appeared, while the frozen one became an illusion. Look, Bai Jiji doesn't have so much nonsense, because she understands very well that she truly wants to kill Lu Yi, ha 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 ha. Stop the nonsense. Although we are wrong, the biggest mistake is still yours. I will naturally take you to clarify things with Lu Yi, Bai Chulin said. No, I'm not wrong. It's you who harbored hatred towards husband. Could it be that I made you feel this hatred? What good thing are you either? Didn't you also participate in poisoning senior brother? Yu Hongling charged over again. Did I participate? What I gave husband was the fragrance of Chengdao, it won't bring any pain. After all, I can't bear to see husband in pain. And you? 1 primordial morning mist, 1 Taiyan marrow worm, do you know how much pain you would bring to husband? Today, I also want you to experience what kind of pain the poisons you administered will cause. Yin Qingcheng went mad. Fighting 2 people alone, she was even slightly gaining the upper hand, but fighting like this, no one could defeat the other. Yin Qingcheng also didn't plan to kill these 2 women here. Such terrifying great Taos were not that easy to destroy. However, she could make them feel pain. The moment Yin Qingcheng took Yu Hongling's full-force fearless seal head-on and slapped a ball of primordial morning mist into Yu Hongling's great Tao, although her body was nearly shattered, a crazy smile appeared on her face. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha, returning it to you, returning it to you. I've already experienced it for you, it hurts so much. I will return all the pain that husband endured to you. At this time, around Yu Hongling, white mist permeated. The primordial morning mist clung to her great Tao and could not be dispelled. Now, although she didn't feel the pain, if she couldn't remove the primordial morning mist, when her great Tao returned, that would be when the primordial morning mist would erupt. Yu Hongling's face was pale. This primordial morning mist was like a parasite attached to the bone. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to expel. Unless she was willing to strip away a portion of her great Tao, but her great Tao was already in a critical state, and stripping away another portion. They were still fighting. Yin Qingcheng had no intention of retreating. However, she had suffered the full force blow of the fearless seal, and was naturally greatly affected. She was at a disadvantage now. Fight. Both sides were very familiar with each other's methods. Even though Yin Qingcheng was at a disadvantage, the outcome could not be determined in a short time. Yu Hongling was suddenly sent flying. Master, be careful. Bai Chulin's Taiyan divine sword fiercely shot towards Yin Qingcheng. Yin Qingcheng did not resist. Puff. The Taiyan divine sword pierced through her body, and Yin Qingcheng's palm struck Bai Chulin's body. Instantly, a rapid chirping sound, carrying endless joy, instantly merged into Bai Chulin's great Tao. It was the Taiyan marrow worm. Another Taiyan marrow worm merged into Bai Chulin's great Tao. Bai Chulin's expression changed dramatically. She was enraged, forming hand seals. In an instant, the most terrifying chaotic Taiyan transformed into a gust of wind and blew towards Yin Qingcheng. Yu Hongling also charged over. Yin Qingcheng's body, transformed from her great Tao, was nearly shattered, but she laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha, the pain you brought to husband, I'm returning it to you, taste it well, ha 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 ha. Yin Qingcheng's broken body fled into the distance. Kill her. At this moment, Bai Chulin and Yu Hongling's killing intent was at its peak, and they began to chase after Yin Qingcheng. However, very quickly, Yin Qingcheng's figure disappeared. She had too many methods of escape. Escaping was easy, chasing was difficult. Bai Chulin began to force out the Taiyin marrow worm, but how was that possible? The Taiyin marrow worm entering the Taiyin Great Dao was like returning home. No, to be more precise, it was like staying on a construction site for 3 years and returning to the city to their most familiar footbath shop. In this situation, asking it to leave. Even with a gun pointed at its head, it wouldn't leave. Similarly, Yu Hongling also couldn't expel the primordial morning mist. For a time, both of their faces were deathly pale. As for Yin Qingcheng, she was going to find Lu Yi. She was going to find Lu Yi to express her affection. Chapter 225 Shen Zitong and Yin Qingcheng, Part 5. Husband. Yin Qingcheng had paid a significant price. Her body was full of injuries, which meant her great Dao had already collapsed. However, this was a collapse caused by external force, which was much better than her Dao heart being wounded, causing a collapse from the inside out. She staggered, finding the location where Lu Yi was. Lu Yi was currently nurturing his cultivation of the Dao. Sensing Yin Qingcheng's arrival, he raised his eyes to look. Yin Qingcheng gazed at Lu Yi infatuatedly, their eyes met, and her eyes were filled with longing and attachment. Lu Yi's expression showed no emotion, and his eyes were extremely cold. Because Yin Qingcheng maintained a safe enough distance from him, Lu Yi was too lazy to act. Husband, Qingcheng misses you so much, Yin Qingcheng said softly. You are mistaken, it is not you who misses me, but your Dao, Lu Yi said precisely. How could that be? It is Qingcheng who misses you. The immortal Dao of forgetfulness requires entering love first then forgetting love. You never fully possessed it, so you couldn't perfectly enter love, which is why this grand play occurred. You certainly calculated well. When love was gone, all the illusions were cleared away completely. Lu Yi accurately stated Yin Qingcheng's scheme. Because Lu Yi's love was shared and never belonged solely to Yin Qingcheng, she needed Lu Yi to love only her. No, it's not like that. Yin Qingcheng suddenly burst into tears, her eyes blurred. The poisons they used were meant to make you suffer. What I used was the fragrance of Chengdao. You are already a celestial venerable, the fragrance of Chengdao will not have any effect on you. I did not betray you. Lu Yi closed his eyes and stopped speaking. At this moment, Shen Zitong couldn't hold back and stepped forward. She hadn't even had time to make any intimate gestures to provoke Yin Qingcheng. Yet just seeing Shen Zitong, Yin Qingcheng's eyes began to turn terrifyingly manic. Shen Zitong's figure was straight, her exquisite posture and face gathering the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Husband, who is she? Every single word of the 5 words was squeezed out from between Yin Qingcheng's teeth. Greetings, sister. This concubine is Shen Zitong, the Dao companion brother personally swore an oath to heaven and earth great Dao to be. Thank you, sister, for your calculations in the previous life, sending brother back to my side. Zitong is endlessly grateful. Shen Zitong's voice was soft and sweet, her eyebrows filled with happiness, and she spoke with a smile. Yin Qingcheng's eyes turned red. Before she could say anything else, a ray of light suddenly appeared. Within the light, Lu Yi's expression was solemn, and his words were clear. I, Lu Yi, swear to heaven and earth, Shen Zitong is my Dao companion. If this is false, may heaven and earth perish together. At this moment, Yin Qingcheng was struck as if by lightning, her body stumbled backward, and she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood with a wah sound. Her voice was filled with disbelief and terror. 7 women betrayed you, and you still dare to find a Dao companion. Yin Qingcheng's brain was about to shut down. No, can you not live without women? 7 women betrayed you, and they even attacked you together at the most critical moment of your Chengdao. Now you are reborn, and you still dare to find women. Sister, you are mistaken. It was 8 women who betrayed him, Shen Zitong said with a grin. At this moment, Bai Chulin and Yu Hongling both arrived. They were startled when they saw Shen Zitong, then looked at Yin Qingcheng with anger. I didn't betray him. It was the 7 of them who betrayed him. I only used the fragrance of Chengdao. How is that betrayal? His tribulation had already reached the strongest eternal great tribulation. Even if everyone rushed towards him, the power of the tribulation would not increase, he would not suffer any harm. I did not betray him. Shen Zitong seemed frightened by Yin Qingcheng's current crazed appearance and quickly ran behind Lu Yi, revealing her face over his shoulder. Sister, why do you look like a shrew? So scary, brother, I'm a little afraid. Can you cover my heart for me? Shen Zitong was like a startled rabbit. Lu Yi, hold it in, don't laugh. His expression was cold, and he struggled to restrain the corners of his mouth that wanted to turn up. Yin Qingcheng at this moment was practically going insane, her eyes blood red. As if reaching a critical point, Yin Qingcheng suddenly calmed down. Shen Zitong continued her output. Sister just said that the fragrance of Chengdao you used was the least harmful and didn't count as betrayal. Younger sister doesn't quite agree. Yin Qingcheng's expression returned to calm, her eyes were still blood red, but she no longer looked as hysterical as before. However, those who knew her understood that the calmer Yin Qingcheng was, the more terrifying she was. In her heart, who knew what malicious schemes she was calculating? What is there to disagree with? Yin Qingcheng asked. Shen Zitong stepped out from behind Lu Yi, her figure becoming tall and straight again, and spoke eloquently. You clearly know that Brother's Great Dao is the guardian Great Dao. When Brother crossed tribulation, those who were bold enough and dared to come observe the Saint Great Tribulation were all those Brother protected, his beloved relatives and friends, his brothers in arms. Yet you used the fragrance of Chengdao as bait to lure everyone Brother protected to attack Brother. Brother's Dao companion has already been bewitched by you into betrayal, and now Brother's fellow Taoists are also forced to betray him because of your fragrance of Chengdao. The love, friendship, sect affection, and fellow Taoist affection Brother protected, everything, will all be lost because of you, yet you say you are innocent. They only wanted Brother to fail his tribulation, but you are the most ruthless. What you wanted was for Brother's Great Dao to collapse and fall. You still want to say you are innocent. Do you perhaps think everyone is as foolish as Shangguan Wanling? Yin Qingcheng fell silent. She stared fixedly at Shen Zitong, as if to engrave this face firmly in her heart, and as long as she found an opportunity, she would torture her to death. With her around, husband would be bewitched, becoming more and more distant from her. So this bitch must be killed. The tribulation of 3 lives, yes, I have the Sansheng stone. When husband crosses the tribulation of 3 lives, I must go and change husband. This Shen Zitong, I want husband to kill her personally, only then can I appease the hatred in my heart. Husband, you must not believe her words. Qingcheng is the one who loves you the most and will never harm you. This chaotic dojo is a gift Qingcheng is giving you. You must take good care of yourself. I will leave now and go help you destroy the Zhang family. Yin Qingcheng had not finished speaking. I, Lu Yi, swear to heaven and earth, Shen Zitong is my Dao companion. If this is false, may heaven and earth perish together. Lu Yi's image was played again by Shen Zitong. Yin Qingcheng's words stopped abruptly, and she was about to gnash her silver teeth to pieces. Husband, you, I, Lu Yi, swear to heaven and earth, Shen Zitong is my Dao companion. If this is false, may heaven and earth perish together. Yin Qingcheng, I will kill you, I must kill you. Yin Qingcheng ultimately could not hold back, letting out a long howl, and her figure disappeared. If she stayed here any longer, she would be infuriated to death. I, Lu Yi, swear to heaven and earth, Shen Zitong is my Dao companion. If this is false, may heaven and earth perish together. I, Lu Yi. Chapter 226, Imperial Soldiers Part 1. Ha ha ha, Shen Zitong, you did very well this time. For a lunatic like that, you should hit back hard. Yu Hongling laughed happily, a rare moment of praising Shen Zitong. So she didn't just argue with herself, she argued with everyone. Seeing Shen Zitong directly infuriate Yin Qingcheng and make her flee, Yu Hongling's dislike for Shen Zitong lessened by about 1%. Shen Zitong looked at Yu Hongling. I, Lu Yi, swear to heaven and earth that Shen Zitong is my Dao companion. If this is false, heaven and earth will destroy me. Yu Hongling. Former wife Yu, my brother has never sworn such an oath to you, right? Shen Zitong said with a smile. Yu Hongling's smile disappeared. I, Lu Yi, swear to heaven and earth that Shen Zitong is my Dao companion. If this is false, heaven and earth will destroy me. Venerable Master Bai, my brother has never sworn such an oath to you either, right? Bai Chulin. Lu Yi couldn't help but rub his forehead. Using his arm to block, the corner of his mouth finally couldn't hold back and lifted slightly. However, after putting his arm down, his smile disappeared. All right, stop playing it. Lu Yi said. I, Lu Yi, swear to heaven and earth that Shen Zitong is my Dao companion. If this is false, heaven and earth will destroy me. Shen Zitong played it for Lu Yi directly. Lu Yi's expression sank. Okay, I listen to brother the most. The image disappeared, and Shen Zitong glanced at Yu Hongling and Bai Chulin again. The two couldn't help but simultaneously take a step back. Shen Zitong immediately smiled very happily, her figure transforming into a streak of light and merging into Lu Yi's body. At this moment, both Yu Hongling and Bai Chulin felt a hint of embarrassment. Although they didn't want to admit it, the fact was that Shen Zitong's combat power was simply too terrifying. In front of Shen Zitong, they were always mocked and at a disadvantage. Because their virtue was lacking, Shen Zitong also had Lu Yi backing her up. Seeing Shen Zitong disappear, the two couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Senior brother, long time no see. Yu Hongling spoke, her eyes quickly turning red, with tears already welling up. Husband, I know I was wrong. At this moment, Bai Chulin finally admitted her mistake in front of Lu Yi for the first time. And she called out the title of husband. If it were Lu Yi in his previous life, hearing these two words would have filled him with ecstasy. He remembered the first time Bai Chulin used this title. He was foolishly happy for many days, excitedly throwing spirit stones everywhere in the fourth heaven. Because he felt that his efforts had paid off. His love had received a response. Unfortunately, time had passed, and the world had changed. Hearing this title again now, Lu Yi only felt a bit of irony. You are not wrong, I am wrong. I will say it again, the matters of the previous life have returned to dust. You and I have no further connection in this life. I have realized my mistake. I only hope you will not appear in front of me again. Because, I really can't suppress the urge to kill you. The two women's expressions changed dramatically at the same time. Senior brother, I beg you, don't be so heartless. I only ask for one more chance, just one chance. I will absolutely not betray you in this life, Yu Hongling said urgently. Husband, you also said more than once that it is never too late to mend one's ways. In this life, we just want you to give us a chance to correct our mistakes. Are you unwilling even to do that? Lu Yi was already annoyed. The next second, infinite beams of light intertwined, forming a terrifying divine light that rushed towards the two simultaneously. These two were chattering incessantly, and Lu Yi felt he could first shatter their great Dao and then send them back to the human emperor banner. The two were startled. They wanted Lu Yi to forgive them, not to kill them. The two quickly resisted. Boom. Their bodies were sent flying backward. Lu Yi frowned. He forgot that his strongest guardian Great Dao was gone. The Great Dao remaining were all at the emperor level. However, there was one Great Dao that was still okay. Boom. Black silent divine light soared into the sky. Let's go first. Bai Chulin's expression changed dramatically. She grabbed Yu Hongling, who had closed her eyes in despair and was preparing to die, and quickly retreated. Even so, the two were still struck by the silent divine light, and their figures became illusory for a moment. Lu Yi's figure disappeared. At this moment, he chose to pursue and kill. But at this moment, a terrifying great emperor aura descended. With the appearance of this aura, the entire chaotic dojo seemed to solidify. Zhang family. It was still the Zhang family. A strong expert from the Zhang family, holding an emperor artifact, rushed towards Lu Yi. It's endless. Lu Yi's expression sank. It really was endless. The Zhang family possessed two emperor artifacts, one named Void Mirror and one named Extinction Void Spear. The one that had arrived was the Extinction Void Spear. Lu Yi, you will die. This time, no one can stop you. You will die. Zhang Li of the Zhang family roared. The Zhang family was finished. Just today, the Zhang family was completely finished. 4 emperors, carrying 2 emperor artifacts, descended upon the Zhang family, which had suffered heavy losses from Zhang Tianming's self-destruction. Even though she returned very quickly, by the time she arrived, the Zhang family had already been annihilated. The Void Mirror had fled with a portion of the Zhang family members and was nowhere to be found. The Zhang family, which once had 1 celestial venerable and 2 great emperors and had existed for countless ages, was destroyed today. It was over, everything was over. And the culprit for all of this was this Lu Yi, an ant from the 3rd heaven. Kill him. He must be killed. Lu Yi looked at the terrifying Extinction Void Spear. With a single thrust, the chaos stirred up monstrous waves. The might of the Emperor artifact, under the activation of the Emperor Great Dao, was fully unleashed. At this moment, the entire chaotic dojo was enveloped by Emperor might. All living beings, heaven and earth Great Dao, all bowed down. It could be said that as long as a celestial venerable did not appear, a great emperor was already the strongest in this heaven and earth. The Emperor artifact, meticulously refined by a great emperor and nurtured with the energy of Great Dao essence blood, could truly unleash attacks not weaker than a great emperor in the hands of an emperor. Facing such an attack, Lu Yi was also extremely cautious. However, he was not afraid. He had even killed a celestial venerable, let alone a great emperor. Around Lu Yi, infinite light appeared, various great Dao understood to the extreme. He clenched his fist. All the light converged towards his fist. Layer by layer. Finally, the black receded. In the end, Lu Yi's cultivation of the Dao appeared on the outermost layer of this punch. The cultivation of the Dao was still very weak, so let it gain some experience first. Celestial Venerable Fist. The extinction void spear tore through chaos, and the Celestial Venerable Fist shattered the void. The two most terrifying auras rushed towards each other. The chaotic dojo seemed unable to bear these two incredibly powerful Dao intents at this moment, emitting a mournful cry. All the figures transformed by the great Dao, except for a few scattered figures, were prostrate in the void, unable to get up under the pressure. Finally, a roar. The entire chaotic dojo vibrated violently, and layers of ripples swept out in all directions. Who won, who lost? Chapter 227, Destroying the Imperial Way, Part 2. Lu Yi's fist was bleeding. Having lost the strongest guardian Great Dao, even though his other Great Daos had reached their peak, facing the fully revived Emperor Dao, he was still at a disadvantage. Despite the Celestial Venerable Fist being unleashed with all its might, it still bled. And opposite him, Zhongli was originally a beauty, but now her face was aged, and her body had become illusory. Her hand gripping the Emperor weapon Extinction Void Spear trembled incessantly, and her eyes held an uncontrollable terror. Using his fist to counter the extremely powerful offensive Emperor weapon Extinction Void Spear, his fist only sustained a single wound. How was this possible? Unless this Lu Yi was a true great emperor. Lu Yi moved again. A great Dao burned, turning to ash, but Lu Yi's other great Daos erupted with an even more terrifying aura. That great Dao was almost entirely burned by Lu Yi to stimulate his other great Daos. In his previous life, this great Dao was often burned because the name of the great Dao was endless. As long as it wasn't completely annihilated from its roots, this great Dao grew very quickly. Lu Yi's fist recovered. In this world, there were few things that couldn't be accomplished with one celestial venerable fist. If there were, then it would require two fists. Celestial Venerable Fist. A faster fist, a fiercer fist. Zhongli let out a roar. Void forever extinguished, Great Dao no longer exists. Emperor Law Extinction Void. Another earth-shattering collision occurred. This time, it was Zhongli's desperate strike, not only using the Emperor weapon but also the Emperor Law. However, what she faced was the Celestial Venerable Fist. Boom! The Extinction Void Spear entered through Lu Yi's fist and exited through his shoulder, piercing straight through him. But under this single punch, under the combined impact of countless great Daos, Zhongli's body instantly turned to dust. Her body turning to dust also meant that her great Dao had completely collapsed. Lu Yi had won. But he was somewhat miserable. But it didn't matter. Lu Yi's palm gripped the Extinction Void Spear. The Extinction Void Spear hummed, and the great Emperor Dao marks constantly stirred up waves. Such Dao marks alone could kill many powerhouses under the heavens. But this was the chaotic dojo. Lu Yi ignored the great Emperor Dao marks and slowly, inch by inch, pulled the Extinction Void Spear out of his shoulder. This pain was less than 1/10,000th of the primordial morning mist. He actually had an Emperor weapon fall into his hands. Truthfully, this was an unexpected gain for Lu Yi. An Emperor weapon was too far away for Lu Yi, who was still in the third heaven. Only in this chaotic dojo could Lu Yi hold this Emperor weapon. If he were to leave the chaotic dojo with the Emperor weapon, he would instantly turn to ash. The wound was healing with difficulty. Many people injured by an Emperor weapon could never fully recover in their lifetime. It was also quite troublesome for Lu Yi, but it was all right. Now he possessed the Extinction Avenue, which was the Dao of the Extinction Heavenly Zone. After absorbing it, although he hadn't reached the Celestial Venerable level, he was still at the Great Emperor level. In other words, Lu Yi's strongest Great Dao now was the Extinction Avenue. He annihilated the Great Emperor Dao intent left by the Emperor weapon injury, thus leaving only a simple wound, which quickly recovered. Lu Yi stared at the Extinction Void Spear. After a moment of thought, an Emperor weapon could never submit to others, especially since he was an enemy of the Zhang family. Then let's destroy it. The Extinction Avenue attached itself to the Emperor weapon Extinction Void Spear. This Extinction Void Spear was refined from empty void immortal gold and scarlet heaven divine gold. Although the materials were of the lowest value, in a situation where it couldn't be used, the materials were the most precious. The artifact spirit and Great Dao within the Emperor weapon could not be ground away in a short time. Lu Yi's figure disappeared with the Extinction Void Spear. He was going to continue to nourish his cultivation of the Dao. The chaotic dojo finally quieted down. Who knows how many Taoists were terrified? What exactly was happening? Was the chaotic era coming again? Since entering the chaotic dojo, there had been earth-shattering pursuits by emperors. In addition, there were 3 other auras seemingly surpassing the Emperor Great Dao clashing. Before long, Emperor weapons even appeared, bombarding enemies. Now the world had finally become quiet. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. Limitless Celestial Venerable, it was terrifying. One by one, those who cultivated the invincible Great Path, although fearful, were full of fighting spirit. One day, they would also become this strong, invincible in the world. Time slowly flowed by. Lu Yi was constantly searching for pure Dao intent to nourish his cultivation of the Dao. Every increase in the cultivation of the Dao made his cultivation path smoother. Although his cultivation in reality would not increase. But when the chaotic dojo ended, as long as there were enough resources, Lu Yi's cultivation progress could increase several times, or even dozens of times. He had been holding the Extinction Void Spear in his hand. The Extinction Avenue continuously ground away the Emperor Dao on the Extinction Void Spear. The Extinction Void Spear remained silent, not begging for mercy, not even making any movement. Perhaps some great emperors fell into darkness, but none begged for mercy. Similarly, some emperor weapons also fell into darkness, and they also would not beg for mercy. The higher the cultivation, the firmer the Dao heart. Under the continuous grinding of the Extinction Avenue, the great Emperor Dao within the Extinction Void Spear was already extremely dim. A month passed in the blink of an eye. A soft sigh came from within the Extinction Void Spear. The Extinction Void Spear trembled one last time, a resistance against Lu Yi, the great Dao within it was completely cleared. From then on, there was no more Extinction Void Spear in the world. Lu Yi also felt some emotion. Sometimes, even a weapon was worthy of admiration from others. Anyone with a firm Dao heart was worthy of admiration. Just as Lu Yi thought. After rebirth, if these women truly stopped looking for him, never regretted it, and focused on seeking the Dao, then Lu Yi would not have hatred in his heart, and would even respect them. 3 points. But now, boom, a roar. The chaotic dojo began to close, and all the great Daos felt a sense of being expelled. A force attached itself to everyone's great Daos. As long as they didn't resist, these great Daos would instantly be teleported back to where they came from. Streaks of light flew in all directions. Lu Yi didn't pay attention to what interesting things happened in the chaotic dojo, because there was nothing to pay attention to. He gripped the Extinction Void Spear tightly and chose to leave. In an instant, the void twisted. Lu Yi, who was in the 3 valleys forbidden ground, opened his eyes. The Extinction Void Spear was stuck in front of him, emitting no aura. In fact, this was no longer the Extinction Void Spear, but a fusion of empty void immortal gold and scarlet heaven divine gold. Lu Yi gripped the long spear. He exerted force. It wasn't heavy. Next, the stone sword was fortunate, possessing these 2 divine metals and integrating them into the stone sword. The power of the stone sword would undoubtedly increase greatly. Rumble. Rumbling sounds continuously echoed from within Lu Yi's body. The surrounding spiritual energy had already begun to riot, crazily converging towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi waved his hand, and a large amount of spiritual stones flew out. Start cultivating. Ding! Cultivation started. Chapter 228. The Beginning Morning Mist Erupts Part 3. Massive spiritual energy surged towards Lu Yi. A hint of satisfaction appeared on Lu Yi's face. This feeling of getting stronger every minute, every second, was truly deeply captivating. Living beings were just like this. Each time they surpassed themselves, it brought a joy that nothing else could compare to. At the current cultivation speed, he would reach the Three Lives realm in at most 3 years. The Three Lives realm had a tribulation, named 3 lifetimes tribulation. This was something all cultivators had to experience, a trial of the heart. Past life, present life, future life. Lu Yi was actually a little curious. Based on his current cultivation, his future life probably wouldn't exist, right? Would his 3 lifetimes tribulation possibly be the earth of his life before his previous one, the celestial venerable of his previous life, and his current self? His situation was actually very rare. Even a saint, wanting to live a second life, was extremely difficult. How was Celestial Corpse Poison born? It was because a celestial venerable wanted to live a second life, failed, and became a strange being with a muddled soul, a clouded Tao heart, wandering outside of heaven and earth. Too difficult. But it was also possible that it was the celestial venerable of his previous life, his current self in the present life, and who knows what content in the future life. Cultivate. Cultivate non-stop. All cultivate, cultivate, cultivate. Chu Ling actually also went to the chaotic dojo, and within the chaotic dojo, she refined many sword Daos, causing the great Daos of many sword Dao experts to shatter. She had looked at Lu Yi from afar, her gaze infatuated and firm. Although she hadn't said a word to Lu Yi, the autumn water in her eyes was gentle to the extreme. Lu Yi, however, didn't spare her a glance. Of course, Chu Ling doing this would definitely offend a lot of enemies. But for Chu Ling, this didn't matter. As the saying goes, you don't worry when you have too many debts, and you don't itch when you have too many lice. Right now, she could still remember how many forces she had offended. But if she waited a few more layers of heaven, Chu Ling probably wouldn't even know how many forces she had offended. By then, there would be people everywhere trying to kill her. Crossing tribulation, ascending. The other two. Bai Chulin and Yu Hongling. They didn't leave the chaotic dojo immediately, and even stayed until the very end. The chaotic dojo's intention to expel became increasingly obvious. At this moment, Yu Hongling looked at Bai Chulin with eyes full of vigilance. You don't have to look at me with that kind of gaze. You will endure the primordial morning mist, and similarly, I can also endure the 2 yin marrow worms. Hongling, now only you and I are each other's support. We can definitely gain husband's forgiveness. Even if we die, we must die for husband. Dying in pain now has no value whatsoever. So, you must endure. When you can't endure, think of your senior brother, think of your Daos of fearlessness. Yu Hongling gently let out a breath. She nodded vigorously. It was rare for her tone to be good. Master, you must also endure. When senior brother is willing to forgive us, everything will turn bitter into sweet. Bai Chulin nodded vigorously. Everything would turn bitter into sweet. The two finally chose to leave, or rather, were forced to leave. The moment the great Tao tore through the void and returned to their bodies, almost simultaneously, both of them let out a scream. Ah! The shrill screams made people feel chills down their spines upon hearing them. Especially Yu Hongling's scream, it simply displayed her most painful side. Wisps of white mist emerged from within Yu Hongling's body. Yu Hongling twisted and struggled madly on the ground, blood flowed from all 7 of her orifices. What kind of pain was that? She had also suffered the pain of yin poison, and considered her pain tolerance astonishingly high, but the moment the primordial morning mist erupted, all other pain was not as painful as this moment. She immediately wanted to die. She truly wanted to die. She couldn't imagine how such pain could exist in the world. Chaotic Taiyin power surged around Bai Chulin. She was also screaming initially, but seeing Yu Hongling's appearance, she forcibly endured the rioting of the 2 yin marrow worms within her body. Hongling, hold on. Kill me, kill me. Yu Hongling let out a shrill scream. It hurt too much, quickly kill me. She would rather die than endure this kind of pain. Hongling, bear with it, we still have to find your senior brother, and we will reconcile with your senior brother. It hurts. It's killing me. Kill me, I beg you to kill me, I beg you, Yu Hongling had only heard about the terror of the primordial morning mist. She knew this thing was very painful because it was something that could affect celestial venerables. Among all living beings in the world, perhaps only saints could ignore the pain of the primordial morning mist. A trace or a wisp was still alright, but the fear was having too much primordial morning mist. It was obvious that the amount Yin Qingcheng gave Yu Hongling was truly not small. Master, kill me, kill me. Yu Hongling also knew that the more she struggled madly, the more intense the pain became. The wisest and calmest approach was to lie on the ground, motionless, thus minimizing the pain. But, she couldn't bear it. She truly couldn't bear it. That kind of pain was simply not something a person could endure. She could only struggle like this, she could only struggle like this. Her head heavily struck the ground, smashing a deep pit into the earth. Her figure shot up into the sky, then heavily fell down again, crashing around, shattering mountains one after another. Kill me, kill me. Under this kind of pain, there was simply no such thing as fainting. Back then, when the primordial morning mist erupted, Lu Yi even forcibly smashed the ancient god's corpse into pieces, and that was Lu Yi. Lu Yi who had died a full 9 times. Pain and death, which was more terrifying. The pain during death was the most terrifying. But the pain that could make Lu Yi lose control and smash the ancient god's corpse, even after experiencing the pain of death, was imaginable. Bai Chulin's face turned green, she was too cold, she was about to lose consciousness. The pain brought by the primordial morning mist would last for 7 days. In Yu Hongling's state, she was really very likely to do something foolish. Bai Chulin had just had this thought. Yu Hongling couldn't hold on anymore, the aura within her body began to riot, she was actually going to self-destruct. Bai Chulin was greatly alarmed, her figure instantly appeared in front of Yu Hongling, and in an instant, terrifying chaotic Taiyan power directly froze Yu Hongling. Although she knew that freezing would only make Yu Hongling even more painful. But that was better than Yu Hongling self-destructing, or her soul scattering from the pain. This chaotic Taiyan power completely froze Yu Hongling's soul. Seeing that Yu Hongling didn't try to break through the chaotic Taiyan power, Yu Hongling in her current state probably couldn't break through it either. Bai Chulin finally couldn't bear it and let out a scream, her body was quickly covered in frost. Chapter 229 Yu Hongling is crazy. This time, no one helped Bai Chulin absorb the yin poison. The 2 Taiyan marrow worms even fought within her body, stirring up a large amount of Taiyan power. One can imagine the pain this brought. Ultimately, the 2 Taiyan marrow worms fought to a mutual defeat. They no longer cared if the Taiyan power was pure or impure and began devouring it recklessly. Only then did Bai Chulin finally catch her breath. 5 days had passed by this time. Bai Chulin immediately looked towards Yu Hongling. At this moment, Yu Hongling's expression was frozen, and there was no light in her eyes, just like a dead person. Bai Chulin was startled, but she didn't dare to help Yu Hongling thaw. Frozen by chaotic Taiyan power, as long as the primordial morning mist hadn't ended, the moment she thought would be the moment Yu Hongling's soul shattered. She had to wait for 7 days. She had to wait until the primordial morning mist dissipated. Bai Chulin was restless. She circled Yu Hongling, her heart in her throat. Because in the depths of her mind, she always felt that something had happened to Yu Hongling. Time passed by minute, second by second. Every minute and every second was an ordeal for Bai Chulin. Finally, the 7th day arrived. The time for the primordial morning mist had passed. Bai Chulin carefully melted the chaotic Taiyan power. Finally, the ice melted. Yu Hongling's body fell. Bai Chulin quickly caught her and sensed her condition, letting out a sigh of relief. Not dead. It's good she's not dead. It's good she's not dead. Hongling, wake up, are you okay? Bai Chulin gently called out to Yu Hongling. You okay? Bai Chulin gently called out to Yu Hongling. Yu Hongling's expression was blank. She hadn't fainted, but her mind seemed to be frozen. Hongling. Amidst the repeated calls, some light finally appeared in Yu Hongling's eyes. She looked at Bai Chulin, her